Sure. All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the April 28th meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. A note here before we begin, in accordance with Executive Order N29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meeting will be heard virtually until further notice. And now, as we get going, I'd like you to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, everybody. So that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is CAO Nilsson. I don't see you. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Good. Are there any modifications to the agenda?
Chair Fennell, there are no modifications to the agenda.
Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda. Any?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment on the consent agenda? And just as a note, while we're doing that, the Board of Supervisors, when we announce an agenda item that you wish to comment on, you can call the conference line and turn off your TV or live stream. The number is 669-900-9128. That's 669-900-9128. The meeting ID is 951-4183-9230. That's 951-4183-9230. And when you're ready to talk, if you wish to talk, press *9, and then the clerk of the board will unmute your phone. So, Ryan, do we have anybody who wishes to speak on the consent agenda?
Chair Fennell, yes, we do.
Thank you. We have...
Good morning, Estelle, and all the board. Ken Sawatsky here.
Good morning.
I did wish to speak on, I believe it's item C1, which is to acknowledge we got, $17 million for our local airport. And it's an interesting one. I guess it happened nationally, where all of a sudden somebody had done a fantastic job of lobbying. Unfortunately, we seemed to get a really nice big piece of money. There was an article, I think, by Ryan Burns on Lost Coast Outpost, which had some information on that one. And hopefully we'll spend it very well. Allegedly, it's 4 years worth of our operating budget out there. And it's something that we need to, I don't know if there's time constraints as far as we have to spend it right away, but if at all possible, do it for long-term investments in infrastructure and things that will pay off in the future. This is probably a one-time thing we'll ever see coming for this airport. It's our time to do the right thing and possibly even get further air carriers in here to enable us to get the price down where it's more marketable. I think currently it's about $235 for a round trip. And if we can get other airlines in here and other services out of here, we can maybe keep our airline at a point where it will become financially viable rather than being a money pit. So thanks for the powers that be for this money, and please spend it well, and look forward to having possibly future top quality air service here.
Thank you. Ryan, do we have any further comments from the public on the consent agenda?
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment I have for the consent calendar.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Chair Fennell.
Oh, no, we'll do, sorry, we're going to do a roll call. I'm sorry. Still getting used to the virtual meetings. Please, Ryan, if you can give us a roll call on the consent item.
Sure, no problem, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Some people are listening, not watching, Supervisor Bohn. He gave a thumbs up. Let it say that for the record that Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm great. Thank you. Super.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes
Thank
5-0.
you. Thank you very much. And so that will bring us to the next item on the agenda, which is set for time certain of 9:05. We're now at 9:08, so I appreciate Dr. Frankovich, our health officer, Michelle Stevens, our director of public health, and your patience. We also have the sheriff on here to talk about the response to COVID-19. And welcome again, Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, and Sheriff Honsal. And I'll let you take the floor. Oh, you're on mute, Dr. Frankovich.
Well, I was being polite, huh? Just I'll update you as we usually do on just some general case counts. The globally, people have probably seen we're about 3 million cases, and in the U.S. Just over 1 million now, with 56,000 deaths. And in California, about 43,000 cases, 1,755 for deaths. And in Humboldt, we're at 53 cases. Our last we had positive was on the 23rd, I believe. And we currently have had a total of 4 hospitalizations and no known associated deaths to COVID in our area. I was just going to go through a few things. One is just to update the board on the sort of the preconditions for opening up and where we are with those. The governor announced his framework, and we've been really working kind of the whole time on these, but it was nice to have them laid out in this way. So, you know, one thing I did want to mention is the masking order, of course, went into place. I think today I'm putting out a revised order on that for some clarification on a couple points. I had someone who is very knowledgeable about valve masks and distributes them locally, who provided some information and some language that made sense for the order, so we put that in. And also did some revision on the child masking. So that will be out as well, and information will be added to our FAQs on those points. I think masking is, it's a tool we're going to be using going forward. And as the governor said, and he mentioned yesterday, we're going to be in this for the next 2 years, maybe a little bit more, in terms of response to COVID. And so, you know, some of these measures, like some of the social distancing, masking, are going to be going for quite some time. Not that whole time necessarily, but for quite a while going forward. Some of the other things that we are looking at in the framework are testing. People are aware, I think, that we got our new test center. The governor's task force on testing was able to set us up with this. I think we're the first in the state to open, which was exciting. And right now we are basically scheduling, because it's not fully operational yet. Eventually it will have online scheduling, so there will be public access to schedule to be tested, which will be wonderful. But right now they don't have that platform up. So I think within a couple weeks that will be available, and we'll be providing the public with information about how to access that and what that will look like. Right now we're using the opportunity to test the system and to get some of our highest risk folks screened. So that means our healthcare workers, first responders, people working in correctional facilities, skilled nursing facilities, to really try and do some surveillance on those populations and look for people who may not feel ill but be carrying the virus. So more to come on that, but it's exciting. We'll increase our capacity locally by about 100 tests a day. The state indicated that there would be capacity to actually increase that with time, so we're excited about that. And we're calculating locally based on our population size. We need to be able to screen about 200 people a day at this point to have a really good sense of where we are in terms of the burden of disease in our community. So we're getting close. Contact investigation is ongoing. I had wanted to do a nice share screen on you guys, for you guys to see sort of what this looks like. I don't know whether it's helpful here, but this document demonstrates one case investigation. Started with one case. It ended with over 60 contacts identified and a total of 7 cases out of this. So this is one of the ones we had. So I'm always talking about contact investigation and how complicated and labor intensive it is. That's why. So with that, what I wanted to point out is that it's not really luck that we've had our 53 cases, and we have not seen a lot of additional cases related to that. It's because we're doing a lot of work on identifying cases, contacts, isolating, and quarantine. And that's going to be an important part of this as we go forward, and we see more cases as we open things up. So we've been building our contact investigation capacity. We've gone from about a team of 3 to 30, and we're increasing that more. Not to have people all standing by ready to do it on site, but to have people who are trained and ready to step in when we need them, because that'll be really important. The other pieces the governor mentioned are protecting our most vulnerable populations. Excuse me, so they have, that's really looking at our skilled nursing facilities. Dr. Baird's been really kind enough to work with us on that. And so he's been reaching out to those facilities. We've actually had already started doing a little surveillance testing in those and have been, in good shape so far. The testing we had done had been negative among staff. But we also need to make sure that they're prepared to respond if they get a COVID case.
Dr.
How to
Frankovich,
isolate. Yeah.
could you explain who, in all honesty, and this may be shocking to most people, but a majority of the people don't realize who Dr. Baird is, because before the last 2 months, we actually didn't have our health officer on the news every night. So might want to explain who Dr. Baird was and his credentials and him stepping up.
Sure. We call those the good old days, right? When I wasn't on there every day. Dr. Baird was the previous health officer who recently retired, and I started in beginning of February, essentially. So Dr. Baird was in this position for 8 years. He's a longtime family practice physician in Fortuna, and also had roles as, I believe, chief medical officer for Redwood. He actually still basically serves as a medical director for the skilled nursing facility in Fortuna. So he was sort of a perfect fit to be able to reach out to these skilled nursing facilities and make that link with them to help protect those populations. So I'm incredibly grateful to him for that. And he's been assisting us with really trying to obtain some of that surveillance on them, but also help them with preparedness. So that's a big piece of this. The other piece is, as we're asking going forward and starting to ease shelter-in-place restrictions, we're still going to be asking our vulnerable populations to try and stay home. And so making sure that we have services in place to allow that to happen in a longer time period is important as well. The fourth thing is businesses and schools having a plan in place to socially distance. And this goes to the whole easing of the restrictions, right? Is we're asking people to provide information, feedback about how their business can actually operate in an era of social distancing, businesses that are not already open, and how they can do that safely in their context for customers and for their employees. And the sheriff, I'm sure, will speak to that a little bit about the process we have in place for that. And we've been in ongoing discussions with the schools who are looking at this, and the governor signaled yesterday in his announcement that we could be talking about some kind of summer programming for kids in school settings, or talking about an early school year starting earlier than we normally would. And so the schools are looking at plans for how that might look if we do that in the era of social distancing. And the last two categories are therapeutics, which are very important, but we don't have a lot of local impact or preparedness around. It's sort of a higher level than us. And then the issue of how do we know when to go back in place? How do we know when the numbers are worrisome enough and we need to step back? So those are the pieces we've been working on.
Okay. Excuse me. So what I'd like you guys to do, if you wouldn't mind, is to raise your hand when you want to speak so I can prepare the doctor to hear here. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor Beth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I was just following your conversation, and you had mentioned the governor making an announcement yesterday that I thought he wasn't doing one yesterday. I was on a call with the governor's office Sunday night, and I know a lot of the your field is on there as well, where he talked about the schools. Did he actually make another announcement yesterday?
I think he talked yesterday on Monday, and he's going to actually talk again today.
Okay, because I heard about.
Yeah, I'm quite eager to hear that. Yesterday, he spoke a bit about where we are taking a science-directed response approach to going forward, but basically he said that today is when he would be talking more about sort of businesses, what that would look like, what the schools, what the state's planning around that going forward. He said he was going to get granular on that. So I'm interested to see what that looks like from the state perspective.
Because that I was expecting that later today. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I have full faith in the governor. But I'm wondering, with the CDPH, the public health and everything else, not wanting to rock an apple cart. But I noticed in yesterday's meeting, and the one thing is, it seems like we're not going to do anything till all 58 counties do it in unison. And we're not a one size fits all situation. And I don't think we're getting, we can socially distance pretty easy in a lot of locations. Our public transit is not overrun. We don't have a lot of the issues that some of our more urban areas have. Are we looking at maybe bending back a little bit on that one size fits all and actually serving our people up here a little bit different than we serve in Greater Bay Area counties and LA?
Well,
Dr.
You're in
Frankovich.
the meeting, so I don't know. You tell me.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if Virginia had wanted to speak or something first before I answered.
Well, let's do, okay, go ahead, Virginia, if you'd like. No, she's okay.
You told
Go
me
ahead,
to raise,
doctor.
no, you told me to raise my hand. So after the doctor speaks, I did want to add some supervisors.
So what I can say, Supervisor Bohn, is that on the calls between health officers in the state, there is a pretty animated discussion about what we would like to see locally, and around some of the points that you just made. I think there's a couple things that I kind of look at with this, is that the governor, I think, laid out this framework that we're not talking about a 6-month approach. We're talking about, we're going to be in this for a couple of years. I think what he's actually putting out there is the idea that taking a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, he said weeks, not months. I don't know what that means. Maybe we'll hear today, to ensure that everybody's prepared to go forward, so that we can actually, when we started all this, the US, we weren't prepared. I think going forward, the thought is that if we lay some groundwork here, everybody's in a decent position, that the first step from going from preparedness to opening would be done on a statewide basis. And then the move from opening some businesses to really more widely opening would be done on a regional basis. So I think how they're mapping it out at the state level. There's some merit there in the sense that, viruses obviously don't recognize borders between counties, that we know that areas that get hard hit, can impact our area as well. If we have our neighbors with significant outbreaks they can't control, that can impact us as well. Travel in the state will impact us. We saw that earlier in our number of cases where we had them roll in. And I think, one of the one that I pointed out here was related to a travel case. I think there is an argument to be made for having us sort of all ready to respond and then moving regionally to make a plan for what makes sense here. I think we're looking at everything. I think our time now to have businesses and stuff put their plans together for what this should look like, and not prioritize by value of business, because every business has value, but to prioritize by risk. So looking at what are low risk entities that can, from a disease spread standpoint, that we can begin with, and then moving to things that are higher risk in terms of settings that are harder to contain spread or limit risk, then I think we move to those. But the idea of stepping forward, you're right. The governor's plan is that we do that as a one when everybody's sort of met some of those basic preparedness things. And I think that's why the rush. They're getting 80 of these test centers out as fast as they can, because they recognize that's one of the biggest lifts for counties.
Well,
lucky to be first.
And a little follow-up on that. And a little follow-up on that. If we do 200 tests a day, we're going to be 2 years into getting every, the old enough people, 120,000 people, 115,000 people tested in Humboldt County. And I don't know, I don't know what the end result is on that, but my biggest fear is we so nonchalantly says this isn't going to be a couple weeks, a couple months. This is going to be a 2-year a 2-year project. And I think if we don't put a plan out there, what you expect to do over a 2-year period, I almost have to, you're literally freaking out the masses out here, and you fully understand, but you say 2 years and without any plan saying, at the end of 2 years, we're talking about just doing cleanup, or are we talking about everybody should be opened by 2 years? I don't even understand that. And that puckered me up a little bit.
No, so what I'm saying is, and again, this is what the governor laid out yesterday, was this framework that they're talking about for emerging. So stage 1 is where we are in preparedness. Stage 2 is where we start to do some opening of lower risk entities, however we end up designating those. Stage 2 to 3, where we broaden and really are broadly opening businesses, is going to be, they're envisioning it as a regional approach to what makes sense based on our numbers, how we're doing through the pandemic. And then stage 4 is that stage, basically from the state's perspective, where we have vaccine on hand. And we can really then move back to those things like our mass events, where we don't really need to limit and do some of the distancing things that we've done. What they're saying is 2 years, I think, Supervisor Bohn, is because they're envisioning it taking that long, possibly, for us to have a vaccine. And we don't need to test everybody in Humboldt County to be able to have an understanding of how much virus we have here. Statistically, we need to test, we figure, about 200 people a day to be able to keep track of how much transmission is occurring in our county. And that will help us guide our efforts. And I do think there's an argument to be made. We can either put in the time on the front end and doing this in sort of a more thoughtful, planned way, and maybe be able to avoid going back into shelter in place, interrupting the economy again, and then having to do that all the way back and forward again, as some countries have had to do, versus opening up more quickly now. And then it's all a balancing act, of course.
Well, so one of the things that occurs to me in terms of the regional approach or the phased approach, Dr. Frankovich, is that in this first section, basically the governor is looking at everybody understanding what it takes to move beyond where we are now. When we get to the regional phase, which would be phase 3, that's when you really differentiate between the Bay Area, Los Angeles, and those guys, and us up here in the rural areas. So I think that the most important thing right now for us to understand is, because it's thrown our whole world for a loop. And it required huge sacrifices from everybody. And I know that people are getting anxious, at least business people are. And so I think if we can get to that point where we begin to open up, you're asking us right now, the tribes and the cities and the supervisors, to get an idea of which businesses would be good to open up and how they can do it safely. So could you talk a little bit about what we need to get to you in terms of that?
I'm wondering if, Sheriff, do you want to talk about the mechanism for that?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Frankovich. Thanks for the summary this morning too, and thank you, Board and Chair, for allowing us to talk to you today. First off, I just want to recognize that there's a lot of fear, and in our county, in our state, in our country, and there's with fear, a lot of people turn that to anger too, because people are out of control. And so I just really want to urge people to understand just a couple things, that the federal government and the state government have essentially an umbrella over us, and where there are regulations and shelter-in-place orders that are in place by our state government that we can't wiggle out from. Okay, we want to follow the state rules and state law, and so there's very, very little wiggle room, like I said last time. So I understand people's right to be upset, and the fear that people are losing businesses. It's very, very real, and so I just recognize that. So as we are preparing for phased reopening, as the governor and as we're preparing for it, there's going to be some things that I think we can do a little bit differently in Humboldt County. So we're reaching out to our Board of Supervisors, you all, our city leaders, and we'll be reaching out to the Chamber of Commerce as well, to provide input to what that phased reopening should look like. And we've submitted a letter to all of our county decision makers regarding this, and talked about our phased approaches, and keep in mind that a lot of this has to do with looking at the risk-based modeling here too, when it comes to not just maybe just a one-size-fits-all for our businesses, but look at the risk assessment for each business, and keep in mind that we want all businesses, if you're open or if you're closed right now, just start preparing. Number one, having your masking order in place for your employees, and make sure that's a policy, that you have your physical distancing requirements, proper queuing, that you have hand washing or sanitizing stations available for the public and your employees, and that you frequently clean and sanitize areas that were frequently touched. Those are things that we can all prepare for right now. If you have a closed business, preparing that model will essentially help in reopening when we do have that. So we send a survey out to all of our city leaders, and then all of your board of supervisors, you're going to get an individual survey today that you can actually send out to the public if you want to use that option. So I'll make sure that happens for all of you by this afternoon. We're creating that link for you right now. And so you should receive some kind of a notification this afternoon that you can send it out if you want your own input for your own districts. And then we're going to compile this information for Dr. Frankovich and I and our policy group to consider when the state lifts the shelter in place or gives us that second phase that we can go to. We can assess all this information from our city leadership and the public, so we can make some decisions based upon how Humboldt County should open up in phase 2. So we want that input. We want the county leaders to provide that input, and we all, believe me, we all are looking forward to this next stage, this next phase, and so we want to be prepared that as soon as we're available, we can do that. And I just want to touch on one more thing, is that all this work that Dr. Frankovich, Public Health, the Office of Emergency Services has been doing over the last 3 weeks is to prepare for this phase 2. And so it's a lot of painstaking work. Dr. Frankovich has been on the phone with CDPH. Our EOC has been on the phone with Cal OES to make all these arrangements so that we are in line with the governor's order and his framework for reopening. So it's a lot of hard work that's actually paying off right now. And like we're one of the first ones to have a mobile lab, we expect we'll be the first ones to have that structured phase 2 once we're available, once we can open up by the state.
Yeah, I really wanted to make a comment about that, because I think that is a key indicator that the work that we've been doing at the state level is paying off. The fact that we are one of the very first places that has this mobile testing available, and that's really going to help a lot. So the other part of it is going to be community involvement in helping us to decide which are the least risky businesses to open up. So Dr. Frankovich?
Yeah, I was just going to mention too, to the sheriff's point and yours, that one of the things we can do as businesses provide us this information is we can feed this back to the state too, with sort of our commentary about what we think is reasonable for our area, why we think these things should be priorities to go in that stage 2, and what that should look like. And I know 2 years sounds scary to people, but I think what we need to remember is that we're not talking about looking like today for 2 years. This is going to be a process of opening up, and I honestly, I think we'll be making this opening soon. And I think that, but I think how we get from stage 2 to stage 3 is going to depend on how we're looking as a community, right? It's how much are we having in disease activity? How many people do we have in the hospital? How many deaths have we had? And looking at all those indicators will let us know we're managing this really well, and now we're ready regionally in our area to go forward and even open more. And so I think that's going to be really useful. Supervisor Fennell, one thing I forgot to mention is that the other piece of our preparedness is the hospitals being prepared. And I just wanted to mention, to make sure everybody was aware, that we did get assets from the state to open an alternate care site. And that is really an important part of our response. We know our hospitals have done an amazing job of building internal capacity within their walls, but we know there's the possibility we'll need to move people out of the hospital to make room. Be great if that never happens, but we don't want to be creating that at the last minute if it does. And so I'm really happy that we've been able to get these. The EOC has been incredibly busy working on getting all that put into place on site. And then we're working with on the public health end with our hospital partners to look at how it will operate, how we can get the right services there to serve people who need a low level of care and are still not quite ready to go home. So that has been a big thing for us from the state as well as our testing site. And so that we've been very vocal with the state about what we need here in Humboldt. And I think it looks, we've been successful in getting some of those things we need.
Supervisor Bass. Oh, you gotta unmute. Supervisor Bass.
Oh, I'm trying. I kept clicking on
Go.
it. I can hear someone else yelling from the wall. So actually one of the things that I kind of skip a few other things I was going to ask, but for both the doctor and for the sheriff, we've talked about Humboldt County specific or regional, and I do believe in the conversations that is actually how things will be rolling out, depending on the readiness of the different, whether it's region or county. But one of the things that I heard Sunday in the call I was in, and versus what I've been hearing in our just some of the conversations in our community. And I think it's kind of based into, well, what one do we have to follow? The governor, as an example, was mentioning personal care type activities further down, like in phase 3, when at the same time, we have a lot of really creative people already who are in, whether you want to, the salon industry, whether it's hair, nails, whatever, that have already come up with plans for their own businesses on how they will protect their customers and themselves. And so I've been encouraging people to bring that to us. So my question would be, we have a community that is banded together, brings forward exceptional, resources so that it's lower risk. But if the governor has it on his 3rd tier, do you see any wiggle room in that kind of situation where we can actually show that we have a readied group of businesses that can minimize the risk?
Well, I think I think a lot of this is not finalized. That's why I'm going to be kind of interested to hear what the governor says today on when they say he's going to be more granular about businesses. But one thing I did want to mention is that, I hear you in terms of like hair salons and barber shops, right? And we kind of go, well, you can socially distance, customers, you can clean, you have control of some of those things. The one thing though that the state was talking about with this is, and the point with these kinds of businesses, for instance, are, ideally what they want to start with are things that are able to social distance from start to close, right? So from the time you're either lining up outside, coming in, doing whatever you need to do till the time you exit. And so the concern I think around some things, for instance, like hair salons, is that piece where you have that prolonged interaction with the person, that is working with you. So, we've talked in meetings about what would that look like if they're masked, those kinds of things. How can we maximize social distancing in that setting? If the bar is that you have to have 6 feet apart from people throughout the transaction, then it takes that off the table, right? And so you're right. I think having these discussions with the state about what we think would make sense, what we think, what can we get to sooner than later is important. But I'm interested to hear where they're going to come down on some of these things.
Yeah, because to me, if you keep 6 feet as the social distancing as the requirement, it's a real hard conversation to say, well, then restaurants, yes, they're important. A lot of people are employed and they serve food, but you're still, unless you have big sticks that you hand people food, I have a hard time figuring out how that's going to work out.
Part of it'll be to that combination, and we use this even in our contact investigations, is distance plus length of time. And so of contact. And so some of those things will probably come in as well, but so we're looking at everybody's ideas. But I think if everybody starts their planning by looking at how can I adhere to these principles as best as possible, and I can't look at someone else's business and think of the creative ways they might have to do that, but they can, and figure out how could you meet this in the business that you operate, so that we can get you up and running.
the key would be the public to know what the governor's final requirements are, so then they can come up with the okay. So right now we know most of social distancing one is problematic for some. Supervisor Bohn?
When do you think that, I mean, again, back to the one size fits all, when do you think we get to the point that people have compromised immunity systems and seniors and people that are at a higher risk if they catch this, having, you know, consequences? When do we break out and figure out kind of that the people that aren't in that position can have more latitude than, again, the one size fits all, knowing full well that there's people in the 20 to 40 age group having fatalities in this and everything else. But the people that are really, that we're worried about, i.e. the care homes, you know, they're shut down completely. Nobody can get in and out of them here locally, except staff, things like that. Do you see that happening? I think my biggest issue may be, and I guess maybe I might be the only one, is the governor speaks, and, you know, yesterday, you know, if we don't mind, he was pretty active on what he said. We know where you're going, and if you don't mind, we're going to make it worse type of deal. I mean, he wasn't very warm and fuzzy, and I know this isn't a warm and fuzzy, but there's a lot of healthy people out there that can actually interact a little bit better, i.e. haircuts, closer contacts, and everything else. And the people that are very vulnerable probably have, for their own well-being, and I think some of us are practicing that, have a different set of rules. Do you see that being playing into it? Is there just going to be my way or the highway, do you think? I mean, you're, again.
No, I hear you. And I think that the answer to that really is that when we move forward, we're going to be pushing for those more vulnerable people to really stay out of the social sector as much as possible. So businesses don't have to, businesses will be opening, and even once they're open, we're going to be encouraging those more vulnerable people not to access them. But in answer to your question, Supervisor Bohn, I think, when can we lift it for those people who are most vulnerable? I think the idea is we either have some darn good therapeutics or we've got a vaccine. And that's why I think the governor put out that 2-year time frame for getting normal, because we don't know how long vaccine will take. If, though, in the shorter range, we develop therapeutics that prevent people from getting serious disease or can treat them when they're heading down that path, that's going to change the whole game as well. Because right now we just aren't in that position. But if we can avoid people needing critical care, ICU care, ventilators, because we find that one particular treatment or multiple treatments are effective, that's going to change how we do all of this anyway. So yes, I think the economy is going to open back up. We're going to have businesses operating, but probably for some period of time beyond that, we're going to be asking more vulnerable people to try and limit how much they access those services to protect themselves.
Well, so one of the things I know that our time is limited. I do want to say, first of all, that I understand that it's not just what we understand at this moment who a vulnerable person is. There are lots of people who are healthy who have gotten very, very sick with this virus. So it's not, we can't just say everybody who is this or that stays home and everybody else gets to enjoy life. What we have to say is that you can expose people. So I think the bottom line here is that Humboldt County has been very, very aware of the consequences of the impact on our economy and our local businesses. And for that, we have actually in our Emergency Operations Center, a whole business response group. And I would like to invite Scott Adair on, if you're available, Scott, to talk about how we're dealing with the business community and how we're helping, if you're there. I know you're online. There you are. Oh, you're masked and all.
Yes. Hello, Chair Fennell. I am masked and all because I'm reporting to you live from the Office of Emergency Services Emergency Operations Center. And there are quite a few of us in here working today, hence I've donned my mask and you may hear some activity in the background, just fair warning. Is my volume coming through okay?
It's perfect.
Wonderful. Well, supervisors, my name is Scott Adair. I am the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. I'm very happy to be given the opportunity to present to you today. There are actually, in fact, several economic items on today's agenda, and I believe that this reflects that staff, your staff, is working diligently behind the scenes with all of our partners to mitigate COVID's impact on our local economy. At your last meeting, your board asked the CAO and the CAO's office to schedule for the Economic Development Division to bring before you and the general public an economic update as it relates to COVID-19. That said, today I will be presenting on COVID-related impacts to the Humboldt economy and also sharing out on the economic development team's current economic mitigation efforts, our presence in the Office of Emergency Services, and what our function is in the Emergency Operations Center. I can share with you that early on, excuse me, into this crisis, that our sheriff and our OES manager and Dr. Frankovich and the policy team realized that COVID was an economic crisis as well as a medical one. As such, in mid-March, just a few days after the Emergency Operations Center was activated, I received a call from Ryan Derby, our Emergency Operations Center director, and he said, we need an economic presence inside of the EOC. And it was during this time, in the midst of the beginning of the pandemic, that select staff from the CAO's Office of Economic Development, including myself, were activated as disaster service workers to support the COVID-19 incident by working with the Office of Emergency Services in the Emergency Operations Center to aid and assist with the county's economic response and to also aid and assist with planning for our long-term economic recovery efforts, which includes sustaining certain activities in regards to ongoing economic impact analysis, recovery planning, and other private sector coordination. As part of the Office of Emergency Services economic response to the crisis, and in accord also with state guidelines and objectives, Ryan and the sheriff and Humboldt County OES established the Economic Impact and Recovery branch of the EOC. We're a branch that reports directly up to our command structure. This branch has been tasked with certain objectives related to the crisis and is led by the private sector coordinator, which is a role that I'm presently filling. I should share with you that a significant focus of our team is to serve as an advocate and a subject matter expert and provide counsel and guidance in the EOC as it relates to the business and the economy. So I want to reassure members of the public and business owners who may be listening today that we are operating, our branch is operating as a voice for local businesses inside of the county's EOC or Emergency Operations Center. Our objectives board, some of which you're aware of because this information has already been reported out to you, but our objectives include collecting, vetting, and documenting, as well as communicating information related to the Office of Emergency Services economic response, coordinating and collaborating efforts for our Community Economic Resiliency Committee, which is a group outside of the EOC made up of partner agencies who are involved in economic development within the community. We've also established an OES Business Task Force, which is an external task force outside of the EOC, but is part of our EOC related and directed economic activities in response to the crisis. We've also been engaged in collecting and analyzing and assessing damages to businesses, as well as tracking employer and employee resources and other assistance resources available to those industries. Our team, as you're aware and as you have received in your recurring regular reports that have come from the Joint Information Center, has been tracking the adverse economic impact to the businesses. And we've been using that data in our assessment for a long-term countywide economic injury analysis. Our future damage assessment that we will use for long-term economic recovery planning. And I can go into the damage assessment in a little bit more detail later, as it has been updated since we last shared that information with you. A few other things that our branch is doing in the EOC, we're working as a primary point of contact for some of our external state and federal economic development counterparts, such as GoBiz, which is the Governor's Office of Economic Development, CalEd, the California Local Economic Development Group, EDA, Contacts, SBA, etc. And we've been working to maintain the COVID business information line. I know that you've been pushing that out in your respective districts. We appreciate that. On that line, we work to field and respond to queries from businesses, the business community, and to help triage those queries and to work with those callers to align them with the right resources that they need for assistance. And then working with the JIC and our PIO on collaboration for communicating those resources out to the business community. The duties and responsibilities I can share with you, Board of Economic Development staff and the EOC, also include working with our EOC director and EOC command and the policy team and the sheriff as needed and as requested to work on items concerning essential businesses, incremental reopening of the economy, working on the tiered and phase plan. We've been doing a lot of resource work on the back end for those efforts. The economic damage assessment that we put together and that your board receives on a recurring basis is reflected it's based on information that is collected through our economic impact survey. It is important to share that these are self-reported responses that are collected from businesses, and those losses have yet to be independently verified. They may be subject to change, but as of the most recent survey, and our numbers are recent as of April 22nd, we have a total business reported self-revenue loss of 26 million, permanent job loss of 1,874, 15 business closures. Unemployment claims for the month of March for Humboldt County are at 5,846 for a total for the incident to date of 10,117. And that reflects just under 700 businesses who are self-reporting through that survey. In addition to collecting this private sector information regarding private sector losses and private sector damages, our branch here in the EOC has also been working closely with our finance team and the finance branch on the collection and analysis of public sector reported losses. Those are losses that have come in by public agencies and municipalities so that we can compile those losses and submit them to the state as part of our initial damage assessment. That estimate at present time is estimated at approximately $17 million. It is subject to change and will likely change as the incident continues. The state has made it clear to us that there will be opportunities, however, to adjust and reconcile that information moving forward. Other economic development related activities, which are ongoing as part of the CAO's Office of Economic Development's response to COVID-19, include the creation of a Headwaters centric business revolving emergency loan fund with partner agencies, and Kenny Spain, our economic development coordinator and executive director to the Headwaters Fund Board, is going to report on that later today to your board. We've also been working on the submittal of a workforce disaster recovery and national dislocated worker grant to the Department of Labor. We've worked on the submittal of requests for workforce supportive services, additional funding through the California Workforce Development Board, and we've been providing assistance to the CAO's management and budget team for long-term revenue forecasting and how COVID-19 is going to adversely impact that revenue stream.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott. Is there anybody who have questions for Scott? I know we have other items on the agenda where we're going to be going into a lot of this, but just in terms of the general scope of things and how we're moving into reopening, does anybody have any questions for Scott Adair, our Director of Economic Development? Okay, well, I really appreciate it, Scott. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no.
we do have, we have We don't want to keep the doctor and everybody.
You're
tied up.
fine. And sorry to be long-winded. We're working on a
No.
lot over here, so.
No. I actually appreciate it. I think just
Yeah.
hearing it all is a very clear indication of just how much we are doing. And I think that it's important not just to say that we are doing it, but that those services are available. And if people have concerns with regard to business, they definitely need to contact the JIC, the Joint Information Center, and you. And if you wouldn't mind to give that number out, Scott, I really like, I know people have taken advantage of it, but it's important that people know you're there.
Yes, absolutely. So our COVID business information line, that number is 707-268-2527. Businesses who are looking for assistance or trying to identify the right resource can call in at that line and our staff will be there to assist. Also, the SBDC is offering business counseling and guidance. The SBDC is one of our partner agencies on our task force. Their number is 707-445-9720. And I do want to just reiterate that at humboldtgov.org on the business resources tab, there is plenty of information concerning what those resource and assistance opportunities are, and then links to all of those for employers and employees who may be looking for assistance.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Scott. Did you have any other items you wanted to bring up, Dr. Frankovich or Director Stevens, before we set you free?
I was just going to mention that, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors. I know you guys have been helping to get some messaging out there, and I've been hearing from some of you with questions or concerns. So I appreciate it. There's a lot of information to get out. And I know we've talked about this, it's a time of anxiety for people. Sometimes I think it's even hard for people to hear all the information. But I appreciate that. And I guess just the only other thing I would say is that I think if we can have, sort of look at this sort of more, science-based approach and some patience on the front end, I honestly think we can help to minimize the economic and health impacts on our county in the long term. But I appreciate everybody's cooperation. It's been rough, I know.
So Supervisor Wilson, and before you start, if you wouldn't mind, Supervisor Wilson, I just want to let the public know that if you are watching this and you have any questions or comments, the number is 669-900-9128. 669-900-9128, and then you enter the meeting ID, which is 951-4183-9230, 951-4183-9230. You can press, when you want to talk, when we open it up to public, you then press *9 on your phone, and Ryan will mute your phone if you're on already. Sorry about that, Supervisor Wilson.
That's okay. Hold on a second. Sorry, I thought I was gonna have to close my door because of the construction next door. Hey, all I wanted to say was our economic team has been amazing. I want to just, they were on the ball, like literally when things started to roll. I've been on several of their meetings that they have daily with a huge group of people just like working tirelessly. So I just want to shout out to them, and the integration into our JIC has been really cool. On the issue of this reopening and reaching out to our constituents, which I'm beginning to do, this report that was forwarded to us. This let's see, there you go.
Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, from Johns Hopkins, Public Health Principles for Phased Reopening During COVID-19 Guidance for Governors, which is, it's only a 23-page report, but I want to say that I'm promoting this to folks who want to give stuff back to us, because it gives the language that we're all kind of operating under, and it informs our business community and others about, kind of what are the broader concepts to moving forward with phased approach. So this is a really great piece of information. It's not actually a very difficult read. It's not super duper technical, but it gives a great framework so that when people are giving us information back or feedback, this is like a good primer for them if they so choose to do that. It'll just really help the dialogue. So I was just suggesting that we make sure that we get that link out to people. It's just a PDF and it's pretty small. So that was it. I'm appreciative of these updates, and we'll keep them coming.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, you mentioned that this new normal has 4 phases, and I was wondering if you could just repeat those 4 phases for us again.
Sure. What the governor has been talking about is this first phase, which is kind of a preparedness. The second phase is where we move, once everyone has met that the sort of basic preparedness criteria, I guess, is to move as a state to the phase or stage 2, which is, as I understand it, beginning to open some businesses, who can embrace sort of that social distancing from start to finish of transaction. Phase 2 may also include some activity at the school level as well. And then when we're sort of monitoring our indicators here, and if things are looking good, the move from stage 2 to stage 3 will happen on a regional basis with more broad opening of businesses and more, increase. So again, I would sort of envision at the beginning, it's small groups of people. We go to larger groups of people can gather, and then that will just increase over time. And then, so that goes stage 2 to 3, where we're having a broader sort of economic activity. And stage 4 is sort of, I guess, envisioned as the final stage where we have sort of broad, sort of more of a return to normal, where vaccine is available and we can manage the pandemic. But honestly, I'm waiting for the governor's talk today because it was broad strokes, and I'm waiting for the particulars.
Man, you can't read it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. If anybody's looking at this online, he's put up the numbers. Thank you so much for doing that. Supervisor Bass.
Can you make one a little bit shorter? It doesn't fit on there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question that came to mind is when you, Dr. Frankovich was talking region, and I think region, we might all have an idea what we think region is. Is that north of, the Bay Area? What concerns me is OES has their regions in a very strange manner. I mean, for the phone calls, we're in the region that includes the entire coast of California, including San Francisco and Alameda. And so it's really useless, to try to compare to that. So what do you think? And I know you'll know more later today, but please tell me that's not a region.
No, I think that's a good question. I don't know if Michelle or Sheriff have heard anything more definitive. I'm envisioning that more of a rural, when they've talked, it's been more of sort of these rural areas in the north, in terms of when we've been on state calls talking about our region, that's the reference point we've been using. But honestly, I don't know what they're talking about. So we'll be looking for that to be defined for sure, because you're right, we don't bear a great resemblance to some of the other counties in some of the structures that have been erected around regional approaches. So
yeah, I think that's a very good catch, Supervisor Bass, because I've been in those meetings, and it is maybe that's a conversation with the governor as we go towards the phase 3, what exactly a region might look like, because I do think that rural versus urban is a key one right there. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and being fully aware of your time, Dr. Frankovich, but this is actually one of the few times that the people that we talk to can actually hear answers directly from you. So I think the biggest question we ask is, the Home Depot, the Targets, the Costco's, the Safeways, the regional markets are able to open up. So what would be the difference of a small retailer opening up with extreme, no more than 4 customers, and actually be able to handle crowds better than, no offense against Target, but I don't know who owns Target. So, I mean, where they have very few social distancing police or mask police or anything like that, because we don't expect, and I appreciate Sheriff Honsal telling people this, and I hope your order today, we are not expecting businesses to enforce our mask law. They aren't the mask police. They could put a sign on their door or something like that. But that's another question. Can they deny service to somebody that doesn't have a mask? So there's kind of twofold there. But what do you see the small business that maybe isn't as strong statewide and has the governor's ear here, locally owned, and being able to do things on a much smaller scale, probably better than these large stores. So as we kind of open things up, I'm not talking movie theaters, I'm not talking, you know, a lot of these other things. Do you see any relief on that? That's coming from, I'm hearing that from a lot of people. So I don't think I'm probably the only 20% hearing that.
No, I get that. And, you know, some of the things, you know, even as we started out with essential businesses, right? Some things you kind of go, oh, you know, how does that work? And I think the issue with some of these large not department stores, but these larger stores like Target and such are that, you know, they sell food. And so the fact that there's food on the premises sort of opens them up to be able to operate in a way that a straight, flat out, for instance, clothing store doesn't, right? And I think, you know, we see that same thing when we look at liquor stores. Liquor stores, if they just sold liquor, would not be open, but liquor stores, if they sell food, are open. And so there's some strange constructs come out of this, I agree. And one of the things we've really been arguing for with the governor's office, with the state, is this idea of moving away from an idea of essential versus non-essential and moving to an idea of what makes sense, you know, structurally what makes sense to operate when. And so I think they're hearing that, and my understanding from the governor, again, kind of passing comment yesterday, is this more risk-based assessment rather than it being any other structure will make more sense. So I'm hopeful that that'll inform our process as we're opening things is, you know, if you're able to structure yourself in a really solid way with social distancing, how do we get you open? I think is really the thrust of this. So again, I'm looking for details, because if stage one is going to be that kind of move into two, I want to see what the governor's looking at for what do their lists look like? And do we agree with those? And what feedback can we have on what that should look like from our perspective? From the masking point, you're right. Our language in the order is actually clear. It says that you may require people to have a mask. You are not required to enforce that in your store. So I actually drafted a letter we'll be sending out to the business community to just enforce that with them, that, you know, they don't have to be in that position of enforcement on their store property, but just like anything else, they have the privilege of either providing service or not, depending on whether someone is wearing a mask. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And since we're sending something out, as Supervisor Wilson brought out that great 23-page report, I'm not necessarily saying we send out the report, but it would be nice if we're sending something out anyway, putting a one page with a visual link so people understand how easy it is to get and absorb it. Because I can tell you from day one, your answers are great. It sounds really good coming to us and everything else. Our messaging really sucks because a lot of people aren't hearing it. And I don't think it's your fault. I don't know, maybe some people are listening to what they want to hear, but I'm hearing the same thing asked over and over again, and I don't know how we get that messaging out. And I think that's probably my biggest fear and criteria is I would love to see us get that messaging out there a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I would like to reflect on that. I think part of the reason is there are a lot of people who have a lot of time on their hands, and it's not so much that our messaging is that bad, it's that there's a whole lot of other messaging out there that people are hearing. And some of it is disingenuous, not facts-based, and frankly, political. So I think that we need to be careful about that as well. But it's good. I really appreciate your pointing out the Johns Hopkins study, because it is good. And I think when we interface with our community and any businesses that would like to contact us, we can send them that link. It is a good read, and it gives you an idea of what they're looking for.
It is, and there are a couple of other really good documents that we can put links to that kind of have that same idea and framework, and a few that are shorter, so that's nice. But I do want to say, I think our Joint Information Center and the EOC has been really working like crazy. These folks, there are days where they're taking 400 calls a day, and the people putting out the media have been really working hard on the messaging. I think, again, it is such a difficult time, and there's so many moving pieces, and there's so much noise from other media as well, that it you know, getting people the information they need at the moment they want it is always going to be a struggle with this. But I appreciate the work they're doing there, because I think, you know, considering everything that's out there, I think people have been actually getting a fair bit of information out of this system that we've set up.
So I am going to open it up to public comment now, because we have taken a lot of time, and I appreciate you sitting with us. So again, you've had the numbers. If you can press *9 on your phone, and Supervisor Bohn is going to hold that up. Pull it back a little bit, Rex. There you go. A little bit. Yeah, there. Got it. So, thank you. So press *9 and you'll be in the queue to talk. And I'll ask Ryan, if you can, Ryan Sharp, can you tell me if we've got?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment. And it's also Access Humboldt has pinned the phone number, the meeting ID, and how to access and raise your hand to the live video feed. So people who are viewing this can access it that way as well. And I'll go ahead and we'll start public comment.
Thank you very much. So Supervisor Bohn, it's up on the screen already, so thank you, Mike. So if you are, I believe there is one
Estelle,
connection.
Kemsowski. I was waiting for you. It's a little lag in this system here. It's great. Like you say, it's already on the schedule. Had a really interesting open mic session this meeting before the meeting started. Just thought I'd let you know about that one. First, I want to say my condolences to anybody who's lost a loved one during this situation. And I don't want any of my comments to seem callous, but I'm going to be direct in some ways. It's such I'm a watcher. I watch things and I track things, and that's what I do. So I'm watching what's going to happen in Sweden, where they have no restrictions, is my understanding. Apples and apples or somewhere else. Now in Sonora, Mexico, my other home away from here, San Miguel de Hordacita, and that's our neighboring state in Mexico, they currently allow only one person to drive in a car. That's going to quite an extreme, obviously. You can only go to the city where you have your need to shop, but only one person. We normally pile 5 or 6 people in the car and all go shopping. You are limited to buy things like 3 things of soup, which I brought 100 back from my granddaughter. There's all kinds of different spectrums here. We're kind of somewhere in the middle. I was one of the first ones to wear a mask. When I'm in Trinity County, we have 0 cases. I don't wear a mask in Trinity County. Our biggest problem was failing to recognize, I believe, that they were all cruise ship oriented or tourist oriented. So here's my question for our health officer. When will the most critical tests be available on a large scale to the public? In other words, have I already had the virus or developed immunity? That's the critical question that all of us at-risk people want to know. Because if we have had it, and if you're whatever 95% sure, I don't know what it is, that we can't catch it again. I personally think having had it's going to be a lot better than any kind of a inoculation we can get to preclude it from happening again. That's just what I've seen. One of my biggest comments I have, and you can always learn from Hollywood, is I think with Jurassic Park, and they said nature will always find a way. It's so interesting that I think only other than a few cats in the Bronx Zoo, the human race is the only person who's affected by these kind of viruses that I'm aware of. Could stand to be corrected. So I think nature's going to find a way. I think we ought to just get on with our lives. I hate to have to say that, but I'm as big a risk as anybody else is, or not as big, but in the upper reaches. And it's time to move rather rapidly back if we can be tested and see if we've had it. I think a significant portion of us had it. If we haven't, we're in trouble because it's going to come back. It's wintering now in the other hemisphere. It will come back by flights and cruise ships or whatever in November. And so it's something that we're going to have to go through. And I don't have any faith. I've never have any faith in the flu shots or things like that. They're hit and miss. So hopefully nature won't find a way too much, and hopefully we'll all get on. Let's get on with our lives, do what we can, and find a few ways to mitigate. That's my outlook on it. And I think that the consequences are going to be way worse by not getting on with our lives than it will be by getting on with them as best we can. Thank you for my chance to comment on this.
Thank you very much. do we have any further comments from the public? Right. Yes, we do. Caller, you are on the air.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Colin Fisk with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. First, I just want to thank you, and especially county staff, for all the hard work that you've been putting in to keep us as safe and healthy as possible during this difficult time. My comment is about other temporary measures that the county can take to help further ensure health and safety of residents during the response to the pandemic, particularly those who are walking or biking either for exercise or to get to and from an essential job or other essential trip outside the home. I sent you all an email a couple of weeks ago with some suggestions, and this is sort of an update and further encouragement for you. So here's a couple of steps I hope that the county will take. First is to reprogram traffic signals, notably in McKinleyville, so that people on foot don't have to touch a button and risk picking up coronavirus in order to cross the street. Communities around the country have already done this, many of them, and it can almost certainly be done without investing in new hardware. So I would request that you take a look at that and also investigate options to address the same issue at pedestrian-activated hybrid beacons throughout the county. The second is, with notably less car traffic and a lot more people on foot and on bikes, I'd encourage you to look at options to reprioritize some of the public street space to allow adequate social distancing. And some of those options are temporarily widening sidewalks and or creating temporary protected bike lanes in locations with lots of pedestrian traffic and narrow or non-existent sidewalks and extra car capacity. Certain parts of McKinleyville and Cutton and probably other locations I think could probably benefit from that kind of thing. And we'd be happy to talk to staff or anybody about more specifics. Second is to work with residents to close some low volume residential streets to through traffic and allow free pedestrian use of those streets. This is a model that doesn't restrict the use of cars by neighborhood residents on the streets, but does reduce traffic and lower speeds, which improves safety for walkers. And finally is to work with law enforcement to conduct public education for drivers about the importance of yielding to pedestrians, possibly even going so far as to use plainclothes officers to test yielding at crosswalks and educate drivers who fail to yield. A lot of other communities around the country have done all these things and a lot of other measures as well. And I would encourage you to look at the website of the National Association of City Transportation Officials, which has a great list of measures that are being taken. These are all simple, low cost, and important for supporting local health, safety, and quality of life during what are really trying times. So I hope you'll consider taking action on some of these items soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I do see another line there, but I believe that might have been the previous caller. Ryan, is there any other comment on this item? Please.
Yes, Chair Fennell, there is. I have unmuted the caller.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, can you hear
welcome,
me?
caller. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I reached out to the Joint Information Center, and I'm a small business here in Humboldt County. And I was recommended that I talk to the board, so I thought this would be a good place to do so. I've been following up with Newsom's talks, and it appears that one of the frameworks to reopen will be to maintain social distancing. And it sounds like things will vary on a county by county basis. And I just wanted to kind of bring awareness to businesses like myself. I have a skincare studio where I offer facials and waxing. I'm not in a big spa, but I just, I'm with one client at a time. So I just kind of wanted to raise awareness for people in businesses of my nature, like massage therapists, things that are really important for self-care, but of course aren't considered essential. I am governed by a state board, so I do use hospital grade disinfectants, and I can wear masks and continue to do things like this, but I cannot physically do my job from 6 feet apart. So I was just hoping to have some clarity surrounding that and maybe have some of these restrictions lifted for businesses like myself who see one client at a time, wear a mask, and also are using hospital grade disinfectants. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Do we have any more comments? And again, if you are watching or tuning in and you wish to comment, you can do *9, and the clerk of the board, Ryan, who I talk to all the time, will put you on. I believe we have somebody else on. Welcome, caller.
Hello, Thomas Mulder. I'm calling, commenting about this COVID-19 thing. I've listened to all the reports. Lots of things come to mind. Number one, I, feel sorry for anyone that's been affected, like medically by this or lost loved ones. But I share some of Kent's concerns about getting us back up and going. And then also the previous caller, I did not catch her name. As far as small businesses that only see one customer or client or whatever that may be at a time, we need to really, really try to focus on getting our economy back and going. I know there are some health risks in all of the report. There was a little bit of glitchiness a couple of times, but I didn't hear anything mentioned about the antibody test. I mean, there's a lot of reports and theories and studies out there that believe that this has already wiped through our county back in November and December. I know a lot of people that were pretty sick, that it does seem like the COVID symptoms. I mean, I'm not a doctor or any healthcare professional like that, but I feel that we need to focus on those kind of things. And when we say 2 years, I think it leads to a lot of hysteria. And I did not hear any mention about a long-term plan. We have lots of things coming up over the next 6 months that are important, and I didn't hear any idea of a long-term plan, but we mentioned 2 years, so I'm worried about the public being put into hysteria. Many other things, but I'm not going to take up past my 3 minutes, so thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. I know that there's some issues came up here that I'm be happy to hear from Dr. Frankovich. With, is there another caller on there, Ryan? It looks like there is.
Sure, that's all the comment we have for this item.
That's all the, okay, great. I will bring it back to the board and Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I should probably clarify a statement. I think the JIC is doing a great job. And I think what I said, I think the messaging is really good. I don't know, because I'm not a PIO or anything else. I don't know how we get the messaging out there. I mean, maybe we do a 10-page questions and we send it out to the masses. I know we're spending, we have a lot of efforts going on, but I just don't know. The message isn't getting there, or they're not listening to it. And if they're not going to listen, I mean, you can lead a horse, but you can't. So what I'm trying to say is, I wouldn't be getting the amount of phone calls, texts, and everything else if the message was out there, because when I ask the question, it seems like it's really obvious to you guys and not obvious to them. So we have a lot of concerned citizens, and Sheriff Honsal and I have talked at this at length. We have a lot of, I know there's a lot of information out there. I mean, there's 20 experts on everything on each side. There's no shortage of experts, but there is a standard that we go by, and our message isn't getting out there. Our message is great. When I say it sucks, I should say it doesn't. The JIC and the message doesn't suck. The delivery, getting it out there, there are people wanting information. Obviously, as Supervisor Fennell, there's a lot of people that have a lot of time on their hands, understandably. Now, with that, remember, we are the ones giving them, well, actually, we aren't. The public health and the governor are giving them that time on their hands. So maybe we should fill it with accurate information and get it into those hands if they have so much time. And that's, I don't want to take away from the JIC at all.
Sheriff, definitely go to you. I do want to say, yes, I think it's important also to remember, and this is a difficult message for people to hear, is that the information is unfolding as we speak. I mean, when health experts were dealing with this in the first place, there were 3 symptoms that they were looking for in terms of whether or not somebody was infected. Now there's any number more, like 6 now, I think, additional. So there's a lot of information that's still unfolding. And in fact, to reflect back, we get updates every single day. So we have to figure out if people are not hearing that. Sheriff, do you wanted to say something?
I'll just say something real fast. I appreciate, Rex, what you're saying, because you're right. I mean, we get the messages to Dr. Frankovich. All of you are getting emails and bombarded with messages, and and especially when we just push out information. So I just want to remind people of a couple things. One is that we dedicate our whole county website for information. HumboldtGov.org, the main page has all the information that is the latest and greatest for COVID here in Humboldt County. And so that is the source that people should be turning to. But we are going to radio, we're going to TV, we're going to print, we're on all social media platforms. We're sending videos. We're trying to be accessible as much as possible. But sometimes people don't want to hear what's being said. And so they're going to go shop for something else to try and provide a argument to what we're doing here. And I get that, trust but verify, right? And but the fact is that we have to go with the facts. Dr. Frankovich and I are dedicated here to do what's best for our county. And we understand these are harsh decisions at times, but these are decisions that we make for our county, for our people, in the best interest of public health at this time. And so we encourage the questions, and we would like to push the message out further. So if you all, Board of Supervisors, if the public has a better way for us to push out a message, please let us know. You can call 441-5000, give us that advice. Let us know how we can do things better, how we can push it out better. We know that communication is always going to be a struggle, and so we want to do this better. So if there's a better way, please let us know. We can change something.
I will reflect that over the time, the front page of the HumboldtGov.org has become completely COVID-19 with very good links, and I appreciate that. Dr. Frankovich, there were a number of questions that came to you during public comment. Do you want to comment on any of that?
Well, I know one thing that was mentioned a few times is serology, the antibody test. So if you'd like, I can just speak to that for a moment.
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, a couple things. The serology, basically, it's a test for antibodies, and the goal of that is to be able to see if you've had an exposure. So, for instance, if you've had measles in the past, we can draw blood on you and show that you have antibodies to measles. And so that's where this is going. And right now, the problem we have is that it's a really nice surveillance population tool in terms of getting a broad idea about how much might have circulated in your community, how many people might have been exposed. The problems with it right now are really twofold. One is that there are a lot of kind of schlocky tests on the market coming out that don't have approval and are not very good, and tests that can cross-react with other coronaviruses as well as other respiratory viruses. So it doesn't, it really can falsely make you think that you have antibodies to this particular virus. So that's a concern. The other problem we have is that even if you do a good test and we get a positive antibody for you, we don't know yet what that really means. We don't know whether that antibody you have is going to protect you from getting infected again. And if it does, for how long? And so, again, we're just very early in the serology, so it's important that we have it and develop it. And we're actually, the testing center that we're operationalizing now will have the capacity in not too long to be able to do that serology. So at the beginning, I see it more as a kind of a tool to help us with some surveillance, but hopefully we'll get a better understanding of how predictive it is for something that we would all like to know, which is, are we immune now and we don't have to worry anymore? And also would help us get people into the workforce, for instance, who are immune and use them differently. And so there are just lots of advantages to it, but we need a little more information for it to be practical on a person-to-person basis to help them manage their health better.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. Any further discussion? Director Stevens, you sat there for a long time. Thank you.
Hi there. A couple things come to mind. We all have friends, at least I'll speak for myself, that have small businesses that are severely impacted by this. And I worry for them. I worry for their families. This is a pandemic. This is what a pandemic does to a country, a world, a community. And we're in the middle of it. And it's not something that I think we've all experienced before. And so I just hope that what people take away from this is that when we reopen, we will have an increase in cases. What we're trying to prevent is being thoughtful about this, and the governor taking the time, the few weeks that he's been talking about. We don't know exactly 3 weeks, 2 weeks, what it will look like, but the time to get prepared. We need testing to increase. We need PPE for healthcare workers, first responders, for businesses to open. And taking the time to do that will help us to not be overwhelmed down the road and then have to pull back and do a shelter in place order again and impact families all over again. So I just want to say that it's a difficult time. There's tension everywhere around the pressure to open because people are hurting financially. It's very real for people, and we get that. And we also have a virus that is killing people and that could really overwhelm our rural community very easily. And so we've been doing tons of preparing for that, which is exactly what public health is about. We have an emergency preparedness program. The state funds that work in order for us to do pandemic planning like this. And so this is taking the time to do this now is what's going to save us down the road. I understand the desire for other jurisdictions and for ourselves to entertain conversations about going against the governor's order, especially when we're desperately needing that information, the concrete drill down of what types of businesses are going to be opening first in that stage 2. We desperately want that, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get that soon because everybody's pushing on of supervisors across the state. All of us public health directors, health officers, sheriff's associations, everybody is pushing hard for that and kind of frankly demanding it, rightly so. And I would just say that we've been really fortunate. The state has really, we've been barking at them for a long time to help us. And so the fact that they've given us, we are the first county in California to get this mobile testing site up, the first out of 58 counties to get this mobile testing site up. They've also given us an alternate care site. To go behind the governor and violate his order and do our own changes might burn us later when we need them. If we do this inappropriately and open too soon and don't wait the time that we need to wait to do this to where we're less impacted in terms of health impacts for people. People will end up sick, and we're trying to be really thoughtful about that. It's hard because to watch our friends and family members who are small business owners be really hit by this. And I understand the drive and the need and the demanding to open. I understand it completely. And it's the hard road that we're in right now to have to say we need to wait. And so I appreciate the support though from the community members that are reaching out to us and telling us and thanking us for they're sending postcards and letters and asking us to stay strong. And so, it's just acknowledging what everybody else has been saying, that this is hard and it's going to be a little while. Our normal is not going to be, I think everybody anticipates, or a lot of people anticipate, that we're going to flip a switch and, a couple cases trickling in here and there is okay. And so we can go back to life as usual. And what I think Dr. Frankovich is trying to express, and that I hope people understand, is that our normal is going to look different. We are going to be wearing facial masks in some capacity for a while, for months. Mass gatherings, going down to the Arco Arena in Sacramento for a sports game or a concert or, a basketball game, that is going to be down the road. Businesses opening will be sooner. What that looks like locally, we're trying to figure out as fast as we possibly can. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, Director Stevens. And I know that that it is incredible stress on everybody who's doing this. And sometimes I hear people say, well, if we just knew how many people could get affected, then we'd know what our odds are. But we're not gambling with something that is a known. We're gambling with something that is an unknown. Every day, what we're hearing is it's incredibly destructive virus. And I'll just say publicly right now that a member of my family, not in this country, in Europe, did get COVID-19. He's doing okay now, but he's a young guy and he was very, very badly affected. So we have to be really careful what we're dealing with. And everybody wants things to get back to normal, but we don't want to gamble with people's lives, or we don't want to gamble with an unknown. And I think we're doing really well right now in terms of rolling it out. And so if we can just stay the course, I think rural counties like this will do a whole lot better than San Francisco or LA or San Diego. We do have the space around us to keep us safe. And Supervisor Bohn.
Michelle, I appreciate that. And I'm not saying go all anarchy on the government, but I am saying maybe we could push the limits to maybe just oblige. And I think the sheriff is getting there, and I appreciate that. But as we say that, something as simple as, and this sounds silly, I don't golf, but golf courses. They're open in Sacramento. That happens to be where the state capitol is. That's where Governor Newsom lives. And they're open there, and their public health officer is saying that they are meeting all the guidelines. And he went out there, I think, and made a visit himself. So I think as we're going forward, little things like that, where somebody, I think, stir craziness for a lot of people, and I don't care either way, but there are a lot of that's probably 20% of my calls. Why not golf courses? So I'm just saying, you know, they want to ruin a long walk and golf. I think that's fine, but I mean, I think little things like that we can be a little less authoritarian, you know, on, and maybe let them have a little leeway, because we're really good at putting a lot of orders out there. And I know we are, I know we're looking at that, but maybe we could put as much effort as opening things. And I appreciate gambling with people's lives. And I know when you put that out there, it puts it in a different perspective, but we aren't gambling with their lives. We're setting rules for them to follow. If they don't follow, it's kind of like 65-mile-an-hour speed limit. If they get in a crash doing 90, that's not our fault because we built the highway to drive 90 on. It's their fault because they didn't drive 65 miles an hour. So I think that's where they make the choice after we give them the open ground to do this.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Supervisor Bohn. I think, and with regard to golf courses, we've heard a lot from golf courses. I think that those will be one of the ones that are considered as we go into this. But there are other people that we want to hear from, like that woman who called in public comment. And just on that note, we do have one more public comment, and since I didn't actually officially close it, I will allow this one other public comment, but then I will close public comment. Hi, caller, you're on the air.
Hello, thank you, Supervisor. Mike Johnson in Fortuna.
Hi, Mike.
I was calling to speak to what Supervisor Bohn and Dr. Frankovich said regarding the big box stores and groceries. And they also have shoes and clothing and appliances and toys. And we have business people that have invested time and effort and dollars into opening a business and reinvesting in the community, and they're closed, whether they shoe store or a clothing store or a toy store. And I heard what Dr. Frankovich said about not looking so much at what's essential, but as to what makes sense. And there is a very good opportunity for these businesses to open if they're selling the same items, but being cut out. The big box stores are taking that, and they can, if we can see a way to work to where we can allow the small local businesses to open, as Supervisor Bohn said, it would go a long way towards building goodwill in the community also, and saving some of the businesses from perhaps going out of business, as we've already seen some close up shop for good. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And again, we are now closed on public comment. So I want to thank you very much, Dr. Frankovich, Director Stevens, Sheriff Honsal, Director Adair, for all of your work. And we'll obviously we'll have more information by about noon today when the governor hosts his press conference or whenever that is. And we'll be, just please join with us in responding to this, making a good case for Humboldt and a good case for your business to be open. Supervisor Madrone, you're on mute. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hadn't had a chance to ask any questions. I'm sorry this is going a long time, but I was trying to be a good listener. So at any rate, couple of questions for you, Doctor. Let's see, you indicated that you're using a science-directed approach. Can you talk about the model or the risk-based assessment you're basing your decisions on, and what led you to use this model?
Well, generally just, I guess, going forward, what we kept talking about was sort of essential versus non-essential, and then talking about the I don't know, the kinds of businesses that you might focus on first. And as we had that discussion, really across all of us, the policy group and public health, EOC, and at the state level as well, is that it really just seemed to make more sense to not, as we try and come out of this, to not sort of not do, I guess, a values-based judgment on businesses, like what's more important or whatever, but more what businesses can operate in a safe manner. What are lower risk to the community? What's medium? What's higher risk? What businesses can be restructured to deliver similar services in a different way that will work? And so part of the challenge, I think, for the business community is to look at their operations and go, on a day-to-day basis, we don't do all this stuff. We wouldn't operate that way, but can we? Is there something we can change that would let us do that so we can open sooner? And so that's, I think, what we're looking for is, I don't want to evaluate the social value of what you offer. I want you to be able to just tell us how safely can you operate in our community and get up and running.
Great. Okay. No, I appreciate that. And the sheriff indicated there's going to be a survey sent out to us supervisors on, which businesses to open up and what kinds of care to be taken, all that kind of stuff. I appreciate that, Sheriff. One of the constituents suggested that we figure out a way to send that directly out to businesses. And I know Supervisor Bohn talking earlier about the difficulty of getting the message out. You're right. If people take the time and go to that website, everything's there. But we all have different abilities in regards to online actions and activities. And so whenever we can push stuff out directly from the JIC or whatever, in this case, directly to businesses, that takes a step out of it of us as supervisors having to do that. I use about 8 different Facebook accounts: Willow Creek, McKinleyville, Fieldbrook, Glendale, Trinidad, West Haven, and I push the messages that you all send out and the links via that platform. And that seems to work pretty good, but I'm not that good at that. It's been a steep learning curve for me to learn how to do postings, how to do links. I know for some of you, it's like a piece of cake, right? But I think some of us are still struggling that. So anyway, it's just a suggestion. If we can figure out how to try and push that out directly, I don't know if that's possible.
If I can answer that just real fast. So the idea was for all our county leadership to get involved in this, and
yes,
and for them to, so the information was emailed out last night, and there was some attachments on it that you could send out, or you could create your own kind of spreadsheet or informal poll to your specific districts. The idea was we wanted to get some specific information from each of the cities and county districts, so you guys can help shape this. If we sent it out blanketly to the whole county, we could have very, very skewed numbers on what people want. People can, give us, take the poll, multiple signs, multiple email addresses, and those kind of things. So we wanted to get some specific information, and also get our county leadership involved in this. And so what we'll do is like the email said last night, you have information shared there, but we're going to give some specific links to you all for your districts that you can track, report back to you, and that you can then provide that report to the JIC individually. So you will see those numbers from your district. You will know how, your district, would like, for you to act, and then you can report back to us your specific numbers based upon the input you get from your district.
Perfect.
That's great. I assume that was the case, but I really appreciate your explanation for the public. Thank you, Sheriff.
No problem.
That's all I have right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass?
Yes, thank you. That was really helpful, Sheriff, because I was kind of curious about that. And I will just say, since somebody brought up golf, Supervisor Bohn, and I know I've asked this question, and I'm sure I've frustrated both doctor and sheriff, but when other counties have moved forward with golf, the governor has basically given it the go-ahead. I know Ventura County specifically, he said it was okay. So I hope we can leave here today and go, well, if that doesn't seem to be something that the governor is getting upset about, it's hard for me to explain to others why our concern is still there. Or maybe it's just how we roll it out. But just saying, that is one of the things we hear the most of for some unusual reason.
And so we did, if I answer that. So we did have initially, golf was a part of, people could golf as a part of the first order. It wasn't regulated. And then after that, we started getting multiple complaints. And so of you all, as reported back to me, complaints about golfers and the lack of social distancing and things that were occurring on the golf course. Now, so there was a part of the restriction in our public health order to add that, and that's in there currently. And you're right, the governor has made it known that's not a part of his overall strategy. That's one thing that I guess things could be lifted, but one specific thing out of our public health order, out of all those things, are we going to change the public health order just for that purpose? It seems like to me, when there's so many other things and businesses out there, to change a whole order just for one thing would be kind of difficult to do and tolerate, especially when today we're going to hear from the governor and hopefully have some kind of light or some kind of guidance on the next phase. So I'm asking people just to be patient on that. In the meantime, we have been in touch with the golf courses. There have been a lot of modifications that are made and are going to be made when the golf courses do open up. And so we believe that in that next phase, there will be some great social distancing, physical distancing, things in place that will assure that you can play around the golf without, potential of exposing others to potential virus. So we are making steps, but it's hard to say out of all the things to change, we're going to change golf and only golf as a sign of goodwill at this point in time. But Dr. Frankovich and I and the policy group, we're taking everything in consideration and we'll try to make the best decisions based upon that input.
Supervisor Wells. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, something that you all have asked as far as, a policy group yourselves of how you can help. The governor mentioned in his press conference yesterday that he's having meetings with California Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Association, and CSAC on issues around businesses opening. And I would just, it was very clear on Sunday's call that Supervisor Bass was referencing that the county supervisors that were on that call were asking very explicit questions around why not golf courses, why not salons and barbershops. And so, to the extent you have access to those conversations and can lift up those conversations to the governor's office as far as what businesses you're getting calls about. Ventura is interesting because what we've been hearing on our side is that they really pushed back from the public health and health officer standpoint on the golf course and basically felt like they had to do it. And so it wasn't the governor, he also commented about the beaches in Ventura County this last weekend in Orange County and people not socially distancing and it takes our own behavior to really get through this, our behavior as individuals. So for you all, the messaging that you can do around continuing to ask your constituents to follow the order in terms of social distancing and then lift it up to the governor's office, and lift up the things that you're hearing from your community as well. That's helpful because we're doing the same.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we had a caller call in about, some of the ideas of where some places have really opened up streets in terms of, well, closing them to through traffic, but to local traffic only, because we have closed off a lot of parks and places for people to go. And I want to really think about that as in some of these areas where we could be doing these sorts of things to make open spaces for kids to be riding their bikes around and other things, and safe spaces that are close to the home without having to get in a car and drive someplace, into places that, quite frankly, we have closed off, parking areas because it's unsafe in terms of how people were interacting in those spaces. And I think, I want to tee into this golf conversation and the equity part about that. I mean, we spent a bunch of time talking about making open spaces available to people who can pay to be there. And we're not really talking about, activity. We're talking a lot about businesses, but there's a lot of cultural activities in our community that we should also be talking about. And this is not just businesses, it's actual interactions within public space that we need to be talking about as well, in terms of like what we consider opening up and the safety of that. And again, I just don't want to have so much emphasis on the private side. There needs to be some equity in terms of those available services or availability of public spaces to everybody. So I just want to just make sure that we're just being, across the board, being good about, I guess, equal in that frame. But I mean, I'm not against opening up more businesses necessarily in the framework that the doctor's talking about, which is based on the ability of them to provide safe, interaction or non-interaction. And we need to really, and I'm glad that that's really where we're starting to get to. But again, safety's number one. We're doing well because we're doing it well. And if we think about how we're going to do this, I do get plenty of constituents that are also really concerned about this discussion about opening it up. There is a whole nother side of the community that has concerns about that and anxiety about that. I think we should be recognizing them too in this conversation. So I appreciate it. This has been a long discussion, so I'm over and out for this one. We'll talk about it later.
Dr. Frankovich, you look like you want to say something.
Well, I was just going to say quick to that, Supervisor Wilson. I think part of that discussion about the cultural and those other aspects is really important. And I think a lot of that is going to be guided by the crowd size too, right? So I'm thinking as we get sort of a better idea of where that will go, because if we can allow, when we can allow 10 people versus 50 versus 200, that's going to help us be able to open up a lot of those things as well, which I think are really important to do. And I like your point about people who are concerned, because again, we're getting a lot of feedback from people who are, nationally it suggests that, 70-something% of people want us to be cautious, want us to do this as best we can in a safe manner. And we're certainly hearing that here as well. So there is some balance there.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think, and I appreciate that, Mr. Wilson. I think when I say the golf course, what I'm saying is some are public, some are private. I'm fully aware of that. But I hope that slides into our green open spaces, because I really have noticed that the green open spaces are being used quite a bit, at least the McKay Forest and places like that. And I think the elephant in the room, and not to throw them under the bus, is I think if you're doing it safely and you're distancing, Ventura and Orange County beaches, I saw that last weekend too, and they had to push back. I understand, fully understand, but our beaches weren't 83 degrees last weekend. So I kind of drove by out there and noticed our people are pretty well socially distanced out there, nor are they running over the beaches. So I think as we open things up privately, our public areas are going to open also. But the other thing is back to what I was saying, is if they go out there, is what's the enforcement going to be if they are doing their 6 foot, they're doing their distancing, and they're doing what's right. I'm beginning to think that somebody with their family out, going on our public lands are probably not going to end up in much trouble, except maybe a warning if they violate any of the order.
I see you nodding your head there, Sheriff. Do you want to say anything to that?
Just the fact that we recognize, again, we live in a rural county, lots of open space, and our order is a lot less restrictive than a lot of other orders. And so we do have the ability to travel to recreate here in our county, and we do have a lot of places to do that. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy we still have lots of open space on our beaches. The parking areas do get congested, so we are enforcing some parking issues in different places. But overall, when we've checked the beaches, when we've checked the areas where we've gotten complaints, we have people that are socially distanced and sticking with their households and not expanding beyond that. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all this community and everything they're doing. So thank you.
I want to thank you very much. I do want to echo a little bit what Council Member Johnson said for tonight. I think it's important that we remember that those big businesses do carry items that the small businesses could be selling. So, excuse me, good point. Let's think about that when we're looking at the businesses. Thank you very much. I think we'll go on to the next item. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going on to the next item, which is public comment on non-agenda items. And again, you have the numbers on the screen, and if you wish to speak, you can press *9, and we will unmute you. You can give us your comments on items not on the agenda. We do have a very full agenda today, so chances are most of them are on the agenda. For those who who would like to speak on items not on the agenda, Ryan, do we have anybody? That is,
sure. You have a couple public commenters.
All right. If first person who's unmuted will speak up. Welcome to
Estelle, it's Kent Sawatsky. I don't think we have taxes on the agenda today, and I'm executive director of the Taxpayers League, and I'm reaching out to both the county and to other municipalities to offer, trying to put together a deal for a transportation tax. The Taxpayers League is in favor of good taxes. And so here's what I've been working with and trying to put out. I want to let you know, we may even get longer deadlines to get these kind of things together. So don't feel like we're in a big crunch. We can always ask, but we want to work with you for this November. And what we're looking at tentatively, we're throwing spaghetti here, is a transportation tax. For you to be a self-help municipality or entity, my understanding is all we have to have is a 1/4 cent sales tax with a 10-year sunset, okay? And so we can support working, and I talked to Tom Madsen, I've been talking to other people around, a tax for transportation strictly for the purposes of I guess you'd be your general things, such as filling potholes, chip and seal, micro grid seal, and culverts. We want to be very specific, and we want to go ahead and try and put together deals with all the municipalities, including the county. Now, this is not a countywide tax where you're going to tax the municipalities, they'll tax themselves. But in talking to Tom Madsen, there's in excess of $1 million. Our tax base is going to the floor here. A lot of people say we're going to take a 30% sales tax hit. That's Measure Z funding. You'll have nothing left for roads at all the way you've structured Measure Z. So we're reaching out during this time, probably a one-time offer, fire sale thing for this November to try and put together tax. Of course, I got a hold of Jeff Hunterlock, and he has concerns. So we're going to try and work these all out and move rather rapidly if you're interested. So please work with the Taxpayers League. We're not strictly no taxes. We are strictly in favor of well-run taxes. And we'd like to have, again, citizen oversight and an input from everybody involved in this process. So for those of you who don't have my phone number, you can get it, I'm sure. And I'd like to discuss this with all of you on a one-to-one basis. And let's get past some roadblocks and fill those potholes, take care of our roads here. We need it. We're willing to work with you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have another caller who wants to speak on items not on the agenda. Welcome.
Yes, this is Thomas Mulder. Multiple items. First off, number one, I've been saying this for over a year. I would love to see the Cannabis Subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors get together and bring forward a proposal to amend personal use for cannabis to 200 square feet for parcels under an acre and 500 square feet for parcels over an acre. It's something I think even more so with the downturn in the economy, it'd be very, very important for people to be able to cultivate their own medicine, and it's just something important. Number two item, 320, I brought up this about your 326 meeting, the Brown Act violation. I can't find anything on your website to make a formal complaint. I made a verbal complaint. I have not seen anything else. Specifically, when the chair prompted the tax collector more questions that were outside of COVID-19 staffing issues that was agendized on CAO update. I would like to know some more resources on that. 414, I appreciate my public comment that wasn't read into the record as the agenda stated it would be is now attached. Thank you for that. Number 4 is I disagree with the tax collector requiring an online affidavit. In the meeting you guys had with the tax collector, it sounded a lot less formal, and this one seems very, very formal. Number 5, I want to remind you, closing an office and not accepting cash payments up until a deadline and then charging late fees is discrimination, in my opinion. So more importantly about taxes, Wilson brings up some good points about equity as far as people that, free access to open spaces. And Kent, that's a great idea about taxes that actually go directly towards roads. So I support that idea. And thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comments on items not on the agenda?
That is all the public comment I have for items not on agenda.
Thank you, Ryan. That way I will bring it back to the board and we'll go to matters initiated by board members. This one comes to us from Supervisor Bohn, and Supervisor wants to look at a modification or the modifications that we have to Resolution 2027 related to emergency response pay. Supervisor Bohn?
I apologize. I brought this forward. I know we had this 2 weeks ago, and I apologize. I kind of get a feeling that most everybody that's coming in that's actually showing up to work, and I don't know what that percentage is, nor did I get it, of how many people are actually showing up to work. I know Public Works, which I don't see here. I know our office is here. But I think if somebody's leaving home and coming to work and actually getting here physically, I think would qualify for the 5%. And because they're commuting, they're here, they're having interaction with people, not necessarily the public. I look forward to that day happening soon also. But, and that's kind of where I went, because I heard from a lot of people that are here every day that don't qualify for this 5%. And then some people that do qualify, and they couldn't differ what their job requirements are. And I know this isn't a popular thing to bring up with management, but I'm kind of just looking out there for input on it and an answer for our employees that are leaving their homes, because we have a lot of people working from home getting full pay, and I appreciate them for taking their time out and letting, working from their homes and everything else. But we have a lot of people that are showing up 2, 3, some 5 days a week to do their jobs here, because this is, I know I've heard that a lot of the building and planning can't access a lot of things from home. So they have to come in or they just don't handle it. But I've been hearing that issue arise. So, I mean, I'm one of those guys, I don't like to work from home. There's too many distractions. I'm better off. I come in here and nobody's around here. So I tend to be here probably more than I need to be, but the computer's here and I've got a lot of access, and I don't have that great of computer availability at my house. So that's where I brought it up. If nobody thinks it's a good idea, but I mean, there's a lot of people on that list not getting that 5%, I think, that deserve it, especially everybody that shows up to work.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I'd like to talk with CEO Nielsen and also Director Barnes, maybe for the costs related with this. I'm thinking, I hear what Supervisor Bohn is saying, but I'm just wondering how long we would do that for. Would we tie it for going into phase 2 where there's more? I mean, I don't know. So anyway, is there, CEO Nielsen, can you give us some comments on what that would cost the county?
Sure. Well, let me just provide a little additional context into what the 5% emergency response pay is. It is for those working directly on emergency response in the Emergency Operations Center or Joint Information Center, or providing direct services there too. Deployed to field operations that interact with members of the public, custodial operations, or transportation related to the emergency. So this was definitely intended for those that were responding to the emergency or having direct interaction with the public, such as a child welfare social worker who needs to go into a home to provide services to a family. Expanding this to staff that are reporting to the office, my rough estimate, the cost would probably be about over $300,000 a month. I would ask your board to, so let me also step back for a second. Part of the reason that the emergency response pay came before your board is because other California counties were doing some similar things to help incentivize folks coming into the workplace to help respond to that emergency. And also because Cal OES would likely pay 75% of that cost. Expanding this to all staff who are coming into the office and not necessarily responding to the emergency would likely, possibly not be reimbursable by Cal OES. So that's something your board should take into consideration. Does that help answer your question, Supervisor Fennell?
Yes, it does. And Supervisor Beth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I missed when CEO Nielsen mentioned this about other counties. What are we seeing other counties doing that are starting to get some of the same conversations? Are they pulling back? Have they decided that it is reimbursable? What is the current activity that you know of in other counties?
So for example, Lake County is currently exploring something similar to what we're doing. Napa and Sacramento counties have actually pulled back their emergency response pay. In fact, Napa only did it for 2 weeks and then said they were not going to do that anymore. And we won't know if it's 100% reimbursable until Cal OES submits a payment for reimbursement back to the County of Humboldt.
Okay. Any further discussion on this from the other supervisors? Okay. I'll open it up to public comment. And again, you press *9 in order to talk to this item. That number, I think, is up on the screen, but you can do it if you want, Rex.
Chair Fennell, this is Kent Sawatsky. I did have a conversation with Supervisor Bohn this morning regarding this particular topic. And, I did have the question. Your staff report said the amount of cost would be unknown. So I appreciate some time was taken between a staff report and this so that we can understand potential costs. My main question was, is it reimbursable? And I would hate to say something, we're in hard economic times. I think we all realize that. And if you're going to go ahead and we're going to go for 3 months or something at 300,000, you're headed toward $1 million, which I think we're going to need for other purposes. So I'm totally in favor of opening all of the county offices up with all of the county employees with social distancing, and if they're dealing with the public mass or whatever criteria we have to have, get them back to work just like everybody else. So here, I think it's a pertinent question. Have we had a single county employee die from this virus? I think the answer is no. Don't know if we've had a single county employee infected by this because this is HIPAA and we're not privileged to that. But I'm guessing if we have, it's either zero or none. So I think it's time to go back to work as a county, just like I spoke for the public things with the correct procedures. And I just would hate to take a risk on not getting reimbursed on something that sounds like it's kind of sketchy. So I really like to see our employees back at work, physically at work. I think productivity. There's been mentioned to me such things as the title company has to FedEx things upstairs to get things recorded. And that to me is ridiculous. I mean, if we can't facilitate escrows and things like that moving forward through our recorder's office, there's something wrong with our procedures and protocol for this kind of thing. So let's open it back up, limited. As Mr. Mulder said in his prior comment, people need a way to get their cash into you, and you need to facilitate that, whether it's using Coast Central's drive-up window with a special account or some other kind of way. It's totally unfair in our cash-based economy for people to be penalized. And I think you're opening yourself up for litigation. I'm not, just a little bit of fatherly advice. If you don't give people equal access to pay their things and then penalize them because you didn't give them access. But let's open this thing back up. Sooner the better. That's my recommendation on this topic, and not go after the hazard pay anymore. Bye.
So.
And any further comment from the public on this item, Ryan?
I have no further public comment, Estelle.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn.
So I was pretty sure this was going to be dead on arrival, but knowing that we have this number now, how much, and this was going to be for people that don't have it. I mean, we have a lot of people coming in that aren't considered essential, but they have no other reason. They have to come in to work. So, I mean, I don't know where that is. And I know that in the contract, I believe, in a situation like this, don't all employees become emergency workers if when a crisis hits? Isn't there a little clause in there or something? And then the other option would be, since you came up with the number with $300,000, is this for the additional people that are showing up, the $300,000, or does this include the people that are in the JIC? And the other thing is, what percentage of our workforce, since you have that number, is actually, because this is only going to be when they show up. If they show up 2 days, you only get it for those 2 days. What percentage of our workforce is actually showing up physically to do their job compared to working at home or taking the sick leave, the extra weeks of sick leave we have? So to come up with your $300,000, we must have those numbers, just for the public's sake.
C.A.O. Nielsen, do you have those figures, or does Director Barnes by any chance?
So 50%, so let me clarify some of the statements. So in the agenda item that came to your board the other week, we estimated that 50% of the staff fit into this category to receive emergency response pay. And that was approximately $300,000 a month, $98,000 coming from the general fund. So let me clarify that. So if we were to give this to all of the other staff, that would be an additional $300,000 a month for a total of $600,000. So the other thing to clarify is the disaster service worker. Many of you, yes, as a county employee, as a government employee, folks take an oath to become a disaster service worker. And those folks are currently in the EOC and the Joint Information Center. So not everybody has been placed into that disaster service worker role. Many of the county departments have been able to have folks working remotely or do alternate shift work. So there's plenty of space for social distancing in the workplace. Does that help clarify that question? No. So what else would you?
How many people? How much of our workforce is? You said 50%. So, and I don't 50% of what? Half of our employees are coming in and working. On site. How many are we actually making or are having to show up on site?
So that would be about 1,000 employees. You have approximately 2,000 employees, so about 1,000 employees are showing up.
Okay, and then how many? So 50%, 500 of those are getting the 5% then?
No, that would be 1,000. So you have 2,000 employees, and we estimated that 50% could receive the emergency response pay.
Okay, and how many of those are already getting the emergency response pay?
So we just implemented this, and so I don't have a report out of the payroll system, but again, we estimate that about 1,000 people will receive the emergency response pay. And that is an estimate until we can pull the pay code report out of our payroll system, which we can do at a later date, but we don't currently have that. And I see our HR director who may want to provide some additional information.
Welcome, Director Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to concur with Amy that, you know, this was a new code that was created in the system. And so, and it was a new incentive that was recently added. So what we can begin to do is actually pull some numbers based off of the last pay period and perhaps the pay period that we are going to be working on next, so that we can provide some context to the question that's being asked.
Great. Yeah, Supervisor Bass.
Yeah, it's quite a fascinating conversation because, you know, on the one hand, what Supervisor Bohn says makes a bit of sense until I look at it in the bigger picture, and I'm kind of thinking, so are we talking about, you know, we've been talking about opening things up. I believe when the sheriff instituted the mask order late last week, one of his comments was, it's time to open government back up to the people. And that indicates people need to be here. It also means we're wearing masks. We were taking measures. And so I'm from what Supervisor Bohn is saying, and obviously, you know, we haven't been able to really discuss this ahead of time, but just because someone leaves our house and comes to work, it's harder for me to be able to feel as good about it unless they're also not going to the grocery store or doing anything else, which is probably more risky than coming here, I would think. But there are segments of you know, the employees who have been emailing us, and some kind of make better cases than others. But I think what we're seeing is we're going to see it get construed so far down to the nth degree. I don't know how we can, and without having an idea of how much is reimbursable, I don't know how we could actually do this without having some sense of what the financial repercussion is. And so that's my conundrum right now. And I know we're trying to get it from, you know, the CAO and Ms. Barnes. I just don't, you know, we can't expect them to pull numbers out. We don't want them to just pull numbers out of nowhere. So I'm just curious what the others say. I mean, in concept, I understand it, but having seen what Napa County, if they really have pulled it back, I'd also be curious, you know, the reasons for that. And something just fell off my wall. I guess that's time for me to hand this over to someone else.
I think, you know, the key here is that the concept behind the 5% was for people who were working in situations that would expose them to dangerous conditions, whether it was they were too many people together, or whether they were out in the field working with the homeless, or whether they were doing social work at the health department. Those kind of things was what I thought we were funding, as people who we were asking to go that extra mile. I get it that it is asking a lot of our county workers. I just want to, I reiterate what Supervisor Bass is saying. We want to know what the bottom line is. That's what the voters, that's what the taxpayers want us to do. And we're right now, we're going into a time where we will be tightening our belts belts. There's no doubt about it in my view. So do we want to at least clarify whether or not we would get that 75% reimbursement before we extend that payment? I mean, we can always do it retroactively. People are being paid. CAO Nielsen.
So we did have communications with Cal OES, and for those, so many other counties already had emergency response pay provisions contained in their MOUs. County of Humboldt did not. And so it's possible, they said, that we would be reimbursed for emergency response. So I think when you take it outside of emergency response and expand the emergency response pay to folks who are coming into the workplace to do their day-to-day normal job responsibilities and functions, that limits our ability to be reimbursed by Cal OES.
Yeah, okay. All right. So where do we want to go with this discussion at this point?
I think we were dead, like I was told, it was dead on arrival when it got here, and not a thing has changed. So it was asked, answered, kind of, and let's just tell them to keep showing up, and we appreciate them.
Great, and we can do, we can do some further digging. It would be my wish that we could at least find out if there is room for people. I'm trying to figure out, I do know that some of our staff have come in, and in that case, for instance, with regard to putting these meetings on, that kind of thing, when we were practicing social distancing. So there are there may be cases to be made by people, but maybe not the whole 1,000. I would think that was a big estimate, because quite a few people are working from home. So let's keep open to that as well. So do we want to, so you're basically saying, Supervisor Bohn, your question's been answered, or do you want to make a motion, or how would you like to move?
It wasn't my question. I think the employees that were concerned has had their question answered.
Okay.
So hopefully that they have heard you loud and clear, and they will, I'll leave it at that. Good job.
Okay. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's worth keeping in the back of our minds as we move forward to try to determine what tweaks could be done if this is something we're going to keep. It's just having it, blanketly saying, I didn't feel quite as specific to you. It's a specific job title or class, or this is what these people do, is another thing that just gives me hesitation at the moment, not knowing what it is that someone feels is the risky situation, or the, it's kind of like we're looking at things for level of risk now when we're looking at opening things up. And so I feel like there needs to be some type of assessment in there. And I think it's interesting to know that some places do have it in their MOUs and that we don't. So,
well, I would, what I think I would like to see is that, as I mentioned, people are being paid. So this is kind of extra. If we could take a note of the people who have requested this outside of the people who are already getting it, get an idea of what that looks like, and also get an idea if there would be reimbursement, then I would say, if we're not going to have a motion, that we could at least do staff direction, or direction to staff to come back with some clarification on the situation. And again, I would say, where I'm looking at that is that there's a certain point, we are going to be opening up more of our offices, and I'd say that would be the cutoff point. So I would either ask that you take that as direction, or I'd ask for a motion, either way. Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm not going to propose a motion. I think that, your direction is fine, as long as we all nod forward with that in terms of just keeping tabs on the situation externally. I want to, really commend all of our workforce for whether they're coming in or staying at home based on the safety and and those sorts of things on a case-by-case basis. I think it's we're all moving forward. I did, not everyone is, there are folks that were part of that, that 5%, but there's also the hazard. People already have hazard. Some employees are already covered under hazard pay, and they have a choice between those two things. And that hazard pay is based on some thresholds related to what they're doing. And I think that that's we have some of those thresholds exist, and I think that the CAO can and our human resources can adapt and work with folks related to that too. So I'm happy to further this conversation at a later date, but I do think it's a bit, it's just not baked all the way, I would say.
Okay, so at this stage, so you got staff direction to staff. Our next item is a fairly meaty one, let's say, and I have had a request for a bio break. Technically speaking, Ryan, I don't know that we're set up for that, except that we might all just shut our mics off, or you could shut them off, and we would shut our videos off, our cameras off, and come back in 5 minutes. Could that work, or do we have to
I will mute everyone, but I just ask that you shut your videos off, and then we can come back.
Okay, I'm going to be very, very, very precise about this. So we're going to come back at 11:30. I hope you'll be there to join us. Thank you. So it is 11:30. I'll give my colleagues a few more seconds, and you can watch me put my AirPods in. Great. Okay. So I see that we've got Supervisor Bass on, but we still don't have a quorum. Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bohn, and Supervisor Wilson came in out of what looks like the desert there. I'm not sure.
Malel Dunes in the 3rd District.
Well, okay.
The skeleton forest.
Can you do that trick again? That was kind of fun. Okay, great. So we are back in session, and as we mentioned earlier when we were doing our update on the COVID emergency. A lot of what we're discussing today actually is somehow related, and this first item certainly is. And I welcome Kenny Spain from the Headwaters Fund Board. And this item is again coming to us from the County Administrative Office. It is Headwaters Fund Board recommended temporary amendments to the revolving loan fund in response to the COVID-19 business needs. So this will be including a number of special items that free up some more money, significant money for our local businesses. So CAO Nielsen, are you there? My goodness.
I am. I was just going to let you turn it over to Kenny.
Oh, okay, great. So Kenny, please take it away. And thank you for being here.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. So yes, Kenny Spain, Executive Director of the Headwaters Fund. And this is a recommendation from our board. We had a special meeting and have trying to put funds in the hands of, I will first say their names and then use their abbreviations after that, but the Arcata Economic Development Corporation, ADC, and then Redwood Region Economic Development Commission, REDEC. And this, in order to get funds to them, we've taken a number of actions, and this request today, the recommendations from the board are to make amendments to our lender agreements, the master participation agreements with each of the two entities. We have a resolution that will revise the Headwaters Revolving Fund Manual in appropriate areas that will be affected by this change. It is a temporary request of up to 6 months, and at that time we'll come back to your board with an update and ask for an extension if we need, but at this point in time, or adjustments. And at this point in time, we are asking for your board to approve the 7 items listed in the recommendations. And they are, we have an existing revolving loan fund, and with $7 million that's made available to ADC and REDEC. They each have $3.5 million of that is available to them. When the epidemic started or pandemic started, they each had about $1.5 million on hand, and they've gone through a significant portion of that already. We are asking, if you see item 4, to ratify the emergency advances that our CAO and CAO Nielsen and the auditor controller, Ms. Paz Dominguez, also that they let's see, ratify the advances that we made to ADC was $1 million and $500,000 to REDEC in order to get money in their hands immediately because of the huge demand that they were facing. And we'd also looking at transferring $2 million from the Headwaters Fund Community Investment Fund over to the revolving loan fund for additional lending capacity for the two entities. And 1 million of that 2 million would be specifically for the SBA Paycheck Protection Program. And as everyone's probably seen, there was roughly 350 million originally available there that went out fast. There was another 310 that was made available, and that is going fast. So it's really important that in order to help our local businesses, we be able to put funds into ADC's hands. So that 1 million would be specific to PPP, Paycheck Protection Program. And the other would be available for that or for gap funding, depending upon which demand is needed first. And the half of the 1 million that is for gap lending would be available to either entity depending upon demand. And so I really want to commend the ADC and REDEC for working as a team on these. REDEC has been taking on all of the small loans, and they have done, 43 loans that they either have made or have in the pipeline, and ADC has done another 38. Together, they put out over $6 million already of the 10 that you see down below. We also, another $50,000 was committed by Rio Del to add to that $10,400,000 total you see down at the bottom. And we were also in a conversation still with the city of Eureka, discussed the project and what we're doing with the city manager, Dean Lauder, yesterday. So let's see. I'm trying to go fast because I know you're really behind. So do this as quickly as possible. But AEDC, Greg was just texting me. And let's see, he said the city of Fortuna for 150, they are on that list. And so we have really gotten a countywide response. We will continue to work to reach out to other jurisdictions and to make sure that monies are going out countywide to assist our small businesses. And as you know, the banks are also, most of the banks and a couple of the credit unions have access to PPP. I did want to note that the Locality Credit Union, Southern Humboldt Credit Union, has been a participant in the design of this project ongoing. They came in real early, and it's kind of an offshoot from the CERC, that the COVID Economic Resilience Committee that, I think we're up to over 80 members on that, but there's a handful that have been participating, and those are the entities that have provided funding, and then Locality. So it really has been a quick turnaround. Wanted to say thank you to Deputy Counsel Amanda Freeman for making herself available at evenings and weekends. We've been working together for almost a month to get all this package together. As you can see, it's rather voluminous, and we've crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's. And I do want to stress that it is not a new program. It is a revision to an amendment to the revolving loan fund, and that it is allowed under our extraordinary project criteria, often referred to as Section 37 in our manual, in our charter. And so we are just really happy to be able to get this money out to our lenders, and the lenders out to the businesses. And I hope that your board is able to approve all 7 requests, and we would be, like I said, reporting back to you within 6 months as to the success and the need to either make changes to the program, to the RLF, or to find other ways to maybe even find additional funds. So that effort will be ongoing, and it's been a whirlwind process, and it's being successful already. So I'm really happy to be able to report that back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kenny. I mean, I reflect on this, and I just want to say that a lot of times people really don't understand what all of these committees do and all of this stuff that is part of running the county on a regular basis. There's also the vision that went into the charter of the Headwaters Fund that allows us to make these kind of changes. And here we have one of the most amazing challenges that anybody could have envisioned. And I'm really appreciative of the work, as you said, of people working night and day to come up with a framework so that we can help the community just here on a local level. So I really want to thank you and everybody else that's been involved in this, and thank you in advance for all the more work that's coming your way.
Yeah, no, it's been like you said, a great effort, and I did have a note, so I will share that as you just did, that to recognize the founders of the Headwaters Fund, because to have the insight to do this, or foresight to do this, was an important piece. Without that, it would have been a slow process and stretched out for months. Last year, we made changes to the manuals, if you remember, and it took 2 staff members, I think 3 or 4 months that we went through to get all the way through all of that. And that was just 3 of the manuals. We've revised all of these, primarily just Amanda and I working together, and with guidance from CAO's office. Amy and Karen were really helpful. Alicia's been helping me a lot on this. So yeah, it's been a group effort, and it went together fast, and it's turned out real well. It's an omelet, but not fried eggs.
Fantastic.
Tastes well.
Fantastic. So, and I would open this up to the board for any discussion at this point before I open it up for public comment. Anyone? Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair.
Kenny, great job. All the work you're doing there at Headwaters as well as AEDC and REDEC. I really appreciate the rapid response. Lots of kudos for that. This doesn't really threaten our principle that we keep set aside in Headwaters and then working off the interest. So this is still really working off the interest, or it may be loans that dive into the principal to some degree, but you guys have a very high standard of assessing risk with the loans along with AEDC and REDEC so that we're maintaining this account, because I know in these kinds of emergencies and situation, there can be a tendency to kind of loosen things up a little bit. And I'm not sure we want to do that. I think we want to maintain this account for the long run, while also helping every business we can. And I know you guys do a great job at that. So thank you. No real question there, just a comment.
Appreciate it. Yeah, the PPP program is 100% guaranteed. You do have to wait for the guarantee to come down, but those are pretty much assumed to come into place. So yes, very secure program, and we'll get a share of the fees that the ADC receives on those, and then the rest are just our normal gap lending.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any other comment before I open it up for public comment? Okay, Ryan, I'm opening it up for public comment at this point. Again, for those of you in attendance, you on your phone, press *9, and you will be put in the queue to give us some feedback on this. Ryan, do we have any public comment on this?
Estelle, guess who? Are you a good guesser? Ken Sawatsky.
Ken Sawatsky, yes.
I wanted to really thank both Kenny and Scott. We're lucky to have those two extremely sharp tools in our tool belt, especially during times like this. My question was already answered. I guess a good share of these will be underwritten by the federal government in the PPP segment, and so that's fantastic. Strongly support you doing this. Use whatever money we can under our discretion during these times. And again, consider getting back the money from New York City. I think we had, what, $5 or $6 or $7 million back there we should have in our hand. It's going to take years to get it back because it's invested in a cyclical manner. But let's start that now. My understanding is we need a local bank. So if you know any bankers here to pay the same interest rate they're paying back in New York City, and that's the only thing that's precluding us from getting the money back here. That's my impression from talking to our treasurer tax collector who handles those funds investing for us. Check directly with him, find out what the constraints are, get more of it back here as quickly as we can, put it to work with our fantastic project staff. Like you said, that's what this money was for, and it's never been needed more than it's needed right now. Thank you for what you're doing on this topic.
You bet. Thanks, Kent.
Any further public comment on this item, Brian?
Chair Fennell, I have no more public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Sure. I'd like to just start this off by making the motion that we move forward with the 7 recommended items here.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? I do want to say again, very huge thank you to Headwaters Fund, REDEC, the AEDC, and also to Fortuna, Riedel chipping in, all working together. We're keeping this whole county afloat, and and we've heard issues with the money getting out from the federal government, but I think that we're creating the foundation right here. So if there's no further comment on this, I'll go for a roll call on the motion before us. Roll call, please, Ryan.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Affirmative.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
10-4.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Estelle. Yes. We're playing with our eyes. Okay, so thank you again, Kenny. Really, really appreciate it, and really please pass our appreciation on to anybody who's been working with you and hasn't watched this meeting. Thank you very much. That'll bring us to our next item. It is a resolution amending Resolution 19-45, establishing the Humboldt County Cannabis Microgrant and Loan Advisory Committee. And we'll get, this is also from the CAO department, but I believe it's Scott Adair who'll be leading this discussion. So I welcome you, Director Adair.
Hello, yes, thank you, Chair. Just checking my audio coming in okay?
Perfect.
Great. Well, coming back to your board live from the Emergency Operations Center, and if you don't mind me just coming at you with a 30-second deviation, one thing that I forgot to report on when I made my update earlier is what we call affectionately here in the EOC, the Good News Report. We've become very good at sharing and reporting on all of the very scary and serious critical damages and economic losses that we've incurred as a community. However, I'm very pleased to report that as part of our economic recovery efforts, through our partnerships with local agencies and local lenders, we have made 528 disaster loans to local businesses as a result of COVID-19. All of our local partners and agencies together have leveraged almost $100 million in funding to make available for local businesses. And over 1,500 employees, Humboldt County workers, have been provided some sort of relief or aid or assistance with regards to unemployment services. And over 1,100 businesses have been contacted either by our team or by our partner agencies. So just wanted to share out that there is good news out there as well. And with that, I apologize for the deviation. Chair Fennell, I'll move on to the item. This item before your board is a recommendation from staff to amend the resolution that created the Humboldt County Cannabis Microgrant and Loan Advisory Committee. One thing that keeps me awake at night, and I'm sure that it's something that all of you have considered, is that our cannabis industry, as critical as it is to our tax revenue, when you consider the amount of tax revenue provided to the county by our cannabis industry, they do not have access to many of the same stimulus funding through the CARES Act and through other business resources, because that funding is federally funded, or those programs are federally funded. Therefore, it's incumbent on us to move these microgrant dollars for Project Trellis out the door as quickly as possible and get that into the hands of the cannabis applicants. We're coming up on roughly a year now since your board adopted the framework for Project Trellis. What staff is recommending is that your board allow for the language in the resolution concerning the operation of the committee's purpose be changed and modified to read that the committee's purpose is to rank, review, and score applications, and to direct staff to provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. That committee work is already done. The committee has met on 4 occasions, and they have had the applications in hand, and they've reviewed, ranked, and scored them. We also were able to receive oral presentations from most of the Trellis applicants who came and made proposals and answered questions with regards to their applications, and those were received by the Project Trellis Committee. So adopting this resolution will help to expedite funding recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. If your board adopts the changes to the resolution today, then staff will go back and take all of those scores and the comments and the reviews that have been put together by the committee, and we will assemble the final funding recommendations and then bring them back to your board at your next meeting. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Well, I certainly do. First of all, I want to thank you very much for moving this forward. It's kind of interesting that cannabis is seen as an essential, so that was good for businesses so they could continue on. And move forward. But at the same time, there are quite a few impacts, and as well as that, we have the equity fund. So these people who will be looked at had already put in their applications for the micro grants and loans, and happy to be able to help them, because they're probably even more impacted since they don't have things up and running. And then I would also like to hear you discussed a little bit the equity fund because I know we have good news on that as well. And I'd like two things. First of all, for you to tell us what the good news is. And then secondly, to tell us how you're going to be making decisions based on that particular fund and how quickly we can get that rolling out.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair Fennell. The County of Humboldt last year in October of 19, there was an award notification from the state that the county had been awarded $1.3 million in equity funding. There was another award notification that came out on April 20th of this year that the county is eligible for another $2.4 million in equity funding. So our team is working rapidly to put together a process and program so that we can release a NOFA or a notice of funding availability for Project Trellis equity funds. I should point out, I know that there's been some consternation and frustration in the cannabis industry regarding the time delay between the first announcement of equity funding, which occurred in October, and where we're at today. Humboldt County just received on April 9th the check from the state for the first funding announcement. So it did take roughly 6 months for the state to actually get the funding into the hands of the county. Now that we have it, we can move forward in the form of a NOFA. And I can share that the majority of that funding, and we have put together a budget for it, which was required by the state, and we will post that budget online, is intended to be set aside for grants and loans specifically to equity applicants and licensees.
And I know that when we were first talking about applying for the equity, we had to make the case that Humboldt would actually be eligible for equity funding. And I think going back into the history of their criminalization of marijuana, Humboldt had a lot of stories and put a good case forward. So I'm glad to see the state recognize that. And I will want to hear how people can go with that. But first, Supervisor Bohn, you had a comment or a question?
I don't know if I'd consider it a good story, but Scott, I think for the listening public, could you please clarify where these equity funds are being sourced from and how the state is at what pool of money that money's coming from, so people understand exactly who paid this money in that we are going to be now using for this.
Yes, I'm happy to share that. So the equity funding and the announcement of that funding is a result of Senate Bill 1294, the Equity Act grant. And it's the industry who is essentially paying into that program. It is coming from tax dollars and revenues that have been appropriated and set aside from the industry to pay for equity disbursements out to communities. So it's somewhat similar to our own Project Trellis program, which your board adopted in March of last year, which is an allocation of existing cannabis tax revenues to go back into programs to support and bolster the cannabis industry.
Thank you very much, Scott, for that clarification. Is there any discussion from the board on this item?
No discussion from me other than to propose or to make the motion that we seek to amend the resolution 1945 as recommended.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion before I go to public comment? Again, a reminder that with public comment on these virtual meetings, if you would press *9 on your phone, you'll be unmuted and you can join us to give you an update. I can see a couple of familiar numbers here, but I don't see either one of them live yet. Ryan, is there any public comment on this item? Well, there you are, Ryan.
Yes, Chair Fennell, we have 2 public commenters for this item.
Okay, thank you. We'll take the first call.
Estelle Kinselowski, I think I wore the store 9 off of my phone today. I'm going to have to see if I can get reimbursed for that. And I'm assuming Mr. Mulder will be speaking after me on this particular topic. And we may agree to disagree, and that's fine. That's the level we work together at, and not in opposition. I've always cautioned that these funds, again, even coming from the state, your Measure S fund, of course, which I think we have in litigation, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but these other tax funds, if the federal government decides to not want us to play, to continue to be involved in what they still have for a federal illegal thing, and I'm not going to say whether I think it's appropriate for them to have this particular product illegal or not at the federal level, but I always feel these funds are potentially at risk for clawback. And I've always said before that if you really want to make yourself bulletproof with your funds, that you basically give the Measure S fund and other things rather than for all these other purposes, which may be wonderful, to your law enforcement as far as remediating your black market. That's just the same fatherly advice I'm giving you on both of these funds, including the equity funds that are coming in and your Measure S funds. That's just a precautionary thing. And of course, I'm not pulling these things just out of nowhere. There are very reputable people who deal with different levels of the law, including prosecutors and attorneys, and they've advised me that this is always a potential that might happen. I just want everybody to be aware. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for my time on this topic.
Thank you, Kent. And we do have another caller. I believe it might be Thomas. Welcome.
Hello, Thomas Mulder. I just want to get some clarifications that are in that staff report. The process in which this is where we are at, I know I support wanting to get the money out as quickly as possible, but in meeting for multiple hours in this committee, I, for one, felt it appropriate to turn in my scores before the verbal comments, because I viewed this as a two-pronged interview type thing where you paper screen people, you get a score sheet, and then you do the in-person, and then you deliberate as a group. The committee has never had the chance to deliberate, and the fact that we could just give a score, it was later decided by county council that we could give a total score, so technically we wouldn't even have to go through the applications and read them, which I can't even tell you how many hours going through all of them. The process needs to be better moving forward. We need a better framework. I think there should be a paper screening process where you take the top 2/3 and then you have them present to the board, the committee, and then a better process. I support getting the money out quicker, but I'm going to tell you right now, the process in which we're going right now isn't the best. There is a great presenter that's in the top 14. I think amazing project. I think it would be perfect for the social equity part, but it's in the top 14. They did a really, really good presentation, and they're probably going to get funded possibly in this grant thing, which in my mind, the grant was more for the smaller mom and pops that are struggling to get by, that are in licensed right now, not waiting to be licensed. That's my perception and my opinion on it. I pray that through this county Zoom, maybe this committee can start meeting and get some of the frameworks in place for the social equity piece, so that way they can issue a NOFA and get a more positive approach going forward. I figured, at the end of the day, the Board of Supervisors holds the decision just like any other decision. It's before the Board of Supervisors, but I'm just going to tell you, in my opinion, I don't feel it's the best process in which it's getting to you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. So any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that's all the public comment for this item.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ryan. So I would like to go back to the actual resolution itself and discuss the therefore on there. So this is in response to the emergency. Is this for a limited time, or is it as we go forward? Because I do hear what Thomas has to say in terms of the committee having a chance in future iterations of this to have more feedback. Scott? Look.
Hi, yes,
There
Chair Fennell. I think that would be up to the discretion of your board. I'm not sure if County Council is on this call. If they want to comment, they can. We can certainly look at whether or not a change of this nature to the resolution can or should be changed once we're well past the pandemic. I can tell you that the process for Project Trellis was modeled after the Measure Z committee, but Project Trellis is a new committee. And committee member Mulder, who's on the Project Trellis committee, he is correct in that there are improvements that need to be made. And we've stumbled through a bit in the beginning of that process because it was a new committee process and we were building the framework as we were moving forward. This proposed change to the resolution is just one step in expediting that process, especially for an amount of funding. The total grant funding for this is $180,000, and the committee has already met on 4 occasions. And if we were to go into extended or additional deliberations, because there are 70 applications, could meet an additional 2 or 3 more times. So in terms of maximizing resources, it is a lot of meeting time for an amount of funding, which is relatively, compared to other grant committees, small. So we will continue to work with the committee members and your board and the public to find ways to improve the process as we go. And I believe that when your board approved Project Trellis in March of last year, that was the understanding all along, that this was a new program, it was a new project, it was a new committee process, and that we would improve it and refine it as we moved forward.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate that and appreciate Thomas bringing it up. And I think that the other thing to remember is that we will be passing, based on the motion, we will be passing the resolution, but this will be coming back to us next week with the list that is prioritized by the staff based on the input from the committee. So there will be another chance to look at this. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and it could come back, but I hear Scott say and the Mulder say that there are things that have to be changed, and they also don't have an end date or a start date. So I mean, because we are reacting to kind of like we're doing here on a Zoom. So I don't know why the Zoom isn't available to them, but this pandemic thing. So if we're going to react to something when we lift our order, shouldn't that be in the resolution? That's when this change goes away. I mean, and if there are things amongst the committee, I don't know how you do it. I guess they could send them to the director, not send them to each other to see if they're palatable to add, because it's not a perfect system it's not a perfect system, I heard. But with that being said, the Measure Z committee came through, made their recommendations, and they were accepted 100% last time. One of the first times have it, but they had multiple meetings. So I didn't quite understand that if you've had 4 meetings, and if you have any more meetings, that $180,000 doesn't cover the administrative costs. I mean, I was a little confused on that, because at that rate, we're at $45,000 a meeting. So you guys must have good groceries at them. But what I'm trying to figure out is, when we get this brought back to us next week, shouldn't be a finished product with everything you've talked about today so we don't keep adding things?
I do want Scott to answer that.
That was to Scott Adair.
Yeah, thank you.
That question was to Scott.
Bohn.
Thank you.
I know, thank you. So I do want to say that this is all geared towards getting the help to the applicants as soon as possible. Scott?
It's still coming back next week. I don't think I'm taking the money from the applicants, so.
Yeah. Scott?
Yes, so we would take all of the scoring and the ranking and comments for the applications and all of the review that has been done by the Trellis committee thus far. And then we would put together recommendations, which at this time, based on the metrics in our analysis of the scoring, would allow for funding of the top 14 applicants out of the 70, and would fully, out of the 180,000 that is available, would fully fund those applications. And then your board would have an opportunity to review, deliberate, discuss, and approve or reject those at your meeting. And then that would enable us to immediately go into another NOFA period for a second round of funding. And then, yes, we certainly can convene the committee again at that time via Zoom and talk about other improvements that can be made to the process. I don't know that we can, if what your board would like to see is that we identify and make all of those recommendations for improvement at once and bring it back to you in one package, we would need some additional time to go and have meetings and discussions with the committee and with our committee chair.
Thank you, Scott. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ryan, if we could have a roll call on that, please.
All right, Chair Fennell. So you will have a roll call vote starting with Supervisor Bohn.
You bet.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate the work and the suggestion to move forward with this. I know that people will be happy. I hope they will.
You bet.
Thank you. So that will bring us to the next item on the agenda, and this is coming to us from the County Council. Council Billingsley is here, and we're going to talk about the affirmative defense to eviction ordinance, urgency ordinance. Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. On April 6th, your board discussed, had preliminary discussions about an eviction moratorium, and direction was given to my office to prepare a draft ordinance and share it for public input. There's a draft ordinance attached. I'll give you the key points. It applies to all residential tenants of any dwelling, unit, or mobile home. It restricts any eviction for a period through the duration of the local emergency plus 90 days if non-payment is due to COVID loss of income or medical expenses. Some official comments were received, which are attached to the agenda item. Generally, the Association of Realtors is supportive of a payback period, but not of the actual moratorium. Legal Services of Northern California had some edits to the language, and on the policy side, they would prefer to see it apply more broadly. They would like to see a 180-day restriction as opposed to as it's currently drafted with 90. And they would also like to have no fault evictions included. As currently drafted, it only applies to COVID-related evictions. I did receive various other public comments. They generally seem to skew from landlords. I saw several comments that they said 180 days was too long. I'm not quite sure because that's not what's proposed. But I did see that comment that that period was too long. And then obviously on the tenant side, there was support for a longer period, 180 days. It's not highlighted in the agenda item, but earlier this month, the Judicial Council took action on this as well, and I want to highlight that for you. So for the period of the governor's state of emergency plus 90 days, the courts will currently not process any unlawful detainer actions. So those cannot be processed through the court at this point. I have seen that out in the community, people have been getting 3-day notices to quit and things like that, but those actually cannot be enforced right now. Then I would just open it up for board discussion. I'm here to take all your policy direction.
Thank you. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can you go a little more into the no fault evictions that some people have asked to have included? What exactly falls in that category?
That would be an eviction based, it's not on failure to pay rent, it'd be on something, say your lease is up and the landlord wants to rent it to someone else or they want to convert it. It would just be something non-related to non-payment.
Then my other question is, what if somebody hasn't paid already for like a multitude of months prior to COVID-19, and if something was already in process. Just wondering if it stays that.
Right now, the courts aren't processing any unlawful detainers moving forward. If there had been one filed ahead of time, that may still be able to go forward once, right now the sheriff isn't enforcing them either. So those may still be going forward. I don't know that this ordinance could solve that problem.
All right, thank you.
Any other supervisors wish to comment on this item or question? Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, thank you, Council. Did you have a chance to review the City of Eureka's ordinance that they passed?
Yes, when I was drafting this, I looked at their initial ordinance, and then more recently, I've looked at their amended ordinance. There are some, our ordinance, our proposed ordinance is not the same as theirs. They do have the 180-day period. They also include no fault eviction. And they also have a prohibition on any sort of late fees that could be charged to the tenants. Let's see that. And theirs also applies to commercial property as well as residential, which is something that wasn't part of what was originally suggested by legal services.
Okay, so the basic differences are that theirs has 180 days, ours has 90. They've got no fault included, we do not. Theirs includes a requirement for the owners to notify tenants, ours does
That's
not.
true.
And then there's no late fees. Also, sewer and water connections was covered in theirs. It was not in ours directly, but sort of.
Yeah, Supervisor Madrone, the governor put out an executive order on that point, so I didn't think it was necessary in the ordinance. But that is
fantastic, great.
I will say their 180-day period is a little bit different. Basically, the prohibition on evictions only goes through May 31st, but if you're on a payment plan, then you have 180 days. Ours is written that basically there's a prohibition on evictions for 90 days.
That's great. Well, I think perhaps the most important thing to let the public know, whether they're landlords, tenants, or anybody else, is that nothing in our draft ordinance or in the city's ordinance or anybody else's orders from the governor or anywhere else does it say that people are not going to have to pay their rent. You know, and I've gotten a lot of comments from landlords that are very concerned, and they've had tenants coming to them saying, "Oh, I don't have to pay. I'm good. You know, the state's covering that or whatever." And I just want to make that perfectly clear to the community that may be watching, listening, or any news that might come out after this meeting that, number one, everybody's still going to be responsible for their rent. What we're trying to do is not end up with a bunch of people evicted out on the streets, causing increase in spread of the virus, things like that. And so we're trying to figure out a system to provide clarity to the landlords and the tenants on how that might work. But there's still a responsibility to pay that rent at some time. It's just a question of when. And if people have even half the rent or a quarter of the rent, pay it. You know, don't just start spending it on other things, because this rent will come due. And so I've gotten comments from landlords and tenants on both sides of this. And those are just some of the things that I wanted to make very clear right out of the gate here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess maybe this is for Jefferson to try to get a little clarification, and maybe I misheard what he said about the 180 days, I think, that the city of Eureka has. You mentioned something about May 31st, but then you mentioned 180 days if there's a payment plan. And I'm not sure if that means that the landlord and the tenant have an agreement that it'll last 180 days, or can you help me? Maybe I just misunderstood what you said and I just need some clarification.
Let me look, but I believe if they've set up a payment plan, then the landlord should not move forward with the eviction. And that can be a 180-day payment plan.
Okay, so then that kind of makes it sound like it's an agreement between the two, that a plan is in place, correct?
Yes, one second, I'm reviewing it. Yeah, well, it doesn't even require a specific plan, but if they have paid within 180 days, then the eviction's not supposed to be processed.
So if they paid one time in 180 days, I'm just trying to get clarification, because to me, it actually made sense if there was a plan with the tenant. And that's what I'm just kind of, I mean, if there was an existing payback plan, that 180 days might make more sense.
It just says unless they fail to pay within 180 days.
And I think the thing we have to remember is that both the 90-day figure and the 180-day figure are beyond the emergency. So it's after the emergency has been lifted. I think that that's important for people to understand as well. This is in place as long as the emergency is in place.
Oh, and Supervisor Bass, I'm sorry. The default payment plan under the Eureka ordinance is 1/6 of the rent to make up for that period. So that would be the proposed plan.
So, and also there, I think, points of clarification here, because I've gotten feedback also from the community, from people, you know, we talk about everybody being affected by this pandemic. The landlords are too. Sometimes there are landlords that just, that's their only income. You know, they may have one place that they can rent and that is their income. And so they are now in a really difficult position as well. So we really do have to take that into consideration. Also, there are people who, because the courts are not processing, who are being exposed to problem tenants who actually went through the eviction process, but now it's kind of stalled. So there are a lot of issues, but what we're basically talking about right now is relief from people who can't pay right now. And as Supervisor Madrone said, that will become payable as we go out of the emergency. Supervisor Bass, did you? No, good. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, Jefferson, how much on section 3 we talk about the evidence demonstrating the tenant's inability. And we hear so much about the people that are so tragically laid off or on furloughed or on unemployment. And then we hear that they're getting a little bump from the federal government plus their unemployment. They're doing pretty well, but they can actually say, I'm laid off due to the COVID. Can the tenant ask, I mean, can the landlord ask, are you getting unemployment? Are you getting those? Are they going to have to say they aren't or are? Because a lot of people are getting, and then the issue that comes up, I've heard, and knowing full well, landlords always put up with, if we stretch this out that 180, they can stretch it out that 180 however they want. And then they can decide not to pay anymore. And it's a 60 to 90 day eviction process to get through the courts, even longer now. So you can't get into the courts. So you could actually have somebody for 2/3, 3/4 of a year, not getting, you know, any close to what their income should be. So how much evidence do they have to is it like evidence that we have to give our tax collector to not pay the taxes, or is it just verbal, or do they have to have written, is there a form?
I don't think we have anything formalized yet. They just have to submit proof to the landlord that it's related to either medical expenses or job loss. I mean, what that could look like can be developed, but the ordinance just speaks to that it can be given to the landlord and it may only be used for purposes of applying this ordinance.
Do you think we should have a blanket form for them that if we're going to go this route, that will stand up to, you know, some sort of visual discretion?
Well, I don't know that the form would be submitted to us. It would be between the tenant and the landlord.
Fully understood, but we're putting the form out there. Should we develop the form?
Well, we could give guidance on what could be sent back and forth between them.
All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I have a few questions to start off with. I mean, I put me in the 180-day zone as in favor of. I think that's a reasonable amount of time, especially if it's within delineated chunks, like the 1/6 that was proposed by the city of Eureka, and I guess that's because it's 6 months, and I would say that defaulting on that, even in that 1/6 in the first month, would, I suppose, default on that agreement and would start that process. So it would give some protection, I think, to what Supervisor Bohn might be concerned about, which is, does it all collect and then it's just paid off at the end? I think Supervisor Bass also mentioned something, to that effect. So clarification on that would be something I think would be good. And also, I think we're also getting into a zone where I'm not really sure what the lifting of the emergency order, when that is. I mean, I don't even, that if that's 6 months out, right? And someone has been unemployed for 6 months and not receiving assistance enough to have put something into this or whatever, then that's doubling their rent on the backside of this is basically where we're getting to. And so I would have some concerns, about that time frame. And also, as we're talking about, opening up, it's not just a light switch on and off. It's more like a dimmer, right? And so it's hard to know whether or not when that is lifted, is everybody back to work or not, and those who are not still have some vulnerability in this situation. So that's why, for me, I'm more inclined to go with the longer time frame, because I'm feeling like we have a bunch of unknowns on the upfront part. I'm also inclined to think that commercial leases could also be covered as well under this sort of thing, if we're trying to protect our small businesses from having to be, if it's one more thing that we can do to protect them. I'm also in favor of so far, in terms of the discussion of the no fault within the emergency time frame. I think part of it isn't just like exposing people to having, moving around, but in terms of like the disease, but also exposing people to to having to move at a time when you can't really even, there's just, people aren't necessarily showing as many properties for people to move into. I mean, it's extra challenging, I think, at this time to try and find a new place to live for folks, especially if everyone's protected from evictions. Add that onto the list. Not like, I don't think we should be encouraging that necessarily, but understanding that, that things are at a slower pace. And then the no late fee, I think, is interesting too. I think that's not knowing what late fees, I know what a late fee is, but the individuals and what those arrangements are in terms of their lease agreements. And what I'm hoping for is that, people aren't, wouldn't add on late fees extra to maybe, month-to-month leases or something like that, in order to try and recoup in terms of that sort of situation. So I don't know, those are my concerns about where we're going with this. I think we're off to a good start, but that's kind of, those are my questions and concerns.
So any further discussion on this, Supervisor Bass? And then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Jefferson, for taking this on. I know that we had, at the last conversation we had about this, we had asked to reach out to some of the folks at the realtors and others who are in landlords. And I know that we did get some feedback. The one I'm seeing is that they'd rather just have the 90 days. I'm curious if you can provide any more background in what else might have come from those conversations, as far as looking for ways to try to bridge any, bring things together a little bit more than just what we're seeing so far.
Supervisor Bass, the more official responses I received are the ones that are attached to to the agenda item. The other ones were just sort of there were some very informal emails that were sent to me. They weren't very specific. They just kind of fell on one side of the issue or the other.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to make it really clear. My interest is providing clarity to owners as well as tenants. And the better we do that, the calmer everything will be. So I care about both parties. And I'm thinking that, I do recognize that if a tenant were to not pay any rent during the emergency and then not pay any rent for 6 months, as Supervisor Bohn and others have said, that could add up to a 9-month bill that goes unpaid for that owner. That's not good. That's a bad thing for the owner. I get that. So I'm just wondering, and it makes sense that if we're going to give tenants a right to protection or a eviction defense, there's responsibilities on the part of the tenant as well. And so what if we required the tenant to provide evidence, as suggested in here, to the landlord of an inability to pay because of loss of income or exceptional medical costs, and they need to provide that evidence within 30 days of rent being due. So that if 30 days go by and they haven't provided that evidence, that seems like a substantial amount of time for somebody to say, I lost my job, I filed for unemployment, I haven't gotten it yet. These are the situations. But if they can't provide that in 30 days, I don't know why, maybe it could be 60, but whatever. I'm just thinking that if they don't do that, then why should they then have the protections of an eviction defense, right? And it provides a protection to the landowner from somebody who might just try and rack up 6 to 9 months without paying. So I'm just trying to think this through and think, is there something we could add here that wouldn't be too onerous for tenants? It would just ask them to be responsible, but it would provide some protection to landlords. And in that case, I would absolutely be supportive of the 180 days. I'm supportive of the no fault piece being added back in, the late fees being covered, and making it commercial and residential. So those are kind of where I'm at right now.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, as we're reinventing the wheel, why don't we just go to the state order on his notice? Because, why don't we go to him? Because he actually, bank statements, payroll stubs, letter from your medical provider. There are a lot of things that are required of the tenant to give to the landlord to verify what they're saying. So if we go to the state order, I'd like to see the state order of clarification on because we're allowing people, and rightfully so, to get some relief during this COVID moment. And I think if we actually ask them to take a few minutes and show them their layoff notice, show them their bank and say that they don't have the money, to do some clarification, because all of a sudden we are asking the landlord to become a business partner with the tenant under full agreement that within 90 days, you're going to be able, after this order is lifted, you're going to be able to pay. Now, with that being said, the saturation rate or the rental rate right now is nowhere near 100%. And with a 25% drop or more of enrollment at Humboldt State, I think there's going to be a lot of available housing on the market. So I think as a landlord, I'm pretty sure 95% of them are going to do everything in their power to keep that person in that space, because it's a lot easier to keep them in the space than go find somebody new, move them in, move them out, clean, polish, get everybody ready for a new tenant. So I think we could work a little more with the tenant and the landlord. So we're at this point, but I think he's going to need some, basic evidence we don't have in here, except a note from his mother. I think we have to be more clarified on what we expect. And the governor's order has pretty good clarification what the landlord should expect from the tenant.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you. It's funny when you have this conversation, it's kind of like, you know, it's just, we know that some people will take advantage of the situation on either side. And it's unfortunate that we have to worry about that at times like this, but that's, we have to try to look out for both sides because of it. Something that I don't think we've talked about, or maybe it's out there and it wasn't as clear as I needed it to be, but since things aren't going to be going back online at the very same time, like some industry is going to open up sooner than others, are we going to be looking at something down the road for that person who, just because a stay-at-home is lifted, does not mean that their job is there already? I had someone from the public ask me this, and I didn't have an answer for it. You know, because there could be some that have an extended period of time that they are not able to get their, you know, their checks, but then again, at the same time, they could be receiving unemployment. So I'm not sure if there's anything we plan to do for mitigating circumstances if there was something that, you know, came up like that. So just wanted to ask to see if that's been contemplated.
So and a question I had, and I'm not sure who can answer that. Is there relief for landlords who are, you know, in this whole time not getting any income? Included in any of the federal or state packages? Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, I believe that Supervisor Bohn, and last time we talked about this, April 6th, I think it was, mentioned, and I've seen this posted online, that somewhere around 70% of most mortgages are with Fannie Mae, and the federal government has allowed for a 180-day period for payment of those mortgages. And so that's part of what drove the 180-day timeline. That was one of the reasons, and that was written about in the legal services information that was provided to us before and recently. But there are those 30% that aren't, right? So how does that work for them? That certainly could be a big hardship, but a substantial portion do have the 180 days. Not everybody.
But also it's not everybody, it's not that everybody who's renting is actually renting just to pay mortgage. It just, you know, there's lots of different reasons to rent. But Supervisor Bohn?
Oh, the 70% number, I don't remember saying that. And I think, and I don't know if that's for multifamily housing. I know it's a pretty high number for single unit housing. I don't know what it is on the multi-unit housing, because most of the people that I think go through private, but I guess it's out there. I'm just saying is I would like to incorporate a little more of the state order in here. I keep hearing we have to follow the governor's orders on this SIP. And then when we get to something that we're not, it's okay if we go against the governor's orders. So I'd like to go against the governor's order across the board, but that's not going to work either. So I'm just saying, I think the landlords have every right, and I fully support the tenants that need this. But with that being said, there are a lot of people that have suffered through this consequence, but they are either being furloughed and getting paid at home, or they're getting the unemployment checks, the increased unemployment, and the federal stimulus. So hopefully, I don't think maybe this won't be as big an issue. And I fully stand behind most of the landlords want to work with somebody that's been a good tenant in place.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, we're going to have a lot more come the fall and through the summer, obviously. Well, actually now, when you take a look how many houses are empty in the neighborhood that used to have students in them, and they've gone home. So I think we're going to be seeing people go after and try to be great landlords because they're looking for those good tenants. So I support the 90 days, and I think that's and remember, that's the 90 days after this order is lifted. And you got to remember, we heard 6 months, 9 months, we even heard 2 years before we're through this. And I don't know if the order doesn't get lifted for 2 years. So I think we better go with caution.
So thank you, Supervisor Bohn. So Council Billingsley, the idea that we've discussed a few different options here today, do you feel like you need some more time to come back with the final product?
Chair Fennell, yes, I would need time to draft something consistent with this, although I'm not sure that there's consistency on what the board is looking for, so that puts me in a difficult position.
Maybe you can incorporate the draft. Maybe you could come up with a couple of alternatives that we could vote on next time.
It did seem that there's a lot of interest in at least the way the city of Eureka has kind of laid out how the plan works. So I can base it on that with and try to incorporate the comments from the board. I mean, the difficult part would be the timeline. It could always be set for something like 90 and then be extended, or it could be set for 180 right from the beginning.
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines actually, but Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, I was just thinking that there may be some agreement on how to move forward, or at least 3 votes or more. There certainly was 2 votes, I guess, for 180 days. But what I was saying was that if we're going to give the 180 days, let's put some responsibility on the tenant to provide evidence on a monthly basis, not just once. Oh, I'm out of work, and therefore it goes on for 6 months. If they were to provide evidence monthly that they either lost their job or a letter from EDD says, we're processing it, but you don't have your unemployment yet, whatever, then we're holding the tenants accountable on a monthly basis. And I would think going out 180 days would be a good idea. That's what the city of Eureka did, and many other people are looking at. But I agree with Supervisor Bohn that we ought to further define what that evidence is. And I agree we could just pull the stuff out of the governor's order for what's good for evidence. So if we could do that, if we could have the definition for evidence, have a requirement for the tenant to provide evidence on a monthly basis if they're not able to pay rent, 30 days from rent being due, it gives them time to gather their documentation, then 180 days seems reasonable to me. Is that something we might be able to provide clear direction on?
No. But as you said, you only have to count to 3. I just think the governor's order calls for 60 days. We're going up quite a bit on that to 90 days. And we're asking for, some proof. And I fully believe, and maybe this is just me, to take this out of it, if they're a good tenant and they're making an effort, every landlord I talk to says, if somebody comes to me, I'm going to work with them. Now, and with that being said, without naming names, who I relatively think is the largest landlord in Humboldt County has done 2 evictions in the last 4.5 years. Before COVID, 2 evictions. So he says he has mastered the art of working with them or letting them know that this doesn't work out, they're going to have to leave. So he doesn't go through that process. That's a smart landlord who knows how to, because evictions are expensive. And once you start that process, you give them 60 to 90 days to hang out. So I'm just saying, I have a little more faith in the landlord tenant relationship than some of what I hear the rest of the board. And I'm willing to go with that landlord tenant relationship, just because I think the big part that's happening is we're going to have a lot of units available coming up, because we all know why, because between CR, we don't even know if CR and Humboldt are going to be open in the fall. But I don't think we're going to have as many people coming here because of that, because all of a sudden I would have probably been a good idea to invest in an online college, because that's what they've all become. So I'm good with the 90 days and the governor's orders and freeing up and giving them a little leeway. So the tenant, we put a lot of the effort on the tenant and the landlord, but that's only 20%.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I talk about what I was going to, Jefferson, when Supervisor Bohn was talking about the state ordinance, oh, your picture just moved to a different place. you put your hand up like you did something. I didn't know if you meant there was a different time frame. I think the Supervisor Bohn said 60 days, and I wasn't sure if you were trying to signal that there was some other number there.
Supervisor Bass, as far as policy direction, this is an urgency ordinance, so it's a 4/5 vote. So that's why I'm trying to
That's what the 4 was. Got it.
Input.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out how many months that was, what exactly you were trying to say. All right, yeah, because I'm interested in some of the different directions that are being talked about. I'm more inclined, I think, to try to find a way to. I like the Supervisor Madrone's comments on, monthly reporting, and agree with he and both Supervisor Bohn about pulling in some of the language from the governor. I'm not completely sold on the 180-day concept. Not saying that you couldn't do 90 and have an agreement between tenants and landlords, though I don't know how you I don't know how to do that. I also am concerned. I think Supervisor Bohn said, when is the date that the shelter in place gets lifted? What do we actually consider as being lifted? So that means people are really kind of getting back to work and back to where they can pay. I feel like I still, I could use some clarifications, and I don't know where to get those from.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I like the idea of making them report every month, but now we're putting the burden on even more of a burden on the landlord. Is he going to have to verify this information and spend time? And if he has multiple rentals, then he's going through this with all of them? Is he going to have to verify every one of them? And now he has another cost into verifying that they can't pay. And so I'm banking. I'm going with I think the landlord. We have had some really terrible landlords in the county. I'm fully aware of that and everything else. But for that 1 or 2% to drag everybody down with that 1 and 2%, considering most of them, as I mentioned, one guy that's had 2 evictions in 4.5 years in excess of 300 rentals, you do the math. That's pretty amazing. That's somebody that's managing their properties. And most of the guys literally have to manage their properties just for that reason. So, because for occupancy, that occupancy drives the bus, them paying to occupy it but you can, if you don't have them in there, you can't even argue with them about the money. And I think that's where they lead to that. So I'm stuck on 90 days, and after the shelter in place order is lifted, and I don't care about the monthly check-ins. I think I've always said, if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I just don't have the money, I don't need to hear from them every time they don't have the money. I actually believe if they own up to that, they've pretty much covered their bases.
So I would say that I'm thinking, not so much about the person who's got 30. I'm thinking about the people that have been contacting me who may have 1 or 2 or 3 rentals, and for whom that is basically their livelihood. We need to remember that this is above and beyond the emergency order. I tend to agree with Council Billingsley that we could always go for the 90-day and then extend it if we really are in a serious situation. And we hear from a lot of people who are being evicted, but I don't envision that. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know that I would even want to be asking people to prove that they don't have the money. If they lost their job, but they got unemployment, they got the extra 600. I don't know if I want to dig that much into if I would be there. I'd prefer it to be clean cut, and also go with the governor's recommendations for how we handle it. So unless, I don't know, I think this is a pretty good shot, but if we can fine tune it to address some of the concerns, I'd be happy to consider that as well. Supervisor Wilson.
I just wanted to clarify or ask other board members. There were some other items on there, like basically the no fault evictions during the emergency time period. I'm still in favor of, not having those fault evictions during this time. Suspension of any late fees, I think, would be also in there. I think that was good language. And I think there might be some nuanced discussion about the commercial properties. I think that when Supervisor Madrone is talking about mortgages being suspended for 180 days, I'm not, well, certainly that was no offer from my mortgage company, but for that length of time. But I believe that that's probably for residential, I'm going to guess. And we're talking about rentals, which are these tend to be commercial loans. And I'm not so sure of that. I'm still, in the 180-day zone, for residential, and for commercial. I think it's, we could talk about something. I mean, for me, I'd be really interested in talking about something maybe a little less time frame. But I'm just wondering if commercial properties are still on the table when we send this back to staff. So for me, again, it's the no fault, the late fee, and the commercial are still items that I would like to have a little bit of clarification from the board members to sending back to the attorney.
First of all, let's go to Council Billingsley on that.
Thanks, Chair. Regarding commercial, I would just urge a little caution with the further we get away from something that's tied to COVID, the more potential risk there is. I mean, it's very clear with residential that you don't want people moving, but that link gets a little more stretched when you're talking about commercial. That would just be my comment.
And I haven't seen any hands up yet. I will, just in response to Supervisor Wilson, I agree in terms of the no fault, and also in terms of late fees. I think that, we can't be imposing late fees if we're saying you're not liable to pay it. So again, I do see the necessity for people who are down on their luck because of something that is out of all of our hands, and want to giving people a break. I'm just not 100% sure that we need to go 180 days beyond the end of the emergency. Supervisor Madrone and then Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Chair. So with that, I think we have some agreement here, and because this is an urgent matter, I would make the motion to pass the ordinance as presented to us with 2 minor changes. And that would be to add the no fault evictions in there and to have a suspension of late fees. With those 2 very minor changes, yes, Council has a point. So with those changes, I would move to approve the motion.
I would just recommend that it would probably be best if you wish to just pass it as written and then have it come back and repeal, as opposed to modifying it on the fly, because those are not insubstantial changes to the ordinance. There would have to be processes put in. And
just to clarify a question you're saying to approve the ordinance because it's an emergency ordinance in its current language and recommend that a modification come back with certain modifications to be amended at our next scheduled meeting. Is that what you're saying? I think, is that what the City of Eureka did? Is that what you're saying to do?
Yes, Supervisor Wilson. Essentially, they passed sort of the draft version, and then they came back with a modified version that repealed the first ordinance.
Okay.
All right. Well, I would modify, through the chair, excuse me. I would modify my motion to approve what's in front of us.
I'll second that motion, but with a modification to the motion that, along with passing this ordinance, that a new ordinance a modified ordinance come back to us that addresses the no fault issue, the late fee issue, and offers an extension of up to 180 days that's optional, that's written well enough so that we can, have that as an option for discussion at that time. So it's clear, so we're not having to modify on the fly in terms of language. That's my.
So as the motion maker, I would accept those changes and add that we ought to add the governor's order detail on what evidence is.
And I'm okay with that as a seconder.
So before we go, I know that Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Bohn want to speak, but I want to ask Ryan if you've gotten clear on that motion, because we had a couple of amendments, both from the seconder and the motion maker.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. So my understanding would be to approve the staff recommendations with the understanding that it's going to come back for modification with no fault added, no late fee added, offers an extension of up to 180 days, and then the governor's order details on, and that was the part I was just writing down, if I could get clarification on that.
Evidence. The details of evidence.
Details of evidence. So yes, so my understanding is approved staff recommendations. So this urgency ordinance would pass with the understanding that it will come back to be modified for no fault, late fee, offers an extension of up to 180 days, and review and include the governor's details on evidence.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I was okay with the beginning of the motion, and where my discomfort comes from is saying it will be modified.
Thank you.
I would like to see language of how it could be modified should we choose to go that direction based on the conversations that Jefferson has heard today. I'd be more comfortable with something like that.
Agreed.
I'm not going in with the vision right now for sure that I'm going to come back and see, a substantially different item. I don't mind seeing some ideas of other, things we could add later, but I'm not asking for it to come back with the understanding that it absolutely will be modified.
Understood.
That's all.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass, Supervisor Bohn, and then Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I had council said that they would like us to just approve what's in front of us, and then we could change it when it is brought back to us. He didn't say anything about changing it before it came back to us. I don't want the 180 days in there. The no fault's fine. I want a clarification on late fees. Is that late fees on just people that show evidence that they're not able to pay the rent, or is that all rents will not have late fees? Because a lot of people are going to be able to pay their rents, but we're going to take that late fee quadrant out of that. So I'm just trying to figure out the clarification there, because you're just saying late fees, and that's a pretty blanket statement. So I need to know where the late fees are being appropriated. So if we're going to change this so much, or else just we've all heard the conversation, and looks like we're going to go through this discussion again. And so I would feel a lot more comfortable, even with the modifications to the modification to the modification. I would just feel a lot better following council's suggestion of just approving what's in front of us, and then when it's brought for us to next meeting, changing it as needed then.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I believe that is our agreement at this point as amended.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as a seconder, I want to say that the intention is not that it's automatically approved. It's just giving direction to staff about what sort of amendments we would want to be discussing and have them vetted in the language when it comes back. I mean, when it comes back, we'll have a new decision-making process to whether or not we want to choose to do those things or not do those things. It just would be good to give some something to staff to bring back. Otherwise, we're not. What are we asking them to bring back? So I'm still okay with the motion as it is. Even the 180 days would only be an option. So
I would like Ryan to read that out again to see if that satisfies the concerns of Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Bohn. Ryan, if you wouldn't mind to read the motion. Oops, Ryan's not, there you are.
trying to take it all in. So my understanding is that we'd be approving staff recommendations as is today. And then we're directing staff to return with options of an ordinance combining no fault, late offers of an extension of up to 180 days, and the governor orders details on evidence.
All right, so it's clear that this is not spelling out what the next iteration of the resolution would look like. It's saying we're voting on this resolution and we're going to hear back from council on these potential changes.
And we still have public comment to digest too.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Supervisor Bass?
I was just saying, when you say the next iteration, that's making assumptions that there is
exactly right.
So I'm just trying to say I'm good with this for now, but I am interested in getting more public comment because this will be something we continue to talk about.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Great. Okay, everybody be quiet. We're going to ask for public comment. I can't ask for it as long as you guys are talking. And so if you would like to give us some feedback on this item, you press *9 and Ryan will unmute you. Do we have any public comment, Ryan?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do have public comment.
Thank you. I believe this must be Mr. Sawatsky again.
Estelle, you recognize the phone number. That's pretty good. I've been managing apartments since I was legally able to, 18 years old. I took over a fourplex for my parents across the street from Honsal's Hardware. Probably 10 evictions during my life, probably 2 during the last 10 years, 1 which was on a foreclosure. Now, you have some misinformation. From the day we served notice on both of those evictions, it took 6 months to get the key turned in the lock where I took over possession. Your math is way off on this. Your assumptions are way off. If you talk to the eviction agencies or something, I think you'll find that that's not out of line, especially if somebody has a free lawyer that will throw everything at the landlord that they can do to block you from taking possession of your property. That being said, if you look at an eviction that starts today, you're already giving them 180 days. They have 180 days from right now. They have 180 days most likely from the time that you actually had the governor decide. I strongly support the governor's thing. I hope you will consider that going back to the governor's policy on this, it's the most bulletproof one regarding, and I'm not threatening any kind of litigation, I'm not going there, but it's the most bulletproof one should someone decide to litigate this particular thing because it's with the state. Again, your math is way off. I think the governor had it tuned in pretty well. I worked out things with all of my tenants. I went to them. They didn't come to me. We work out things with them. We have agreements. I've never seen a tenant that was 3 months in arrears who had 3 months where they weren't putting money into an account, a special account that their lawyer would tell them to do, or else that they're going ever catch up again. So you're putting the tenants in a terrible position. I would like parity also. I'd like you to pass an ordinance that says, and I need you to indemnify us as a landlord, that you will cover 1 year's worth of our mortgage payments in exchange for you giving the tenants, if you're going to go 180 days plus another 180 days for a year. For a lot of people, I don't know what you guys are paying, but an average single family house is a $20,000 cost for a loan, which I would not be able to pay during that time period. So let's be equal, let's be even, and I highly recommend when this comes back before you, one thing you consider is going back to the exact saying the governor had. Thank goodness I got rid of all my property in Eureka. I guess my crystal ball was pretty darn good. Lastly, things like this are going to be the end of affordable housing. If you expect landlords to go ahead and absorb these things, you put a bad taste in our mouths. And for those of us who want to work with tenants now won't want to if we're put through the ringer during this situation. Thank you for my 3 minutes on this topic.
Thank you, Kent. Is there any other public comment on this item?
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I'm against the no fault. I think unless I'm misunderstanding that, that would get rid of somebody's ability to be able to sell their property. Say someone came along and wanted to buy up their property and they wanted to stay in there or something like that. I think you shouldn't take those rights of property owners away. I'm opposed to the 180 days. I think Sawatsky brought up a good point about as far as spending county resources. If you did follow the state plan, then you wouldn't waste a bunch of money, not waste, but spend a bunch of money on county resources finding out what's legal and not legal. I support where Rex is kind of going with that, with everything, with his comments earlier. I think you have to think about both people's rights, both landlords and tenants. I think a lot of people are trying to work with their tenants from people I talk to. So please stay away from the 180 days and please stay away from the no faults. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Is there any other public comment on this item? Looks like
yes, this is Greg Holtz, Legal Services of Northern California. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for considering our comments so far. As you all know, but for the public, Legal Services of Northern California provides free legal advice, free civil legal advice to low-income persons and seniors throughout the county. Since our comments, are part of the record, I really want to focus my remaining time on just some of the issues that have come up, some perhaps misunderstandings. In terms of an unlawful detainer timeline, it's the shortest timeline in the courts other than for criminal proceedings. The only time when an unlawful detainer takes a long time is when one of the parties doesn't do it correctly. If it's done correctly, it takes about 30 days. So there is a way to get people out quickly if done correctly. In terms of what no fault is, there's been some discussion. No fault is giving a reason. Under a California Supreme Court decision called Barella, landlord in California can evict someone for any reason or no reason. No fault is really the no reasons. You're on month to month. I want you out. I own the place. Here's a notice. That's no reason. The ones we've talked about are reasons, are the ones I've heard today. The home has been sold, or I want my mother-in-law to move in. That wouldn't be covered under a true no-fault ordinance because those are reasons that landlords have. And I understand why the county might want to allow landlords to continue to use those reasons. No fault truly is no fault. In terms of the 180-day plan by Eureka, I understand there's comments and opinions about whether it should be 90 or 180. I think you know where we stand on that. What I'd like you to hear, though, is that what Eureka has in terms of a default payment plan is if the landlord and tenant can't agree. And so I want to credit and respect the idea that people can work together. Great landlords out there, great tenants out there, they are working together and they can come up with a plan. Eureka was trying to avoid the situation where there was no agreement and the landlord was sitting there waiting on the 181st day and no one came to pay the rent, and they'd be out a lot. So to reduce that risk, it's a 1/6 per month default plan for 180 days. And as soon as the tenant defaults on that, assuming the emergency is over, then they could immediately be subject to unlawful detainer proceedings. In terms of late fees, I see my time's almost over. We would argue that they're already prohibited by Civil Code Section 1671, but clarifying that would be helpful. Last point, in terms of evidence, I understand the desire to make sure that tenants provide evidence. I would just ask that also comes with a notice provision where the county is telling tenants or landlords are telling tenants what their rights are. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping an eye on the clock. You actually still had 18 seconds left. Thank you. Any other further comment on this item? I believe that is another call. Welcome. You're on the Zoom call. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
You're 2070. Is that your number?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello. Hi.
Can you speak, please?
Yes.
We're on the air.
Okay, this is Tina Christensen. I'm representing Humboldt Association of Realtors, and I believe you got a letter from our GRC committee.
Hello?
Hi. We are in agreement with the governors, what the governor has put out on the 90 days. We are in a disagreement with anything that goes over the 90 days. We have 400 members behind us, and we've also been speaking and talking with the majority of the property management companies in the county. It would appear that all of the management companies are reaching out to the tenants, and the majority of the landowners, the property managers are reaching out, and so are the owners to the tenants. This is, we have a lot of property owners that are just own 1 or 2 apartments or 1 or 2 houses, and they provide a real need within our community. And to place the burden on these people for the payments and everything else is, I think that's wrong, and I think it's misplaced in our community. I think that you as supervisors have to represent all of the people in the community, tenants and property owners. And I think that the 90 days is sufficient, and I think it's, like Mr. Sawatsky says, it goes out into, actually, by the time you give notices and everything, it's out there a ways. And nobody likes to be evicted. Nobody wants to evict anybody. But if we all work together as a community, we can make this happen. Don't put regulations on us that bind us to things that are unreasonable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tina. Any other public comment? I believe there is. The caller.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Chris Niehaus. I live in McKinleyville. I'm also a member of Democratic Socialists of America in Humboldt County. I want to reiterate what the consequences are for each of the 2 groups. If a landlord doesn't get his or her rent payments and they're up against mortgage payments, they're not going to be evicted and they're not going to be homeless. A tenant who gets evicted from his or her residence for failure to pay, even if it's not their fault, is going to be homeless. So the scale of the consequences are not equal. I notice a lot of comments about how few evictions have been started by landlords, yet there's a tremendous amount of concern expressed that our proposals are just a way to game the system and get free rent for everybody, and that's not the case. We also want you to consider, when this emergency is lifted, how many people that have lost their jobs because of the stay-in-place order, because of COVID-19, are going to be back at work the very next day. If we're not making money, we can't pay the rent, and it's not our fault. We obeyed the furloughs given by our employers. We were laid off by our employers. We're not getting rich on unemployment and a lousy $1,200 check from the federal government. My rent is $1,500, so my federal government check wouldn't have covered my rent. As it is, we ask you to please consider the tenants that are at most need. This is not about tenants trying to get something for nothing. We've lost our jobs. We have no income. We cannot be kicked out of our houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any further comment on this item? I believe there is yet another.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexis Brown from Arcata, also with Humboldt DSA. I just wanted to support like everything Chris just said. Exactly. We're just worried about tenants. I heard a lot on this call about good landlords, and that's great that people have them or that people are good landlords, but we're not worried about them. We're concerned about all tenants really, but especially those who don't have a good landlord during this time and who are at risk of being like Chris said, the worst situation for a landlord, they're out rent. The worst situation for a tenant is they're homeless in the middle of a global pandemic, which is pretty much, you know, not very good, especially when we're urging people to stay in place. They need a place to stay for that. So I just want to like off what Chris said. Yeah, everything. Think about the tenants and support them. They're often not listened to and don't really have a voice all the time. So yeah, let's listen to some tenant voices and let's make sure we protect tenants. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, I don't have any more raised hands in the queue. A couple more callers. They would just need to press *9 on their keypad if they'd like to speak. Otherwise, I don't have anyone else for public comment.
Okay. Is there anybody else who wants to speak? As Ryan said, press *9 and we'll put you on the air. All right, I don't see any coming in. Thank you very much to everybody for your input. Back to the board. Any further discussion before we take a vote? Seeing none, I'll ask Ryan to take a roll call vote.
Can I hear it again, just since it's changed a few times?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Supervisor Bohn, yes. So what I have is to approve staff recommendations and direct staff to return options on adding no fault, late fees, offering an extension of up to 180 days, and the governor's order details on evidence.
Okay, Supervisor Bass?
And that's basically, in hearing that, we're just moving forward with what we have in the queue today and not guaranteeing making modifications in the future, but having options brought back. So if we wanted to, then we would at a separate time. Even though.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Since Jefferson Billingsley's been in this whole meeting, I don't understand why the modifications have to be brought out. It almost seems like we're going to have to act on the modifications, and I'm still going back to what he said. And again, I don't have a legal mind on this. I'm sure others do, but his suggestion was to accept what was on here, and then we could discuss this. And I think he's fully aware and has pretty much listened to everything we said. So I don't know why, because we might want other things put on there too. So I don't know why we're adding things when we were saying not to add things, or that's what we were guided to. So, and he was in the whole meeting. So I think he's going to be fully aware that he needs to show up with all his arrows in the quiver. So, you know, so.
Madam Chair, that was kind of what one of the things I had said is it's basically move forward on this ordinance and we revisit it, and Jefferson, Council Billingsley will present us with, you know, other options we may want to consider, but not specific, because this one gets pretty specific. And I think there's probably even more that's been mentioned that the Council Billingsley could actually include as discussion items as well. So I would actually be comfortable if he just brought back information based on his copious notes that he's taken of potential modifications. That's my thought.
So we can go forward with a vote on the motion on the table, or the maker of the motion can modify it to reflect the input of our colleagues. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's exactly what I did, is listening to all my colleagues and listening to the council who said, great, I can bring something back, but please give me some direction. So we added those details to give them some specific direction on some of the areas we'd like to discuss at our next meeting. So I think the motion has done that, if that's okay with everybody. I mean,
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Bass.
based on the fact I understand what Supervisor Madrone is saying, but if he feels that that captures it, and the rest, there's several of us who feel that looks like Council Billingsley captured a lot of that. I would be more comfortable moving forward if it could just move this one forward, and understanding that we will have other discussion options brought back to us without being specific. I'd be most comfortable with that. I'll vote for it in a flash if we can just move it to that. I won't talk anymore about it.
Supervisor Wilson.
Well, as the seconder of the motion, I don't really, I mean, if you pull back all of these things, then we're pulling back direction to staff to bring us back specific items to talk about. We're saying we'd like to have, I mean, I've heard from other supervisors, the no fault is something they want to have language for. The late fee, potentially not the commercial. I didn't hear that was very popular. And that the consideration for an extension of the 180 days. I mean, that's just direction. There's no, I don't really, I guess what I'm understanding is you pull back the direction, then what are we asking staff to bring back to us? I'm not really clear.
We've done this multiple times where we ask staff to bring back something reflecting the conversation that's been had. And I'm suspecting there may be some things that might come back to us as well that none of us have actually keyed in on at this point. It could be some member of the community. So, I mean, it's just a thought. If the idea is to come back with this and discuss it some more, I'm just not sure how specific you want to get, or that we need to get, knowing that Jefferson has been sitting through this entire conversation and is privy to all of our emails and everything we send him. That's all.
And I'll respond to that to say that this is just asking for specific language so we can be efficient in our next thing. We, without a Brown Act violation, can't give direction for further ideas and concepts to staff other than say to have an open mind, and be prepared to have great language. This just gives, we just know these are the issues that we would want. I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm getting lost in the nuance of this, but it seems that specific direction is what staff would prefer. But if you want to pull it all back and say, we'll just have another conversation about it, then we'll have 2 more meetings before we actually get direct good language for discussion. So I think the motion as it's said is much more efficient way to do it. We can add to the motion to include and other topics to be brought up for discussion, and not limit what that might be. But I would say for efficiency of when this comes back, it would be great if there was direction to staff to bring us back language related to no fault and related to the late fee and related to the specifics of the evidence required. And those were the 3 things that were pretty specific. I don't know, we're just asking them to bring back language. If we don't do that, I'm not clear what we're giving them as direction. But if the motion maker wants to pull this back to change it, I'm fine. But that's just my thoughts.
I would remind you that when Council Billingsley was listening to our earlier conversation quite some time ago, he put up 4 fingers. This is a 4/5 vote. Just saying. Supervisor Bass.
And again, I understand the passion and having to give direction to somebody that has a greater grasp than I do of this. And that would be, I'm just taking it for granted that our county council, Mr. Billingsley, has full control of what he needs to bring back. And if I have a couple other things I want to ask about, but I can ask them next meeting. I don't know if I need to muddy the waters up. If you think this is something that needs to be on there for whatever reason, or because you feel he doesn't have the grasp of what has been discussed, and in that 5 minutes, he's probably got a bigger grasp than ever. And so, it's probably going to be on his desk forever or in his mind forever. But I just, in the past, we've always said, you've heard the conversation, bring something back, and it's always been good. And now all of a sudden we have to, dial down the direction. And so I don't think it's a big deal, but it's just a matter of why are we doing it different for this item?
Okay, so Council Billingsley wants to say something, and then we have Supervisor Bass. Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just wanted to tell the board that I mean, from the conversation, I definitely have enough direction to bring back another item for discussion. Obviously, the board is free to accept that or not accept that. But at this point, I definitely have enough input from the board on the key policy issues to draft something.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you. And does that mean to add Supervisor Wilson and add additional, if you picked other things up in the conversation that you think should be brought back for the conversation, you could also bring those back. It's not so specific that it's holding you from doing that. So it sounds like I'm comfortable with it. If Supervisor, I'm demoting you to Supervisor now. Gosh, if Council Billingsley really, I think he's very competent in bringing back what he's heard today, whether it's specified in the motion or not, because he'll bring back more than what's specified in the motion, I suspect. So that's fine.
Supervisor Madrone.
And with all of that lovely and wonderful discussion by everybody, and with Council Billingsley's recent feedback, I will amend the motion to simply support staff recommendation to approve the motion before us.
Supervisor Wilson?
As a seconder, I want to amend your amendment in that
I'm sorry,
you're expecting something to come back. We're expecting a proposal for amended language to come back to us at our next meeting.
That is correct, my parliamentary friend.
Thank you.
Oh, great. All right, thank you. We will now go to a roll call vote. And I know that Ryan is getting ready to do that. And I can see him, I hope. Hi, Ryan.
So thank you, Chair Fennell. So just to be clear, so my understanding of the motion is for approving staff recommendations and to direct staff to come back with amended language at the next meeting. That is the motion, correct?
Yes.
I would probably fine tune that and say proposed amended language.
Potential options.
Yeah.
So if the maker of the motion and the seconder are okay, my understanding is approve staff recommendations and direct staff to come back with proposed amended language at the next meeting.
Fine.
Yes.
Yes, fine. That's correct.
Both doing thumbs up. Great. We will now go to a roll call vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn.
Still, yeah.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes. Thank you.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now, I know we have another item on the agenda from the Planning and Building Department, but we also have closed session, and we have an attorney waiting to talk with us. So I think what we're going to do now is go into closed session and come back after that and take up item number H4 after closed session. So first of all, I'll go to Council Billingsley to talk about what's on closed session and to give us a guesstimate as to how long that will take us.
Thank you, Teresa. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session on 3 items. The first is threatened litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 and E5 regarding the Animal Legal Defense Fund. The second 2 items are discussion with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to 54956.9 D1 in the case of HumMap versus Humboldt County, case CV 180425, and also the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, FERC project number 77.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. Now, all of those are important issues. Any idea how long it might take?
I would estimate 90 minutes.
90 minutes, okay. So with that, it's 1:30 now, well, 1:26.
Sure.
We will take public comment on, yeah, we will take a public comment on that, but for those who are going to jump off before, if they're not anxious to comment, that's 1:30, 2:30, so 3 o'clock. We estimate that we will be back to discuss item H4 and to report out of closed session. So again, 3 p.m. is when we'll be back. And any public comment on the items in closed session?
Estelle, Kent Swatsky, regarding number 1. You know, they had a picture on their article there showing a bunch of dead beavers on the back of a rig. I don't think we've had a beaver kill here by our powers that be in years. When I was in college elementary school, I think 3rd grade, they took us upstairs and showed us drawer after drawer after drawer of dead beavers. I'm the first one to support Mother Nature. On the other hand, I don't see why we shouldn't be able to reach some kind of easily defensible agreement with this group without expending time. I do not support anything if this is just strictly shakedown litigation. Hopefully the Animal Legal Defense Fund has attorneys who are willing to work pro bono and are willing to forgo their fees on something like this and are strictly willing to go ahead and resolve the matter if they actually feel there's anything of contention there. Regarding number 2, Humboldt versus Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 180425. I would settle with Humboldt. If I were them, I would not be in Humboldt County Superior Court on this issue. I'd be in federal court. In fact, that's where I think would be the correct venue to settle this particular matter. But, you know, that's how things go. Your 3rd topic, I did have a problem because you have no case number on that one. I don't know if you can discuss existing litigation. Are we suing the Potter Valley Project? Are they suing us? It sure would be nice if we had a case number. Where is this at? Is this in federal court? Where are we at on that one? I think you're required to have a case number unless it hasn't been assigned yet to that, so we can do our own research and figure out what's going on here. So in the future, please be transparent. And I would put in parentheses, no case number assigned as of yet if you have something like this you're trying to discuss legally under the Brown Act in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will go into...
Hello, hey.
Oh.
I'm here, Thomas Mulder. First off, I got a comment. I was unaware that you guys did any modifications to the agenda before you approved the agenda. And I do not see anything time certain for closed session, so I would err on the side of caution of you guys jumping into closed session. But if you have legal counsel that's having you do that, then by all means roll with it. I'm commenting for the closed session. I'm going to comment on item number 3. I don't know what it's about. As stated, there's no case number, but I support getting our water back to Humboldt County and doing everything possible to restore the main stem of the eel for the south. So please report back to us on any future developments on this project, because I'd say it's very important for the community to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Sorry to assume that there was nobody else on there. Do we have any further public comment on closed session?
Chair Fennell, I don't have anyone else in the queue with their hand raised, so I'm going to assume that there is no more public comment unless someone would like to press *9 on their keypad to raise their hand.
And while we're waiting, I would like to remind my colleagues that we probably all need a little bit of a bio break. So I'm going to give us 5 minutes before we go into the next session, and you enter into a different Zoom meeting for closed session, and we will be back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. Don't leave the meeting, or you can. Can they leave, or?
Yeah, yes, Chair Fennell, they can leave. They can leave their meeting, and I do not have any more public comments, so that ends public comment.
That does end public comment, and we'll leave the meeting, and then we'll just come back in with the original?
Correct, Chair Fennell.
Okay, great.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else's?
Just 1 second, Estelle. I just gotta.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just gotta get everyone in here. I got.
No problem.
No reps. Okay.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Are we good?
I'm gonna go run in and make sure access Humboldt's good, and I'll be right back.
Thanks, Ryan.
Estelle?
Yes.
Okay, Estelle, let me just start this and we'll be good.
All righty. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody, for being such troopers. This is quite a marathon, and we're doing pretty well, I think, here. We are back in open session. We just came out of closed session. Councillor Billingsley, anything to report out?
Yes, Chair Fennell. On items L1 and L3, there's no reportable action. On item L2, the board voted unanimously to pursue an appeal in the matter of HumMap versus Humboldt County, CV 180425. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. So with that, we go to our last item of the day, which is coming to us from the Planning and Building Department, item H4, having to do with housing demands. And first of all, go to CAO Nielsen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fennell. This has been a combined approach with the County Administrative Office, the Planning and Building Department, and Health and Human Services. So this item is coming from all three departments. Your board has been engaged in various housing related discussions over the years, and on January 14th, your board directed staff to return with recommendations to establish a regional or local trust fund in the month of April. You also directed the CAO and DHHS to return with recommendations on contributions to the trust fund, including but not limited to transient occupancy tax, cannabis excise tax, establishing a vacancy tax, and also including the Lucas Street property proceeds. Your board also directed Health and Human Services to return with a reconstruction of the Homelessness Solutions Committee. As we began to work on this staff report, we identified additional considerations for your board to review and discuss before further pursuing a local or regional housing trust fund. These additional considerations include adopted board policies such as the housing element and housing first strategy, state law around regional housing needs assessment and housing first, existing housing programs that the county is already participating in, new funding opportunities for housing, and the role of the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee in housing and homelessness solutions. And while staff is able to present on potential funding options for a housing trust fund due to the COVID-19 pandemic and its effect on local revenues for both the county and cities, it is recommended that your board direct staff to return at a later date to discuss funding options in line with priorities your board sets today for addressing various levels of housing need. At this point, I'd like to turn this over to John Ford to present information on your board's current adopted policies on housing, state law, current housing programs the county participates in, new housing funds, and the role of the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee.
Thank you, Amy.
Nelson,
Welcome, John.
good afternoon, Chair Fennell and members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. As you know, housing is one of the most complicated and important discussions that we are engaged in. And it does not help that the housing policy is evolving even at the state level. Some of it is good, but some of it is not yet practical. I wanted to point out that often the term affordable housing is used either solely to focus on addressing homelessness needs or to artificially exclude homelessness needs. Neither approach is good. The overarching message that I want to communicate today is that housing is complicated. It has a lot of different demands on it. There's a lot of different competing demands that all need to be sorted out and reconciled. And hopefully, if this presentation today is successful, we'll give you a little bigger glimpse into all the competing things that are going on. It's important to understand that the housing element adopted in 2019 for the period of 2019 to 2027 is the blueprint for providing housing for the County of Humboldt. The housing element sought to address the need for housing for all income groups, all the way from homelessness up through and including workforce housing and even above moderate housing. The housing element also acknowledged that the county has historically not met its regional housing needs allocation or RHNA obligations, and a different approach is needed. The RHNA obligation is the number of dwelling units that need to be constructed for each income group during the housing element cycle. So there's two important points that I'd like to kind of introduce to you. First is that RHNA obligations are becoming increasingly important to achieve. There have been discussions at the state level due to the housing shortage in California relative to legislation that would penalize jurisdictions for not meeting its RHNA obligations. Most of this has been about withholding transportation dollars. No such legislation has been adopted to date, but the discussion has continued. And I'd also like to cue you into something that the housing element adopted and identified as a policy, which identifies that, I'm sorry.
We got it here.
You're good.
Well,
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to get it into the display, but I've got, sorry for the technical difficulty.
You're on the H.
Yeah. I
am one.
Get out of the raw PowerPoint, but I'll just stay there.
Yeah.
So that what this does is requires that as part of the annual budget process, the Board of Supervisors identify and commit a revenue stream to fund the development of housing and shelter, including for the purpose of matching federal or state funds for housing and shelter development or offsite improvements in support of eligible projects within budgetary constraints. So it's important to understand that the county has recognized the importance of needing to take a more proactive role in developing housing for all income levels within the County of Humboldt. I wanted to talk a little bit about just how much of a struggle it has been to attempt to meet these goals. And this comes in the form of a report that the board will be seeing soon, which is our annual report to the Housing and Community Development Office of the state. And this is Table B from that report that identifies our RHNA allocation for the 2014 to 2018 period, but HCD also wanted us to include the 2019 numbers in it. So then, and I'll get into the 2019 to 2027 numbers in just a moment, but the 2019 RHNA allocation, you can see there is a total of 859 units. And you can see over in the gray on the right in here is these are the numbers that we constructed. We constructed 743 units, but it's important to identify that out of this number, 329 of these were within the median income category or moderate income category, or 44% of all of our housing produced during this period was here in the moderate housing income category. In all other areas, we were below our RHNA obligation. In fact, we're noticeably short in the low and very low income housing, You can see up here that we are at less than 50% of our obligation. And if not for one project that pulled building permits in 2019, I'll talk more about this in just a moment, we would be at 23% of our RENA obligation. So I also want to point out that these numbers are hugely skewed by the 2019 data, which includes two projects. That's the Samoa Townhome project, which is the 79 number that's up in the low and very low income. And then also in the moderate income is the 103. 66 of those are within a project called Garden Apartments. That's in Myrtletown, being constructed by Kramer. So historically, the numbers have looked bad, but in 2019, as I just pointed out, they look really, really good. What this table shows is our 2019 to 2027 obligation of 1,413 units. And I broke this down into RENA units per year, 177 units per year. You can see from a 1 year perspective, our numbers look really, really good. But there are some things that we should take a look at and not rush to judgment too quickly, because one of the things that 103 number there represents not only the Kramer project at 66, but it also represents the fact that in 2020, the building code requires that single family residences be equipped with solar arrays. And so at the end of the year, there were a lot of developers that rushed in to submit building permits for this year in 2019 so that they wouldn't be required to construct solar arrays on their buildings. So the 66 plus, and I don't have that exact number, but that's probably a number that's a little bit elevated, even though the base number is only 37. If you take out the Danco project in Samoa, you take out the Kramer project in Myrtletown, then our actual numbers begin to look very similar to the other years that we've had, 2014 to 2018. So one of the things that becomes very, very important to understand is that these two projects, Kramer's project, Danco's project, came about for two reasons. One is either significant funding to underwrite the cost of producing that project and thus creating the deed restricted affordable units, or the fact that we worked with the developer and they worked with us to fast track a project through, and they were able to get it under construction this year. The reality is we need at least one of these types of projects every year for the next 8 years in order to meet our RENA obligations. Due to the fact that historically we don't see these kinds of projects come through on an annual basis, one of the strategies that the Planning and Building Department has been focusing on is encouraging the construction of accessory dwelling units and tiny homes, and wanting to provide funding to underwrite the cost of permitting those so that we can produce more affordable housing. The staff report focused on the many different funding sources that have been and could be used for providing affordable housing. I don't want to go into those. Those are simply in the report to really show the board the many different funding sources that exist and the many different programs that we're using to fund those sources. So then there are opportunities that are coming up for this year and really will exist for at least a couple years, 5 years into the future. The first is the permanent local housing allocation. This is a new fund that is created by the residential transfer fee. Humboldt County's 2020 allocation for this is $344,448. The estimated 5-year funding amount would be $2,066,693. This figure is based upon some assumptions about revenues, which could be affected by real estate transactions from year to year. So those are strictly estimates. The next one to really focus on is the Regional Housing Trust Fund, and this is what really generated this discussion today. And these funds are matching funds to a regional housing trust fund that's dedicated to the creation, rehabilitation, or preservation of affordable housing, transitional housing, and emergency shelters. So one-to-one matching program. The minimum starting amount for a regional housing trust fund is $750,000. But the establishment of a regional housing trust fund allows the utilization of the permanent local housing allocation money as a local match. But it also requires at least 3 jurisdictions to join the trust fund. So this is a great idea. It's a great idea to have jurisdictions work together to combine resources and to get matching money from the state. There are some things that need to be considered with this though. Because if the Regional Housing Trust Fund, say, were to fund housing in a city, the county would not get credit for that from a RHNA perspective. And so we would then be using grant funds to produce housing, really good thing, but in a way that we could end up being penalized because we're not focusing on meeting our RHNA obligations. It should also be pointed out that the permanent local housing allocation for the county is much higher than the cities. The county's share would be approximately equal to the cities of Arcata and Eureka combined. So the county has a big allocation. Its contribution would be huge to a regional housing trust fund, but it would be a loss for the county if the investment in a regional housing trust fund saw the housing built in the cities and the California housing law relative to the RHNA allocations is not amended or reformed. If reform happens and cooperating jurisdictions can all take proportionate share of and credit for that housing, this is a great idea. It's a fantastic idea. But if that reform doesn't happen and the legislature and the state goes the other way and begins to penalize local jurisdictions for not achieving their RHNA obligations, it would be a dreadful thing for the county. This is a difficult place to be because we want to see things like this happen. We believe it's the right idea. It just has not matured yet at the state level to see the right things fall into place. And so we want to approach this cautiously. We want to take an approach that allows us to look to see what the legislature and the state are likely to do before committing to a decision. So for that reason, we would recommend that the board direct staff to investigate this for the duration of the rest of this year. There's no hurry to jump into this, to really take a look at it, see if it's feasible, see what the RHNA implications are, and then bring a report back to the board before the end of the year. We also presented the Local Housing Trust Fund. This is similar to the Regional Housing Trust Fund, but this would be the county basically going on its own. The downside of this is the buy-in price is $500,000, and that's a little bit steep given the lack of matching funds and the inability to use the permanent local housing allowance. So how does the Housing Trust Fund and Homeless Solutions Committee fit into this? And what we wanted to do was, since this is more of a global conversation, is to identify that the Housing Trust Fund and Homeless Solutions Committee has a role in the county, has been given a role. As CAO Nelson mentioned at the onset, there was direction from the board to come back with some alternatives. And there really are several alternatives depending on what the board wants to accomplish. And those alternatives come down to 3 things. One is to focus on the immediate needs of the homeless. This would really focus on intermediate kinds of issues, providing shelter, places of refuge. A second alternative would be to continue basically with their existing responsibility to give recommendations to the board, addressing the needs of all the homeless and affordable housing. and advising the board on how the trust fund monies should be utilized, or to even make it a little bit larger in scope and to be more of a clearinghouse for all affordable housing activities. One of the struggles here in thinking through this is that if the board does choose to go down the path of joining in or establishing a regional housing trust fund, the partners in that trust fund may not want to see a board appointed committee have influence over decisions relative to a regional housing trust fund. So the board's decision on the regional housing trust fund may ultimately guide the shape and function of the Housing Trust Fund and Homeless Solutions Committee. So with that being said, we would simply recommend, or let me bring up one more thing that CAO Nelson mentioned, that, you know, at the state level, the state is the one who has really identified housing first as the guiding principle to addressing the issue of homelessness. And so their basic idea behind this is that we should not be focusing on establishing programs that discriminate against individuals, that part of the importance of being a dignified human being is to have a place to live, and there's no way to provide that unless the housing is constructed. And so that is the basic philosophy that is given down to the county from the state in addressing these issues. So as we think about all the competing uses of money that is needed to address homelessness, that's needed to address affordable housing, to incentivize housing, to incentivize programs, there is an overarching need, and that is to get structures built and in place. I think at this point, I will turn it over to Connie Beck to add information.
Thank you, Director Ford. Director Beck?
Thank you, John. I'd like to take a moment to remind us all of the Housing First strategy. Housing First is a requirement for the use of funding that we currently utilize for services from the state and also from HUD. So really important that we are following that strategy. Housing First is a whole system approach that offers housing as quickly as possible for individuals and families experiencing homelessness while providing the level of supportive services people need to keep their housing. The approach begins with an immediate focus on helping households move into housing. Income, sobriety, and/or participation in treatment or other services are not required as a condition for getting housing. Households are often offered supportive services aimed at maintaining stability. That being said, some people still need immediate shelter. Prior to COVID-19, we were utilizing the Mission Shelter, Arcata House Partnership, Transitional Housing, Betty's Family Shelter, and motels for this purpose, while stabilizing physical or mental health and getting individual documentation needed for longer-term housing. This is shelter that doesn't have funding attached to it. So that's an important piece here because transitional housing isn't funded now by HUD or others. As your board is aware, DHHS is currently involved in a number of permanent supportive housing projects throughout the county. As noted in the agenda item, one of the components in working through some of the homeless issues in Humboldt County is having day or navigation centers, really a safe place for people to be. A place to store their belongings, pets, then to increase engagement, to assist in getting back into permanent housing as quickly as possible and connecting them with mental and physical health care, non-emergency shelter, and other longer-term resources. In Eureka, a day center would include DHHS street outreach, eligibility services, transportation assistance, home, helping Humboldt, our MIST program, substance abuse services, community partners such as St. Joe's Family Resource Center, Open Door, the Open Door Clinic, and others, possibly even the city's Uplift program and CSET. I am hopeful that we will be able to secure this type of facility in the future. That's really, I feel like that's our next step for what DHHS is doing in services. So with what we're doing in with the trust fund, you have a lot of options now on what you could do. I'm hoping that we'll choose housing. Yeah, I'm just hoping that we'll be looking at housing. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to John Ford.
Thank you, Director Beck. John, your mic.
Still getting used to that.
Yeah.
I think that in closing, the thing that there's two primary issues that we would want the board to give direction on today. Direction number one is to, and we would recommend that you direct staff to continue to research the Regional Housing Trust Fund idea, and that you direct staff not to apply for PHLA funds this year. We will not lose those. We can still apply for them next year and get this year's allocation. So it's not a matter of ignoring funds. We would never leave money on the table. And so that's really important to understand. But it gives us some time to think about whether or not there's a feasible regional solution that we can really develop and get behind and support that doesn't penalize the county, doesn't penalize local jurisdictions. And so we recommend that you give us direction to come back with that work before the end of the year. Secondarily, obviously the Housing Trust Fund Homeless Solutions Committee is very anxious to work with the board to move forward. And it is really important that you give direction to them in terms of how you want them to come back, whether and what role they take, particularly related to if a regional trust fund approach is identified, their charter may need to be amended somewhat. It's important that their role also be well defined. And we have had success, at least within the planning experience, with recommending committees made up of committed professionals giving professional recommendations. Think of the Williamson Act Committee, think of the Forest Review Committee. They are very good at giving recommendations to staff, to the Planning Commission, to the board. And so we see that is a very good role for the Homeless Solutions Committee and the Housing Trust Fund Homeless Solutions Committee, and would recommend that you give direction on that. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. Any questions or comments from the board at this time? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to us. At our last meeting, I think we really did discuss the idea of sort of separating out the two options, or the two sort of directions related to sort of the acute homeless, issues that need to be addressed versus housing trust fund. And there did seem to be I'm just going to say there was a bit of angst within the committee in terms of, it seemed like some conflicting issues related to that. And I thought the board had given some direction to sort of separate those two, so those two sort of issues so that people who are most knowledgeable about the issue of the acute issue of homelessness related to people, related to things on the street today versus housing trust fund issues, which are something different. And I did like the idea of separating those two things out. And I think that's what you're offering in option one, which was to do that. And I think that's really a good thing. And I would offer that if we do that, that we actually maybe create, instead of a standing committee, an ad hoc committee related to the housing trust fund or that sort of thing. So it's ad hoc, it's a specific group that's really specific that, because I heard you say things like, being cautious and investigate in terms of this issue with regards to having a regional approach and its impact on RENA. And I personally would like to take an aggressive approach and advocate that. I think that we need to be aggressive in trying to address this issue of this conflict that's happening with rural counties or rural parts of counties, and it's happening in LA. This is an issue in LA County as well as Humboldt County as well as other counties, and that they're addressing or trying to deal with is this conflict with regards to RENA numbers and this competition to the bottom, which is what's occurring. And instead, we seem to still want to do that. And the reason that we don't want to head down, just make housing for the sake of housing is because in rural places, often it makes for sprawl, which then costs us later. And it costs us a lot later. Addressing, we never get the tax revenue from sprawl that actually required to give services. Why we have Measure Z, to be quite honest. That is addressing that disparity that we have. And so I would ask that if we move forward with this option one and separating out these two things, that we not just investigate how we're going to address RENA issues, is really be advocate. And I would say that, my role on the Local Governments Commission, we've been talking about this and advocating on it. I think that RCRC and CSAC would have an interest in advocating to get this straightened out. And we're seeing this issue coming up in Southern California now too, where there's a lot more power in that conversation. And I think we are at a place where being strong and moving forward and not being, I think we should be aggressive in that and assume that we're going to come out and win that, because it is the right thing to do. And it matches two things, which is more housing and housing that's sustainable and doesn't create sprawl issues. Because if we're just going to get one-time transportation money, and because we created sprawl, it doesn't deal with the long-term cost of having to deal with that sprawl. And I want to make sure that we're accounting for that. So that's just my 2 cents about that. I think a more aggressive approach in those two directions as opposed to combining them is probably the better way to go. And that's what I support, at least starting this conversation. I might change my mind after everyone's input, but that's where I'm starting.
Any of my other colleagues? Okay, well, one thing that I wanted to, go ahead, sorry, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the presentations, John and Connie. I thought before we get too far deeper into discussion, maybe it would be appropriate to hear from the chair of the committee that we created over 2 years ago. And we have some information in front of us, but I see Lynn is joined us on the call. And I would very much like to hear from Lynn. And then, yes, I do have some questions and some input myself, but of course, we're all going to want to hear from the public as well. So, but Madam Chair, what do you think? Should we have the committee give us an update? Thank you.
Well, yeah, let's since Lynn is a panelist, why don't we go ahead and have you speak, Lynn, before we go to any public comment. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you so much. Thank you for suggesting that, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Supervisors. We really appreciate this opportunity. We've been waiting for this for a long time. I wanted to just give you a little bit of background about the committee and what we have done. We were appointed in May. The appointments were finished in May of 2018. We are a panel of experts with housing, land use, policy, homelessness assistance. And we have committee members from other jurisdictions, such as the city of Arcata. We started meeting immediately in July. We met several times a month. We followed the charter exactly as we were instructed to do by the board. We adopted our bylaws, we adopted our policies, and we had those all done by February of 2019 because we knew that these trust fund monies were coming down, and we knew that the SB2 money was coming down. We knew that from the moment we started because my previous law firm was the sponsor of those bills and worked on housing policy. So we brought that knowledge to the committee, which is what I think you wanted, was a committee that was made up of people that would know where money could come in. So it was very important to us to get everything adopted and approved and in place so that we would be ready to accept these monies as they came in. And with that regard, I disagree with the idea that COVID has delayed this, because it hasn't. What has delayed this was that we as a committee attempted numerous times to get in front of the board, which is what we're supposed to do. We were supposed to come back to the board and keep reporting on what we were doing. We tried for basically the last year to get in front of the board. And it wasn't until we had a change in the executive, the chair left, and I moved up as vice chair, that we started really being pretty aggressive about this because we knew this was going to happen. Part of the problem, and I do want to say that the committee itself is unanimously unified in working on both permanent housing and homelessness solutions. That's what we signed up for. That's what we were appointed to do. And that's what we believe in, because we believe in both of the approaches to get to where we need to go. So the idea that there is dissension and we haven't worked together to do things is a myth. If that were true, we would not have been able to come up with a 20-page document of policies and procedures with a priority for bricks and mortar to get through an application and a process for making recommendations. That's all we can do, is to make a recommendation once we have the funding. So I really see this, I see the committee as a huge benefit to the board. I see the committee as something that you all said that you wanted, and we have fulfilled everything we could up to this point. And I really see the problem here as being a competition for this money that's coming in. And quite frankly, I don't think any of us really care where the money goes as long as it's spent appropriately and it's spent for the folks it's supposed to be spent for. But what is unfortunate is we're not prepared, and we would have been prepared if we had been able to move forward. You know, our policies and procedures are very clear about how we would issue an RFP depending on need, or what had the most impact, or what we saw happening in the county, in the community that needed to be addressed. We would pull in whoever needed to be pulled in, the planning department, DHSS, law enforcement, whoever needed to be there at the table to help us draft that RFP and make the criteria for the application. The policies and procedure manual goes through what we'll do for conflicts, because obviously we have people sitting on our committee that might have want to apply for those monies. So we have a whole system for dealing with that. And then a system for the committee coming together and deciding which applications would be the most successful based on our expertise as well as the other departmental expertise that we would pull in, and then approaching the board and making those recommendations. But I don't know how that could happen if we can't even get in front of the board with our policy documents. The things that we were supposed to have done, the things that we did do, and then we couldn't get through. And I'm not blaming the board. I mean, I think that the supervisors that we all either are representatives of, or that, you know, we have reached out to and talked to, have been very supportive of wanting to know what we have done. But it has been a problem, and I think that has to be dealt with. As far as redesigning the committee, you know, you can do whatever you want with your resolution and with your charter for the committee. I don't think that this is the right time to give up on a committee or an approach that we haven't even had a chance to get to that point. So, you know, I strongly disagree with what was in the, that was one more point I wanted to make. And this is just indicative of what's happened with our committee. So we worked for about a month preparing for this day. We worked with staff to prepare a agenda item. That agenda item was supposed to be to allow us to present our bylaws, go through our policies and procedures, make sure that the board had a true understanding of what we were trying to do. We were very excited. We finally got this day. On Friday, we saw the staff report. And the staff report was nowhere near what we were told was going to happen today. The staff report basically stymied us and relegated us to maybe being just clerical workers for, you know, different departments. And it was not untruthful, because if anybody has been sitting in our meetings for the last many months, they would know that we are not just interested in doing homelessness solutions. We are very interested in homelessness solutions, but we're also very interested in providing permanent affordable housing. That's what we do. So, you know, I hope that if the board decides to redesign the charter, disband the committee, or do anything that's different than what is supposed to happen, that we've been trying to make happen, that they will allow us the courtesy to at least have a study session where we can sit down and tell you everything that we've designed, and hopefully moving forward, somebody will do something with it. But at this point, this is not the purpose of this meeting, to talk about our policy documents, other than for me to tell you that we worked really hard. We've spent hundreds of hours, and they are documents that other counties and cities are using throughout California to do housing trust fund work. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I think you can probably sense my frustration. I know some of the other supervisors have been on the other end of our frustrations, but we really wanted to convey what's been happening.
So, you know, I'm still in my meeting. Yeah.
So, thank you so much, Lynn. I'm sure there will be a discussion. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to plug in my earphones here. Probably hear me a lot better if I do that.
Yeah.
Apologize. It's not. How's that? Is that a little better? Yeah, good. Well, thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. You know, I see your committee a lot like Measure Z in the sense that we created a committee that, subject to the Brown Act, we appoint one per district and a few more, tried to get subject matter experts involved, much like Measure Z. We've got fire and police and others involved, and you've come back to us with some recommendations. I want to formally apologize to my fellow board members and to your committee for having been perhaps one of the persons several months back that was saying, maybe we need to split the committee in two. So if people are wondering where that started from,
I know that I certainly was one that thought that that's what we needed to do, but I've come around and realized I don't support that. I've talked to many committee members, and I have heard exactly what you said to us, that the committee is not looking to disband, and they very much want to work together on both of those goals, housing first and shelter now. You know, so I think that's where the conflict has come in, is that in this field of work, there has been many folks that believe that even a dime spent, you know, on short-term needs is a dime wasted on getting us to housing first, to getting us to that place where we have our greatest success. When we move people into housing, we can bring them services. I don't hear anybody on the homelessness solutions part of the committee or anywhere disagreeing with that that is the solution. But to take take 1 million out of 20 million and put it towards an annual effort to save lives, to get people out of the cold, out of the woods, in something that's more humane and may very well help many of them get to a better place. And so I actually, John, you mentioned there was those 3 alternatives, and I actually like all 3 of them. I don't want to pick from one or the other. I think all 3 of them need to be happening. And I have a suggestion for my colleagues for a slight change in wording in the resolution that, the implementing resolution. And it would basically just, you know, if you go to that resolution and it reads along, talking about housing first and all these things, scrolling to it right now, and then you get to a place in it, I'll just read it. The purpose of the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee, hereinafter the committee, is to recommend criteria for the receipt and use of affordable housing trust fund monies, which shall be subject to Humboldt County Board of Supervisors approval. And as Lynn just explained to us, they've spent 2 years working to get that structure together. And I thank you, and I thank all the committee members for their hard work, and county staff and others from Arcata, et cetera, that have helped get that done. And that's now done. Then it says the criteria shall ensure that housing fund monies are used to assist the county in meeting its affordable housing goals, with an emphasis on bricks and mortar projects. And it doesn't even say there with a sole emphasis or anything. It gives the impression that, okay, yes, an emphasis. We want to build housing first in any way, shape, and form we can. I've been meeting with John and a landowner in McKinleyville about a possibility of taking a 24-unit place into a 48-unit place that is just a whole different world than it is right now, with play spaces and everything. So yes, we want to do those projects. And I agree, John, we need one of those every year. And we need to really get that going. But to take 1 million away from 20 to take care of people now, it matters to people's lives. It matters on many, many levels. And if we were to end that implementing resolution by saying, ... affordable housing plus homelessness needs goals as funding permits. I think that's what it already kind of says, but I think if we could provide clarity to the committee that says both goals are important. When we set you guys up, at least from my perspective, I wasn't there to set it up. But what I've been learning and what I support today is both goals and funding going to both efforts at an appropriate level where feasible, right? And so I think if we could get on the same page with that, everybody be working together. We're asking for so little of a commitment towards the homelessness solutions shelter now piece. And I agree with John that needs to include some of those helps for ADUs, tiny home construction and things like that as well, because that very well could be a very big piece to this puzzle, and is absolutely low and very low income meeting for RENA numbers. So I see all of those things, and I appreciate Connie, the daycare centers. I think that's great. And I know your staff and you have been working tirelessly to try and solve all these problems. There's never enough money for any of it. But I guess I'm really leaning on the side of keeping the committee together, but change the implementing resolution slightly and send a message as a board that we value both. And I would even be willing to make a motion to put this year's public local housing authority monies, the 345,000, into homelessness solution stuff right now for this coming year to start dealing with those things and taking care of that. And yes, if we can get Arcata and Eureka to play and we can figure out the longer timeline of 5 years of commitment to matches and this and that and everything else, let's talk about that down the road with the regional trust fund. But right now, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I'll open the floor.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Any further input from the board on this item? I think what I've got is a reflection, and thank you, Lynn, for being honest with your concerns of like feeling like you got to the job and then you were kind of halted a bit. I've talked to, well, at least my representatives on that committee, and I know that there's like at some point a feeling or that there was dysfunction, and I'm not sure why that was, but I do think that the reason we put them together is in the first place was for exactly what Supervisor Madrone was saying. I would posit that it's not that COVID created a delay, but COVID has created a whole new world in terms of fast response to emergency needs, and that's because of the severity of the health danger from this virus. And I've seen at least my representative on there has been incredibly involved in the response to COVID and gotten a lot of good work done. And I'm not sure that some lessons weren't learned there in terms of how to work with the county and respond to homelessness needs. And I know most of this is in the unincorporated areas, so I'm not 100% sure how it's working in Eureka and Arcata. I know that Arcata has been very responsive in terms of finding that campground, which was actually a parking lot. But this again is an emergency thing. So I don't think that we're going to build, it doesn't seem like that we're going to build on our response from COVID in the sense that we've established something that's going to go on forever. However, I do think it's given us some lessons in how to work together on both fronts. In response to what Supervisor Wilson was talking about in terms of impacting the decision makers at the state and the federal level, we need our lobbyists to be helping us with that too. I mean, I know that we're involved with CSAC, et cetera, but we need our lobbyists to also take that charge that Director Ford was mentioning. Does anybody else have any comments on this before I open it up for public? Oh, I do want to say one other thing. Connie's suggestion about the resource centers is really pivotal in terms of being able to get funds into some of the outlying areas. And we've been talking about one of those two in Southern Humboldt. It's sort of like an anchor for some of the activities where you can interface, the county can interface with people and their needs. So I do think that has been very successful and has a lot of promise. I just want to say that. But if we don't have any further discussion, I would open it up to the public for comment. Ryan, do we have any, and by the way, for those who aren't attending this, you press *9 if you want to comment. Do we have any people from the public wishing to comment?
Chair Fennell, I have one public commenter and I have a couple in the queue if they want to press *9 to raise their hand.
Okay, so we do have one person already ready to go. I don't see their little, oh yeah, there they are. Oh, I recognize that number.
You do, Estelle. What a coincidence again. Thank you for recognizing me. It's always nice to be recognized. I did have a few comments. I want to start off with sprawl. In Trinity County, we have sprawl. We have no COVID cases. Where you don't have separation, this is social distancing. And I'm not saying we want to add a whole bunch more sprawl to what we have, but your most desirable properties, the ones that get your biggest dollars, are sprawled. So it's not a four-letter word. It just needs to be handled correctly. I wish to point out a project that we really need to work on. Taxpayers League endorses it. We're having a problem with Eureka bringing it to fruition. So maybe Supervisor Bass, you can work with Eureka City Council. I have had 0 phone calls returned to me from their CEO there, their city manager, and a couple attempts from their mayor, and one kind of letter. But it's the Betty Chin trailer project. My understanding is there's 40 or more, whatever, 50, I don't know, housing units that could be done. These trailers are just going nowhere. And what is the reason, you'll ask? Well, I'm going to be very direct. If Tom Madsen was their director of public works, this thing would have been done years ago. Instead, we have an individual there whose name I won't mention, but Coastal Commission staff was waiting for information for them for a long time. The main person handling that just went out on pregnancy leave. I talk to these people, on an ongoing basis. And for some of you, I played back messages from that particular person. The other problem with this is, well, we need to get some smaller setbacks. Coastal Commission's ready to move on. Don't blame the Coastal Commission for these projects not going forward. They want to help us. The other problem we have was the city of Eureka wanted to put all kinds of additional uses on that parcel, and those uses may not be appropriate for that parcel. So Eureka needs to let go of the greed, get a competent person to help put this project together, and we can do wonderful projects. As far as Housing First, in my opinion, I didn't hear anybody second 5th District Steve Madrone's motion. I will second that motion. I guess I don't get to, but hopefully someone will, at least for discussion. Totally makes sense to me. We need to let go of things where you get $164,000 for a 1-bedroom unit, and we need to get things like the tiny villages and all these kind of things done. The Betty Chin project, you're camping, get them out of the woods. It's ridiculous. This Housing First thing is killing us. Somebody needs to lobby for the other uses that we're going to need, because things are not going to get better. They're going to get worse, and there's going to be less honey in the honey pot, as Virginia Bass says. We need to make it worth as much as we can. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this one.
Thank you very much, Kent. Are there any other people? Yes, I believe we have another caller.
Hello.
Hello.
Thomas Mulder here again. I'm
Thomas.
commenting a couple of things. I have an issue with the word sprawl as well. I think I'm actually personally enjoying being sprawled out in the hills a little bit, just a couple minutes away from civilization, so that way my child can enjoy life and also be safe and social distance. So when we're looking at development, let's think about that. And I highly encourage figuring out some sort of way to get this Zoom process to the Planning Commission, because there was a lengthy hearing about a cannabis project that ended up getting denied. So that first reading of the tiny houses and ADU did not get read, and I think that's going to help with a lot of housing shortages we have within the county. So hopefully that'll help once that comes before the Planning Commission. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further comments from the public?
Chair Fennell, I do not see any more public comment for this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Ryan. That will bring us back to the board. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wish more people were actually able to watch this one today, because this is a really important conversation. Yeah, where to go from here? And thank you, Lynn, for being on. And I totally understand any frustration you were feeling, and appreciate you willing to share it with us, because that's not easy for sure. I'm curious, Supervisor Madrone mentioned his suggestion, which wasn't seconded, and I didn't second it. But I wanted to ask both maybe the planning director and Connie, or anyone else from the county team, that if something like that was pursued, how would that affect things downline for, what you were referring to in the beginning? I mean, would it completely nullify going anywhere? Would it, I don't even know if this question makes sense, but what would the negative repercussion be if something along the lines of Supervisor Madrone's suggestion was taken.
So I'll take the first shot at it. And
just for
short answer,
clarification.
Excuse me, Director Ford, Supervisor Wilson.
I just want clarification. I don't really, I mean, there was one sentence that Supervisor Madrone put out there, which would put some money someplace from somewhere. I would like a little more explanation about what is being proposed, I guess, that was thrown out there.
Would you like me to clarify, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please, Supervisor Madrone.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't make any motions. Sorry if that was missed. What I basically said, boiled down simply, is 2 items that I thought we could do. One is to change the implementing resolution so that the last part of that would read affordable housing plus homelessness needs and goals as funding permits. So if you put that into context and reading the whole thing, you want me to read a little more? But that's just basically ending that implementing resolution with slightly different language. It just sort of expands on saying both things are important. That's what that purpose is, because I think the committee would appreciate that. I've heard a lot of people are confused, because it's sort of the committee's name and certain other things in there suggest that there's 2 things, but then everything ends up at this housing first place, right? And so that's what that's about. The second part was I would, if you guys are interested, be willing to make a motion on applying for, having staff apply for this year's PLHA funds to meet homeless services and underwriting ADUs in tiny homes, if that's appropriate. Those were things that were brought up earlier as 3 different alternatives, and I'm just saying, let's do all of those things. I hope that's so that.
And again, I don't really understand what that second thing is. I just don't understand.
There's that funding, and I was going to send it.
Funds.
That's what Director Ford was mentioning in terms of we wouldn't lose it if we didn't apply for it. So Director Ford, can you clarify that for Supervisor Wilson and others who might not?
Thanks. Yeah, the reference there is to the permanent housing allocation. This is a non-competitive fund. Basically, all we have to do is apply for it and we'll get it. It's $344,000 for the year 2020. It can be used for homeless solutions. It can be used for programs relative to homeless. It can also be used to underwrite the cost of building homes. And so what I believe Supervisor Madrone is proposing is to go ahead and not hold off on that, which was the concept presented by staff, but to actually take this year's allocation and apply that towards developing homeless solutions. And I heard the clarification primarily related to underwriting the cost and development of ADUs and tiny homes. And so then part of the question, I think, from Supervisor Bass was, what are the implications that that would have? The implications that that would have would be that $344,448 would not be available for a local match in coming years. Say if we chose to pursue a regional housing trust fund, then this year's allocation to the county would not be available for those matching funds. If it's not necessarily fatal that would happen, depending on what happens with the negotiations with the other jurisdictions, given the fact that our allocation is larger than the city's to begin with, that it may be that some other, proportionate share arrangement is worked out. And so it would limit our future options, but it would not cause us to not be able to pursue a regional housing trust fund.
So as a follow-up to that, and I'll get back to you, as a follow-up to that, were we to take that those fundings that are tied to housing, it would be in the unincorporated area. Would that be correct? Yeah. Okay. Supervisor Wilson.
And so that is that application like fait complete, like, oh, they'll hand you the money, or is it possible you could be rejected for that application?
It is an allocation that is available to the county. All we have to do is apply for it and we will get it.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, and with what John was telling us earlier, Director Ford, until something changes where we can get our RENA numbers out of it, a regional approach is not going to work for us. It's or City of Arcata or Eureka necessarily, depending on where the project got built. One or the other is not going to get the numbers from it unless something changes. So what I'm suggesting here is just an immediate response to an immediate situation where the need is great. Everything we do in life involves decisions about putting money here or there or other places. And certainly that does change the playing field and the opportunities. I get that. But the need is there. And, the Lucas Street was going to provide money to this committee. Nobody's provided a bid. So are we going to just let this thing languish, or are we going to provide some funding with this opportunity? And as John said, we wouldn't get the RENA numbers through the regional approach till something changes. So I'm just thinking, well, here's an opportunity to do something really important and really great and move the ADU and the tiny home underwriting forward and help on whatever other homeless services we can do in unincorporated areas.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I have concerns about until we have good policy, land use policy about ADUs in our resource lands. I'm not so excited about this option. Again, I know people spoke glowingly about sprawl. It's nice to live in it, but it's hard to pay for, and so I mean, if we're saying this is in incorporated areas where it gets spent in incorporated areas that have both our residential zoning and where density is something that we're seeking to provide, then I might have some warmer fuzzy feelings about it. But if it's just general ADUs and small houses wherever, that's not so exciting to me. I'd also say I'm wondering and there's a question for Director Ford. It says money can be spent anyway, like in terms of is it strategy money? Is it planning money? I mean, on the other flip side of that, could we be using that money to advocate for changes in RENA policy so that we can, what are the limitations in terms of that? And what are the real outcomes we can get? And it's not that much money. It seems like a lot of money, but it depends on how you spend it, right? I mean, and how you leverage it too. So you can spend it directly on something, but if it's not leveraging matching funds, for instance, that may be available a year from now, then you're really kind of losing out in a multiplier. So I'm just kind of wondering, John, where you would see that kind of money being spent from a strategic perspective on kind of both sides of that.
I think, if I could, through the chair, Supervisor,
yes.
You have absolutely kind of nailed the conundrum in this, is because it seems like the state is really encouraging local jurisdictions to use this money for matching funds for a multiple purpose.
Right.
Yeah. But their policy hasn't caught up with that. And so that's the tension point there for me in terms of I would not want to professionally recommend to the board to do something that could have a very negative effect. I see huge opportunity here, and I love the idea of being aggressive and going from advocating for something to shouting for something, if that's an appropriate metaphor. But you know, I think the potential is great to use it for matching funds. And that potential has a multiplier effect that should not be ignored. We could use it to build a lot of ADUs and incentivize a lot of ADUs, a lot of tiny homes right now. But you know what's the relative value? We think that if we put together a regional housing trust fund, that within the 5-year period, that could generate about $6.5 million. And that then becomes something that really could help a developer on the scale of small townhomes, garden apartments come in and do something extremely beneficial to the greater community, for the greater community.
So for me, that's a really interesting point. I mean, so that's the long view. But I do want to jump back in there on the unincorporated areas and the ADUs and the tiny homes. ADUs are accessory dwelling units, so they're not really going to add a huge amount of cost in terms of infrastructure or county services demand. I mean, and it may relieve some of the costs of county services if you're not dealing with somebody who's just hanging out on the street, for instance. So I wouldn't just dismiss those with a sweep of the hand. And at the same time, the matching fund aspect of it is really important. Are you thinking in terms of having resolved the issue of the regional entity and then using this? And how far out would that take us? And would there be more funding available for the next fiscal year on the same level?
So our thinking is that we're looking at a 5-year time horizon and looking at using the money either as one significant contribution or a series of large but not as significant contributions. Mm-hmm. And if that could be done and use that multiplier effect, that could help build a lot of units. It does require one of two things to happen. It requires RHNA reform, or it could be that there are agreements between the cities and the county that the units get spread out and that there's a equitable distribution of where units get built. I mean, I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I don't entirely know what that looks like, but you know, it's the same concept. But you don't want anybody to come out of this feeling like they have been taken advantage of. This needs to be a benefit to Humboldt County as a whole.
Yep. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I mean, back on the RHNA reform, I know Supervisor Wilson's talked about that for quite a while, and I think we've all thought it for quite a while. And, you know, right now I do know that it seems like everything has switched to COVID. I know that CSAC has basically changed our entire priorities for this year based on what's been happening. On the flip side, I'm wondering if there may be some opportunity because of COVID to actually see some changes more in that direction. And I don't know what that looks like, but John, if you'd be interested, you know, I don't know if you're planning association or department head, whatever association you're in, if they've thought about it, but it might be worth the conversation. I mean, it's not gonna be solved quickly, but if there is an opportunity to somehow squeeze it in and take advantage of the situation, that would be good if we could figure that out. And I'll check on my end. And then the other, I was going to ask, so yeah, I think the matching dollars is really important as you move forward. This $344,000, if you wanted to use part of it now for something and put the rest in a fund, is that not possible? If you just wanted to split off a piece of it?
That is possible.
I mean, because I think you're right about the maximum. It'd be like you need that money to have for matching, but just trying to think of the other options. Thank you.
Hold on a second, I lost my window there. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's just do a little quick math. 350,000, let's say we save it for 5 years. Now we got about 1.7 million. Last time I checked, the Bayview suites are 23 million for 45 units, 600 and some thousand per unit. So the speed at which we're going to develop that kind of housing is not affected by taking $350,000 and putting it to immediate needs for our residents that are homeless. And I want to remind the board that, you know, while I agree with you, Mike, that if we're going to do ADUs, tiny homes, ideally they're going to be where services are, sewer, water, and other things. I agree with that. But I personally, I know you and I disagree on this, that I don't have a problem. I actually even support having ADUs with people that already live in the hills. And so that's a difference that we have. But I respect what you're saying. But the thing is, we're the county. And when you think about homelessness, all the other 4 districts, the majority of the citizens and the homeless people live in a city, right? But in the 5th district, the only city is Trinidad. So McKinleyville, which is very much like a city, but is taken care of by the county, doesn't have the advantages that Arcata and Eureka and Fortuna and Rio Dell and other communities that are incorporated have, where they have their own police force, they have their own city manager, they have their own staff, and they have their own resources to jump in, like Arcata, when people start camping in the lot next to Hellsport, and do something about it. In McKinleyville and in Garberville and Redway, we're the only game in town as a county. And I see that as a primary responsibility on our part. I'm just trying to get a little chunk of change here out of a very big picture of 40 million and 20 million and whatever it is for housing first models and the rest of it. And I just find it quite amazing that there's so much resistance to giving this committee a chunk of money. They've got a process they've developed, you know, and they're trying to work together as a committee on both of these issues. That's what we want. People working together to solve the problems. They're not asking for all the money. They're asking for a small amount. If you look at what it takes to make a significant difference in people's lives, it's not $10 million, you know? And I realize it doesn't necessarily solve their long-term need to get into a house where it's easier for DHHS to bring services and all. I get all of that. But, you know, I've said what I want to say. I just really wish we could take this PLHA money from 2020, apply for it, give it to the committee. I'm not telling them what to do with it. They should decide. We appointed them, just like Measure Z. I want to respect that process. They can come back to us and tell us what they think the highest and best use of that is. And if it's not ADU, you know, that stuff, then that's fine. But I think we ought to do it. And I think we ought to amend the implementing resolution to be clearer that we support both, at least I do. I support both goals.
Supervisor Wilson?
I just want to be clear. I support both goals. I'm not clear, and I'm not totally convinced that a single committee is the most efficient way to get to both goals, but I definitely support both goals. So, and I don't think that there's anybody in the county that doesn't support both goals. Again, just like everything else when we're talking about homelessness issues, you know, we all are conflicting on the strategy on how to deal with the scraps that we get in a society with income inequality that creates this this monstrosity. So I don't want us to get all, you know, too personalized in that regard, because in the end we all have the same vision at the other side, you know, which is people are housed and healthy and happy. So with that, I'm still not totally clear that yeah, I just want to be clear that we may have different strategies. I want to be clear that we have the same end goal.
Any further discussion, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and you're not going to shame me into it, so you're good to go with that. I think I've probably been working on. I'm not an expert on it like some of you are, but I've been working on homeless issues and and getting people housed. And we've been very successful with the HHS and St. Joe's on acquiring a unit. And I think there's some more to come along those lines. I just, ADUs, $347,000 for ADUs will probably give you about, if you want to put them in somebody's house and everything else, you probably can do about 30 of them. Because you're going to have your power hookups. You're going to have to get your connection from PG&E. You're going to have your sewer and water hookups. There's going to be alternative water and sewer hookups. So I imagine there's going to be a hookup fee and things like that, placing them and getting everything you're talking about. So if there was a commitment from 30 places for them to go, we might have something. But again, a lot of these we've kind of allowed, and I'm looking to Supervisor or whatever Ford does up there. He supervises too. What if somebody comes into you and says, hey, I live on a 100 by 120 foot lot and I want to put an ADU in my backyard for someone in need, my aunt, whatever the case may be, what's the process?
Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you. It always is situationally dependent, coastal, non-coastal, but generally
let's go non-coastal.
It's straight to a building permit, and the costs there are for the building plan check, the cost of the plans, the engineering, the permits, school fees, park fees, things like that. And those are things that, frankly, we would like to get to a place where we can just underwrite those, so that doesn't become part of the cost. And that could be as much as 25% of the cost of an ADU.
Well, I think, and to get to there, I think what we need to do is pick 3 ADU designs, small, medium, large, or cool, really cool, way cool. And say, if you stay within these guidelines, we've already done the plan check. We've already done this. We've already done that. If you can stay within these guidelines, then all of a sudden you're not finding yourself having to spend the time and paying for the plan check, yada, yada, yada. And then you have the guidelines of this is knowing full well that if you're in a 100 by 120 foot lot, you've got a neighbor next door to you. So meeting the setbacks and all that to meet that criteria. So what would it take to actually get that set up and then have this get going to a certain extent? Before this COVID thing hit and everything else, College of the Redwoods was really, really interested in their VOTEC. Is they were actually looking at either doing containers or tiny houses and really wanted to run with it. So, and I think and I know Supervisor Madrone has been trying to get that huge building up in Humboldt, but if we get them close, that'd be great for up there. We don't have to transport them if we make them here as far. So as we move forward, can we put that together for people and then start having people that are willing to see, the ADU thing is, it's big different if you're gonna let Aunt Sally down back there, because now you're doing family. But if you're gonna let Pete, that's been living down here on the streets, that you're not too sure, but you want to make sure he's housed, is going to be a different situation. So I don't know how you address that. So maybe there's 2 fee schedules.
One of the things that I'm thinking of is we talked about ADU and tiny homes. What about something along the lines of tiny homes, enough space so that you can have the social distancing if we're going to move forward with that, and something along the lines of what was done in Rio Dell, except that they're just tiny homes. That might give you quite a few more. If you had the location, and that's where the public-private partnership comes in, and I don't know if it's anything that Lynn's group have talked about. Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Fennell. That is actually something we're working on modifying the ordinance to allow.
Yeah.
So it would be permitted by right.
I think that might actually satisfy both.
You know, where this conversation started is there's a lot of different things that need to happen and come together to address this huge problem. So there's not one solution, there's a lot of solutions. But the main thing we need to do is frankly make sure that whatever we're doing in all the desperate parts of it, that we're walking together and doing it in a coordinated manner.
Yeah. Supervisor Bass, then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hate to bug Connie or pick on Connie, but I'm just curious if you have anything to add on, like if there was if some of the dollars were used now versus, you know, putting those in the trust fund at a later date. Just curious what your thoughts are on this, to see if there's something that you think that'd be useful for now. Sorry, I didn't warn you.
No, it's okay. My thought around the money was to use it for a match for a 5-year, trying to just get other folks in the community to put into the regional trust fund. That was my original idea. Not understanding all of the implications around planning and yeah, just the other things that we have to deal with, the arena issues and stuff. Yeah.
So if you
go ahead, sir.
I want more housing, all housing, no matter where it is in the county. I don't care. I want more housing. And that's been my fight. So
yes. I was just trying to think if there's something that's the interim that would still fit your definition, you know, like, you know, a hotel or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing more ideas out just because.
I do think there's an opportunity to do both. Maybe we don't utilize all the funding. Maybe we use some of it and then hold some of it back for other things. It's not a lot of money. So
that's why I'm thinking tiny homes. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there seemed to be some confusion earlier, Supervisor Bohn. I nor John were never recommending that any of this money be used to actually build these tiny homes or ADUs. The suggestion was that some of the money could be used to underwrite the costs at the planning department to put together a program whereby the fees, if I heard you correct, John, the fees for that ADU or tiny home would be covered by this fund underwriting those costs. So not to build the building, but to pay for the fees. And we did something like that with the Trinidad Watershed Council, where we told people, you know, if you'll pay for the permit fees, we'll get you grant monies to help remove and replace your septic lines, et cetera. So it's a partnership where we put some money into the planning department to help cover that. It provides an incentive for people to build ADUs and tiny homes wherever they're permitted. That's a separate planning process. And some of the cities have done their ADU stuff. The county has been trying to bring that forward. So those are two different pieces. So I just wanted to be clear. I was simply suggesting that it could go, some of it, to that purpose. And again, we've set up this committee of people that are experts in this area that work with our staff. How about if we take 50-50 of this money, let 50% sit for a match, put the other 50% into the hands of the committee to make recommendations with DHHS's engagement, back to the board to decide how to use it. And now we're talking 170,000 or something, you know. So I just would like to see us reinforce the work of the committee. Thank them for that work. Provide some resources to do something that's worthwhile, and, you know, follow through on a process that we started. And I think creating a cleaner implementation resolution would help in that process. So I'm just trying to get two simple things done, but this has become a very large conversation. So that's good. Good stuff.
Questions and answers are not that bad a thing. I mean, I don't think we understand exactly. You're talking Okay, now we're down to $175,000. How do you envision that being spent exactly? I'm all for it. I can take the whole 370, but at the end of the day, and I know that it always makes it so much more palatable when this is really a little thing and it's not that big a deal, but it seems to be a little bit more than that. So I just need to know what the end result of this is gonna be, knowing full well what the costs are to somebody on the other end and how much demand there is for this on the other end. Where are we going to, once we relax these, who's going to, is there people lined up if we pay this to accept this discounted or streamlined or process free situation? That's all I'm trying. I'm just trying to find an answer. I'm not hearing it. I'm just hearing it's not very much. It'll be good, and this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. In response to Supervisor Bohn's question, no, there's not a list of people who we have that would immediately participate. But I would point out that in 2018, in the county, we had 8 ADUs constructed. In 2019, we conducted a fair with Arcata, Eureka, and I believe Fortuna to promote the construction of ADUs. In 2019, 23 ADUs were constructed. So that was a pretty good jump. So part of the effort here would be to let people know that there is the ability to not have to pay fees, have an approved plan like you mentioned. One of the other things that we may be able to do is use that money to guarantee financing, to back up financing, to get better rates for financing. And so those things come together when people start to do the math and start to see that it would work for them. It may be enough of an incentive for people then to begin to construct accessory dwelling units and even junior accessory dwelling units homes.
Through the chair, of those 31 over the last 2 years of ADUs, did those end up being rental ADUs? Did they end up, or were these family, did these end up being family ties, or did they just turn in their house into a duplex and add value? I'm just saying, did this alleviate any of the housing problems on the streets? If that's
so in the chart that I showed you for 2019, there were 4 units there that qualified as being affordable for low income because they are designed in such a way, at such a size, that the rental value of those is affordable to a low income household.
Were they required to rent them to a low income person though?
No, because the rents would only be for low income or would meet low income qualifications.
Supervisor Wilson.
If I could.
Oh yes, please go ahead.
Real quick. If we were going to participate financially in something by underwriting permit fees, we would enter into an agreement with the people specifying the income level at which they could be rented.
Right.
If there's no engagement by the county financially, then it's hard to do that.
Yeah. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, this is an interesting conversation. Now we're going into ADU policy. It's pretty deep. I was not expecting that. I will say there's been a lot of that kind of conversation in terms of the members and participants in the Local Governments Commission, at, which I'm a board member on. I will say that the policy that Supervisor Bohn had mentioned that some jurisdictions are experimenting with, which is these pre-designed, pre-permitted structures, and for the most part there's just not been a lot of takers. I mean, and so a lot of investment has gone into that. The policy is created. They did design things, contests, and they got all this stuff together, and then people just didn't do them. in the jurisdictions to any rate that anyone thought, and it really kind of just very, very few. So I want to be cautious of how much we would invest into that process without looking at, you know, successes and challenges in other locations, if that's a direction, you know, the board or the committee or wherever it goes with something like that. And I think it is important to, and I think Supervisor, or excuse me, Director Ford mentioned you do, if it is for housing, you know, to make sure that, you know, that these are not just built for vacation rentals, because that's also probably one of the main drivers for second units for ADUs currently, at least certainly in my neighborhood, and in many other places too, which then, you know, what is that? Where does that really get us in terms of housing? So we really have to think about that and what we're doing. I'm still not sure, you know, we're talking about really specifically ADU policy. I think what Supervisor Madrone is asking for is some amount of money to go to the committee with no strings necessarily attached, as far as I can tell. But if it is kind of stuck into the ADU slot, then I guess, you know, then if it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent, and it should maybe turn over back into another space. And then my last sort of question relates to the leveraging or matching. What do you mean by leveraging or matching? So if we have this $300 and some odd $1,000, I mean, I get the additive value of what Supervisor Madrone is talking about. Well, after 5 years, you have 1 point something, but that doesn't really speak to the potential for its multiplier in terms of matching. And what do we expect that multiplier really to be?
Through the chair.
Yes, of course, Director Ford.
So that's a great question that really does need to be understood, particularly since it involves the one requirement that I mentioned, that it requires at least 3 jurisdictions to participate. So if we were to enter into cooperative agreements, say with Arcata, Eureka, or even Fortuna, I think Rio Del would be eligible now. They could then contribute all of their PHLA or PHA, sorry, funds to that. So it's not just the county's money at that point, then it's all of the city's money. We could also involve other local nonprofits that build housing, and they could contribute to that. And then that becomes the match. So it's the ability to really take a lot of different organizations' funds, put that up for a match, and then have the match come back. The minimum buy-in is $750,000.
I want to follow up on, we're talking, you know, again, this issue with the counties versus the cities, in that, like in Arcata, we've built hundreds of units in the last, you know, I mean, so many in the last couple of years. And the efficiency of that based on our densities and our abilities to do that is just so much more efficient than trying to promote one-offs through ADUs in terms of where money is spent and what you really get out of it in the long term. I mean, unless of course you really are driving people to actually invest real money into creating ADUs or whatever it is. So again, I really do like obviously my preference is to build housing where it's easier to build lots of housing in a more efficient manner where services exist. And we're seeing success in that. And now Eureka is really starting to really take off as well with their change in their general plan and the projects that they've been getting going. And so I think, I don't know. I mean, if we want to entertain giving or having the committee, and when I say that committee, it's just because there's a long name, but the homelessness and housing committee, have some resource to talk about and to help direct. I'm not adverse to that totally, but I do want to make sure that there is absolutely some funding available by which we can start this conversation, where we can start this coalition to really work on housing together in a very efficient manner. And I think that we could be very successful at that. And I don't mean speaking loudly to shouting. I mean, the words you used in terms of like advocating for changes in arena, the word you used was investigate. So I want to move from investigate to advocate. And I want to move again from cautious to a bit more aggressive in that policy. I do think we are at a good place to do that statewide. I think there's a lot of allies in that, and I've seen them, and there are conversations really churning on that, and it is pretty ripe, I would say, because we're not the only person with, we're not the only agency with this issue. So I'm back to that. I don't know. I'm waiting for some direction.
Okay, so Supervisor Bass, but CAO Nielsen had her hand up, and I'd like to give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Supervisor Fennell. The RENA issue has been a long-standing item in your legislative platform, and so the county has been advocating for RENA changes. I do just want to point that out to your board that Paul Yoder and Karen Lang are advocating on our behalf, as well as RCRC. I have definitely picked up to the phone to RCRC and said, hey, we want to comply, but you know, we have some constraints here. So I just want you to know that advocacy has been happening, and it has been aggressive at points in time.
Thank you, CAO Nielsen. So Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to go back now. I'm going to, here we are talking all around about whether some money maybe goes towards the committee and their purposes or not. But I was hoping, I don't know if Lynn, if I can ask her, you know, if for some reason, you know, we decided to split that 344 and a half and, you know, send it to the committee for them to kind of figure out what they could do with it. Is there anything you could do with it? Or what do you have in mind? Or, you know, because here we're talking about all these other things. I'm going, well, I'm just kind of curious what comes to your mind since you're in those meetings.
Well, it is not very much money. That's the reality. But part of our advocacy has been throughout the county to get private grants into the trust fund. And not having any money in the trust fund is difficult. But if, you know, that would certainly help that. Being able to say, can you match this, or can you match this with 30% or whatever. There are quite a few foundations that are supportive of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and I will remind people that when we first set this up, we were convinced that Lucas Street would be the foundation of the trust fund, and we couldn't sell it. So that kind of puts us in a weird position, because you're right, there is no foundational aspect to it. Also, as one of the ad hoc committee to put the original committee together, we were trying to get to that point as a Housing First community, to also have input from the community on what solutions might be out there to address homelessness. And they were tied together for the reason that so many times we brought up Housing First before the Board of Supervisors, there were conflicting inputs about it. So this was a way for the discussion to be had. And I'm wondering if...
That's my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't quite done with my question, so I just wanted to kind of, and then
I'm so sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So, and I just want to confirm with Lynn, what I'm hearing you say is, I mean, it could be used to put in as a piece into that trust fund, which is different than the piece that Director Ford is talking about. Is that like different? It would be a different source because this is already existing, correct?
The donations, the community donations, is that what you're talking about?
Well, you know, I was just wondering if a portion of the money went to the group right now. You mentioned putting it in the trust fund And so I just wanted to see, that's a different, you're referring to a different fund than what supervisor, or not supervisor, director.
Correct.
Ford is looking
That's
for.
what gets, yes.
Okay, because what I was gonna say, you know, this has been something for years and years and years we've tried. And I mean, I've only been involved like, I don't know, 11 or 10 or 11. And I remember one meeting where several of us put on $100 and I think we got $700 that meeting and we thought we were like really on the way, and that's been a long time ago. But I do think there's benefit to having money that helps attract money. The piece of property, you know, I'm not a developer. I'm hearing it, you know, I don't think it had as much potential as perhaps we were hoping, but I do think there are not associations, but foundations that have been giving money to other ones, but they don't want to be the first ones to put the money in, I don't think. So I think there is some value in having some dollars at some point in time showing as being a balance. So I just wanted to say, I think there could be, I think that could be useful.
Okay. So where are we at this stage? Anybody have any input in terms of how to move forward with the suggestion from staff? Supervisor Madrone.
Well, I would make two motions just to keep it simple and separate the two issues. I think that might be easier. The first motion I would make would be to amend the last sentence of the implementing resolution so that it would read, the criteria shall ensure that housing fund monies are used to assist the county in meeting its affordable housing and homelessness solutions goals, period.
So completely eliminating the rest of that number 2, the purpose, is that where you're taking it from?
Yes, it only eliminates a few words. It eliminates about 5 words.
Then.
Okay, what it eliminates is with an emphasis on bricks and mortar projects.
Right.
So I'm just trying to provide feedback.
The last minute, because there's another criteria up further that says for the receipt and use of affordable housing trust fund monies, which shall be subject to Humboldt County Board of Supervisors approval. So it's not that sentence, it's following the last one. Okay.
It's the very last sentence.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
The last sentence that is in our staff report under item number 5 on page 10 of 11, in the middle of the page, would read, the criteria shall ensure that housing fund monies are used to assist the county in meeting its affordable housing and homelessness solution goals.
Got you. Getting rid of bricks and mortar.
Yeah, and it's not to say, I think it's understood, we all want to see as many bricks and mortar projects as possible. I don't think that changes that at all, but it provides a reinforcement to the committee to work together on all of this stuff. That's my thought. I don't know, what do you think?
Well, if I were to go for a compromise, I would go meeting of affordable housing goes using both brick and mortar and, in other words, don't just throw brick and mortar. Yeah.
I guess I'm a little confused as what I thought we were told that everything is working together. So now is this language really going to help improve what is already a functioning committee? I don't this change. I guess I'm not really clear.
Okay, just to be clear through the chair, what I've heard from multiple committee members is that, and you'll hear it over and over again by numerous people where they'll say, I hope that we don't spend any money on anything but housing first. And that gets transferred into a conflict between those two goals, right? If we're never going to spend any money on the homelessness solutions part of it, then why have a committee that involves both goals? I believe that because I was hearing that from committee members and I suggested that, several weeks back, a couple months ago, that maybe the committee should be separated I started off my comments today for apologizing for that, because what I've heard since then from multiple committee members is, no, we never meant we wanted to be separated. We just want to have the same degree of respect for the idea for short-term housing homelessness needs as we're giving to the respect for long-term housing first goals. And that if we could create an implementing resolution or an amended resolution that makes it clear to the committee that we do as a board support both of those goals, I guess I'm just hoping that that might help resolve some conflict that was occurring within the committee when they start discussing where the money should go, just like is happening today when we're talking about the PLHA funds. There's a lot of resistance to not keeping that for permanent housing, right? So this conflict exists. I'm trying to help us move past it.
Well,
And
so-
amending the statement is one way.
So what I want to say is that as I look at that, and as you've heard, I had a different approach, which would encompass both brick and mortar and other solutions, is that if we cut out brick and mortar, what we're basically doing is we're moving away from our housing first approach in the resolution. I'm not sure what that would mean, but so why can't we, if you want to include something besides brick and mortar, include it without cutting out brick and mortar?
That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to cut anything out.
Yeah.
I know that's physically what I was doing, but
Yeah, right.
Do you want to suggest some wording, Madam Chair? How about with an emphasis on bricks and mortar projects, comma, while considering homelessness solutions where feasible, or something?
Well, I mean, brick and mortar is a solution for homelessness too. You're talking about two different approaches.
Yes.
So, Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Madrone, I'll have to direct this to him, and you are I know you've been meeting with these people quite a bit, and have a pretty good handle on this. Are we talking camps and along those lines, car parks and things like that? I mean, are we trying to avoid that until we actually give them the money and go there? I'm just saying, what are the other homelessness solutions we're talking about? So at least we get them on the table. So when we vote for this and we agree to it, it says you agreed to it, and I'm going, I just want to know fully what I'm agreeing to. And if you're talking car parks and camps, I'm wanting to hold a little bit of money back for when all this is over and we have to also clean them up, taking a page from other counties that have already done this. So
No, I'm not.
Is that the
talking
end
about
result?
No, it's not. I'm not talking about anything specifically. And in fact, I tend to believe that our committee that we set up has a lot of this knowledge and information and should be given the chance to provide us with feedback on exactly what they think might be appropriate. Now, am I personally in my district working with people, talking with people about solutions like safe parking lots and safe camps and other things in McKinneyville that is not a city that doesn't get any other assistance? Absolutely, Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to check in with Lynn, because when I heard the conversation with Supervisor Bohn asking the question and Supervisor Madrone answering, and I'm thinking, Lynn is in the meetings. Maybe we can ask, what would, my thought when I asked about the apportion money going there and it going into the trust fund, I guess what I didn't ask is, well, what would that be used for other than luring in more dollars? And I didn't know if if they have maybe a strategy already of, things they plan to do first, second, and third, if there are dollars available. So can I ask Lynn? Well, I'm asking Lynn that. Sorry.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. So absolutely, first of all, I guess I need to remind the board that we can't do anything until our bylaws and our policies and procedures are approved by the board. But if the policies and procedures were approved as they stand now, then the way it is set up is it's sort of like a 55-60% split. for permanent housing and 45% for homelessness solutions. The idea around the permanent housing would be hopefully to make loans or something along the lines of like the Small Business Development Center does, where there is money coming back, a revolving cycle of money, so that there is something to rejuvenate, to keep the fund going. Then there is also a small portion that was set aside for just grants. Like, we know it's a grant. This is going to something that needs to happen. But as far as what will the money be spent on, we don't know that yet, because we haven't been able to get that far. And I would imagine what we would do is, if we had a significant enough money to be able to come back to the board, we would say, these are our recommendations for 2 or 3 things, all of which could fit together, or maybe, these 2, you choose what you would like. That's the base. That's the limit of our responsibility. It's just to sort of make sure that we think that the money is being used in the best way possible, in a viable way.
And then it still comes back to the board for the final decision, like Measure Z. Okay, thank you.
So I could suggest maybe on that final sentence, the criteria shall ensure that housing fund, this is all what's there already. Housing fund monies are used to assist the county in meeting its affordable housing goals, with an emphasis on bricks and mortar, but including more temporary solutions. Because I think what we're saying is that anything beyond bricks and mortar does not satisfy our housing first goals. But if we can't get there in some instances, we might be able to help with something like a resource center or that kind of thing. It's kind of broadening it a little bit. I'd like to hear Director Beck's thoughts on that, because you're the one that's out on the front lines here.
Okay, so I was working on something else. So you have to say that again. I'm really sorry.
No. So we're kind of going back and forth onto whether or not we would actually change the wording of the resolution and keep things as they are, more or less. Supervisor Madrone had suggested that we get rid of the bricks and mortar aspect of the resolution. And I was talking about keeping that in, but including more temporary solutions. And I wondered if that would meet your needs or go any way towards meeting your needs.
I feel like that would that may allow the committee to go one way or another, because I know that there's been conversation or communication that the committee is doing great with what they're doing now, but I do still think that there's some confusion around roles of the committee, and until those roles are figured out, and by taking that brick and mortar piece out of there and leaving it to shorter solutions, then maybe that will, maybe some folks that are on the committee will just stop being. We lost a couple of people from the committee because there was such a divide in what folks wanted to do. And so if we're not providing more direction and we're just going to take language away, that might resolve the issue.
So I I was not suggesting taking bricks and mortar away. I was suggesting could there, the compromise solution, I would keep that in, but allow for more temporary solutions. But that is with the emphasis still on bricks and mortar. That's what I was thinking of.
And if that's the emphasis and the dollar amount is going to be what it is, then maybe it is the short-term solutions that will be the work that's done through that committee. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I got you.
And I do believe that there needs to be some amount of money in the fund for whatever committee is there and continues to work.
Great. Director Ford and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I just want to caution the board that we entered this as an agendized item that was a fairly global discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're talking about changing the implementing resolution for the Housing Trust Fund and Housing Solutions Committee, and that was not agendized. And so I would just caution the board, you can give direction to go and pursue that and bring that back, but I would caution you about going too far with this discussion today. I'm not the attorney, but.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, Director Ford. Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Bass.
For me, I guess, you know, I've kind of moved in different directions during this conversation, and I very much appreciate, you know, there's been a lot of good conversation and stuff and efforts have been put in by the committee and by Lynn and everybody there, and I really do appreciate it very, very much. But I guess I'm still not clear that that the Housing Trust Fund effort wouldn't be best done as an effort between us and the cities directly, pulling that together and getting that going. And then if we actually can make that happen, if we want to then add that to the committee's role to help administrate that or not administrate it, excuse me, but, you know, advise to it. But currently we just need to get it going, and that effort really needs it's kind of administrative at this point, and reaching out to create it, you know, between jurisdictions. And I think I personally think that's where that effort needs to be in the short term. And if we want to split the baby, or, you know, split this amount of money to put towards each one of those efforts, and have a set amount of money that the committee can work on to then work on the shorter term issues, then I'm willing to have that be, or at least advise us on what that would be, because again, they don't have the decision-making power. That's us that would have to do that, like Measure Z. Thing about Measure Z is, like, it has this process to it that's even more you know, that actually has time frames to it and applications and does all this stuff, and then it has this endpoint, and then they have the, you know, every year we have this annual block of stuff. It comes to us. It's very set up in that way, and I think, you know, it's not just you know, where the conversation goes necessarily. And it would be cool that if this was set up in that way, and that there was some money to do that. And if we want to do that today, I would entertain that half the money goes to that, for this committee to do that. But it seems to me, if we want to have a housing trust fund and we want it to be effective, it needs to be done with the other jurisdictions. And functionally, I just think that our staff needs to work with their staff to, like, come up with that, and then we vet it through our communities, and also maybe through this committee as well. But that's kind of where I'm at on this. And I don't know, it's getting late.
No, it is getting late. This reminds me of years and years ago when we were having long meetings. Just very quickly, I know you have your hand up next, Supervisor Bass. I want to say, I heard Director Ford, and thank you for that. We do, in my view, first of all, let's not do something that's not on the agenda as far as changing the resolution. Second of all, if you really read it, it says with an emphasis on bricks and mortar. It doesn't preclude something else, which is why Housing and Homelessness Solutions was a part of this long name. So maybe we don't need to do that at all. Supervisor Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, Supervisor Wilson pretty much hit the points I was thinking of as well, because I think we do have to work with the other jurisdictions. It's not going to happen quickly, though. I mean, I don't suspect it will with everything else going on, but I do believe that there is value if we can provide some funding for the
temporary
group to try to move forward with, because it's got to be completely frustrating having a potential charge to do X, Y, and Z and not having the opportunity. And, you know, it's been a challenging time, and we probably have not been the easiest to work with as far as how to accomplish their goals. I don't know. I do think that there's some value in putting some of the dollars into something that they can use more quickly than the longer term that we certainly need to work for with the bulk of our dollars. So,
Director Ford.
I just want to caution that while the money is not issued on a competitive basis, if we apply for it, we get it, but it has to be for an identified use. And I just read the identified uses, and none of that is just to be put in a fund. So we would have to work with the committee to identify something that would be done with the money in order to do that.
Would we, at this point, as a board, identify which section we wanted to go for what? Saying there is 146,000 available for temporary solutions. I mean, with you working with the committee on what would be eligible.
So perhaps the way through this is to maybe start with the straw poll of the board to see if that's the direction the board wants to go. Mm-hmm. And you could leave it, we have until July 5th, I believe, to submit the application. Okay. You direct staff to work with the committee to develop a program to be funded. And then we would take and do that and then apply for the funding and identify so much of it would be used for matching funds and some of it would be for homeless solutions. That's a nice term, but we would have to give it some meaning.
Great. All right. Let's, Supervisor Wilson.
Well, if we're doing a straw poll, then that's I think my straw goes towards splitting that amount of money and having staff work with the committee to work on those more immediate needs, and then the other half be put aside for basically staff be working with other jurisdictions to come together with some sort of agreement, hopefully, and so that there's some skin in the game for that. And then when that all comes together, then and then bringing it back to the committee in terms of their input on that. That's my straw poll, whatever that's worth.
Anybody else want to chime in? So I didn't just mention 146 by accident. As I recall, the number was 345, 346, something like that. And if we're looking at this is like the first jump in to see if we can identify something that would work, where we could be helpful. I would say that maybe we want to put, say, 200 to go into the other pot, and then the 145, 146 go into this experimental endeavor to see if it actually has merit and it can be used. That's kind of where my head is at, but if people want to split it down the middle, I'm fine with that as well. CAO Nielsen, did you have some to add there? You were kind of leaning back and.
Well, I do want to remind that the Regional Housing Trust Fund has a minimum balance of $750,000, if I'm remembering that correctly, Director Ford. I do think it would be helpful at this point if staff could come back with some recommendations on how to, because it sounds to me like what your board wants to do is set up a two-fund structure, something regional that's shared governance with the cities, and then something for the Housing Trust Fund and Homelessness Solutions Committee. So maybe staff could come back with how that could look in order to help move this along a little bit. So just a suggestion.
It's a great suggestion. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, I agree with that from a straw poll point of view. And we also didn't get into reviewing the bylaws, policies, and procedures today as well. And I'd like to make sure that when this comes back, we have time to do that so we can consider the work of the committee.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll stick my straw on the soda that Amy said. This is getting late. It's really, when did we get dinner on?
It's starting to look less like a meeting and more like a Zoom meeting at this point. Let's see, we heard from Supervisor Wilson, we heard from Supervisor Bass and Madrone. Supervisor Bohn?
Supervisor Bohn is having some technical difficulties we're trying to work through to get him back online, Chair Fennell.
Okay, thank you.
So I will go check on that right now.
Thank you very much, Ryan. So basically, it seems like we're landing on, we will have another board presentation on this issue. CAO Nielsen, you had your hand up when that was suggested, as far as going over the policies and procedures.
So I understand the committee's frustration with the policies and procedures. And what I would like to say to that is there's county staff at some point did try to provide some input because it isn't normal. It isn't standard practice for a committee to administer a loan program. That's typically done through county staff. And so I do think there could be some fine tuning of that. And so I do think that staff could continue to work with the committee on what's the committee's role and what's staff's role. Because there's definitely an administrative piece, an administrative component that would need to filter through staff. And that's also an additional responsibility that I just want to make sure that either planning or health and human services could take on that responsibility.
Supervisor Wilson.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, and I would caution about the whole loan situation. We have REDEC that does loans, and we have these institutions that have these in and of themselves doing these loans. And there's a lot of infrastructure behind doing loans. And especially when you're expecting returns on those loans. And those institutions all have subcommittees that have people with finance backgrounds. I mean, nothing's easy about doing that. And we have some institutions. And so maybe if we're really talking about doing these kinds of loans, that maybe working with those other institutions that already do loans might be something to talk about in the future.
Supervisor Madrone.
Having read the policies, bylaws, and procedures, I don't believe anybody was suggesting in writing or otherwise of having this committee becoming a loan agency. My understanding is that it would operate much like Measure Z committee in providing recommendations to our board as a group of experts that we've appointed. Am I wrong there, Lynn? I think you guys were asking in your bylaws, if I remember right, it was late last night, to simply be in a position to offer recommendations with a full recognition that the board would make final decisions. And obviously, you're right, Supervisor Wilson, we'd need a loan agency involved in this, whether that's Headwaters or REDEC or whatever. But am I correct there, Lynn?
Yes, you are correct. The only time that that some cities and counties actually use their trust fund committee to administer the loans is if they create a spin-off, a separate nonprofit to do that. But there's nothing in our policies and procedures that proposes that.
Yeah, right.
All right, then, Supervisor Bohn's still MIA. But I think we have a general direction that we're moving in. Time is late. We've had a very, very long day. I guess.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
Supervisor Bohn popped his head in because he still couldn't get on the screen. So he can be here if you want him. He's over at my door.
Okay, just
put the mask on.
Put your mask on, Virginia.
I'm not just tell him what. Do you want to answer?
We're 10 feet apart. We're golden.
You two cannot be in there without wearing your masks.
Let's get the meeting over.
Okay.
Well done.
So what's your
Come
vote?
on in, Rex.
He's in.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take it to the vote. Give Steve the money.
I couldn't hear that. Can you translate, Supervisor Pass?
I think he says he agrees with
okay.
Where we're going.
Okay.
Actually, he was being rude.
Yes, all right. I'm going to do this too, just for the heck of it. So, do we need a motion at this point because, or do we just want to give staff direction to come back? Director Ford.
I think you can just give us direction to come back. I think we've heard two things, that it's important to work with the committee to make sure that things are clearly articulated and that we're able then to work with them also to work out what the money would be used for if we applied for the PLHA this year.
Good. Thank you very much, everybody, for going through this. Really, really appreciate it. And I think we are making progress, and that's always a good thing. And with that, I'm going to say this meeting is adjourned and remind people that we will be meeting again next Tuesday. Thank you.
I'm having fun. I don't adjourn.